Okay, so we are back. We are live, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, Rebecca Benningfield, and I'm here with Samuel Hofman. And today we have a special guest from South Africa. It is Michelle Mountain, and she goes way back in the Montana Skywatcher group. So we're happy to have her
Yay!
today. Yeah, it's exciting. We got a new guest
Yeah,
today.
very, very
And
happy you're here.
Thank
right,
you.
right.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. And thank you, Sam, for this lovely opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Well,
I'm
you've
looking
always
forward
been
to
very
it.
wonderful. Sorry for talking over you, Rebecca.
No, you're fine, Sam. Go ahead. I was just
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
say I was looking forward to it because
You've always been
she's
a very good member, a very uh, spiritually forwarding member. No naysaying, no nothing over the years, and I've always appreciated your presence. And every time I get to talk to you, it's wonderful. And thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And it's so nice of you to say that. I really appreciate it. And the journey I've been on has really brought me to a place where there should be no judgments ever made of people, and we should always just be heart-centered and actually observe what goes on. So if somebody says something unpleasant, there's no need for you to say something unpleasant. It's their words, it's their energy, and you just remain centered and with love. And I know that's the one theme that runs through the Skywatchers music room very often is love is the key. And that's actually what I found this time is all about. It's about reaching out to fellow mankind and with love in our heart, because everybody's gone through a very tough time over the last couple of years, and everybody's pain is different, and we need to love each other. And that's what's going to get us through into a beautiful world. So thank you.
I think we have to remember that there are people and not just obstacles in line ahead of me at the store, or the guy driving down the street that just changed lanes and cut me off or whatever. And I think a lot of times we forget that that there are other people just like us that think like us, worry like us, etc. And I don't think that's been very shared in the last maybe decade or two. I think people need to really look back at what we used to be.
Yes, quite right. And in fact, in South Africa, we're blessed with amazing tribes and kingdoms. And through Africa, there was the community and villages. And that kind of emotional well-being that came from the village raises the child. It is so deeply entrenched in many of the people in Southern Africa and Africa. And it really does show that, we've all got to work together, because you can't be on this planet and be ego-centered. That's how it was. Put it in the past. It's not how it is now, and it's not how it's going to be. But we've really got to realize that there were things put in place that made life very difficult, and those things are being undone. And it is now an opportunity for all of us to really reimagine this world that we want to live in, and what it can be like, and how beautiful and magnificent it will be when we actually all work together. And there's that one lovely song by Nickelback that is oftentimes on your Skywatchers music room. And it's about all of us working together, because when you do, wow, we are unstoppable. We are creative. We are loving. We are kind. The capacity for humans and for mankind to love is so overwhelming. I was just thinking about it yesterday, knowing that I was going to be coming on here, and just thinking that the capacity for us to love must be a very magical thing across the universe. Because if you think of a mother cradling a baby, or if you think of a son holding and hugging his elderly mother, or if you think of somebody holding somebody whilst they're crying and upset, we've just got such big hearts that I want to cry when I think about it, because we've got such capacity. We haven't explored those things. We haven't been in a position to be able to explore it, because life's been tough. but all of that's lifting. And I want to say the sky's the limit, but quite frankly, the multiverses are the limit. We've
There you
got
go.
so much,
God,
ahead
somebody
of
who
us.
believes in the multiverse, yay, you know.
Yes, that's
Because
me.
there is. It's out there, I promise you.
Explain what the multiverse is.
Well, the thing with it is there's not just one galaxy. There's billions of galaxies, and there's according to some of my math, in the early days, there's either 14 or 140 dimensions, and I'm inclined to believe the latter because a statement that came out of my mouth as I was writing on the chalkboard in front of the class, and then I said, well, but the ETs moved their decimal place one over to the right for some reason, and I don't know why I did that, but it came out of my brain like it was normal, and that's where it went from 14 to 140. So that on this equation that I was doing, that was defining the dimensions, and so I've always believed that there's multiple dimensions, and it's like shirt sleeve syndrome. We've talked about that. We're our solar system, our galaxy, our universe is a smaller part of a larger whole, and then there's smaller stuff below us, and then bigger stuff above us, and like the other day, Jesus was asking about finding prime creator, and I said, well, prime creator's out there, but there's a few demigods levels in between, and he was kind of caught on that and a little bit lost with that, but that's kind of what I meant. The prime creator is part of the entire, and that would be multiverse in order to be the entirety. Anyway.
It's fascinating. Hello, Gillian. I have to say hello
Hi.
to one of my favorite Skywatcher friends. Hello, Gillian.
Good to see you. Oh, wow.
As my Bonnie Scotland friend, I like to say. So it's so lovely to see you here. It really is.
South African sister.
We hope
keeping the torch burning.
Yes, we hope to see one day, maybe in Montana, we can come and have a braai or a barbecue, or whatever you call it, roast some marshmallows and watch the stars or whatever those things are up there. But I think
lots of stars.
Yes, there's lots of unusual stars too.
Well, we're all about to be introduced to a new show. Even Rebecca was commenting on her personal page today how we're going to get a new Coronal Aurora show this week.
Yeah.
And the weather.
Our local weatherman was saying that. Yeah, because even for Oklahoma, that's strange occurrence to see aurora, this far south. So maybe in a couple of weeks.
I hadn't heard anything about any major CME activity. I didn't really look heavily this week, but I think it has a lot more to do with other things than just the sun. So there's more to it, of course.
Yes, I think, Sam, that's what we've found is there's definitely more to what we're seeing via the traditional digital spaces. So the companies
are completely different.
Yeah. Yes, there's definitely.
They used to be green and occasionally, yellow. I'm trying to think back, 30 years ago, last time I really saw here in Montana. And we do get them. We get them occasionally. Unfortunately, I've got Missoula, which is due north of me here, so it does mess with my view. But I did see that last batch a couple of weeks ago, briefly from my window. And I think we're going to see a bigger show. Oh, today, there were earthquakes everywhere today, all over, man. And they were all big. There was pardon the expression, shitloads. And they're just.
And Iceland, was it okay? Was Iceland okay?
I didn't look at Iceland. I was caught up.
I just heard about Philippines.
Yeah, the one and they've had 30 major quakes since that. Or I didn't look at the progression of which one happened first. I could do that in a heartbeat.
Wow. No, today they were just going on about a house explosion.
There was a whole bunch of earthquakes. gas main breaking from moving houses and stuff like that. There was a 5.2 in Guadalupe, which is near Cuba. Okay. There, oh God, I tell you, the whole God, Philippines, the whole southeastern Asian area. There was a 5.5 in Bangladesh. There was a 5.2 in Dampit, Indonesia. There was a 5.5 in Kepulauan Babar, Indonesia. There was 5.1 in the Solomon Islands. There was a 5.1 in Northern Mariana Islands. South America had 7 or 8 big ones. Alaska had a few. There was McGuire Island below Australia, close to Antarctica, had a 5.5. So there's a lot of, okay, and there's another one off in the Atlantic, and that was a 5.0 in the South Sandwich Islands region. So there was a lot of biggies today.
Mm.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that big of an area
I
impacted.
turned it on and I was shocked. I was like, look at the
Yes.
size of all of those.
Birthing pains, almost. And
Well, we had a gentleman on one of our podcasts here like a week ago, or about a week and a half ago, and he warned that on Thursday there was going to be a major earthquake in the United States, and of course we had to translate it from Arabic. I don't know his name because his name was in Arabic as well. And so we watched for that, and I was standing there at 11:59 on Thursday night, going, "Well, I guess it didn't happen," So
Yeah.
but I kept
Could have
it in
happened
mind.
somewhere, probably somewhere that nobody has a meter thing, but probably
Yeah,
was.
and of course, I don't believe for a second we're being told the actual scale of what is occurring. I think they're larger than what the USGS is posting.
I
And
wonder
we've
what the
seen
time limit was on those things, all those quakes, because like I said, the whole radio today when I was in doing my work was constantly every hour it was saying about this shock when everybody was in their houses at night, and the next thing they heard was a massive explosion, and it was heard all over residences in Edinburgh. They wondered what it was. A house is completely destroyed, and they'll have to research and go into it, but it must be something to do with that as well. I mean, surely we can quake as well, but we're usually those really little quakes.
Yeah, and well, you've got the only one and only main fault line. It goes, where all the locks are between Scotland and the UK, and that's the major fault line that runs in the Atlantic Ocean between you guys and, of course, Europe. So that's the only major one.
So I wonder what Edinburgh would have. I wonder. Yeah, I didn't look to see. I just kept hearing it. I'm just thinking now.
And
so that is on a quite a stable plate from what I remember from my geography. But we do have 2 small fault lines. I think 1960 sometime there was quite a big quake, and another one on the eastern seaboard as well. I can't remember exactly what year, but
yeah,
it's pretty.
I once researched that. It was in the 1960s, the late 60s, when there was something, maybe 69 or something. I'm remembering, but it wasn't it in the Cape or something? It was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Africa is still moving. There, all of the major land masses have pretty much stalled or slammed together, but the Indian island, the island of India, and the island of Africa are still moving northward from what used to be. They used to be on the southern pole of the planet for, God, millions of years, and then within the last 40 million years to 80 million years, they all started venturing to the north. And then that's when, of course, India crashed in, because India is the fastest moving. It moves like 11 inches a day. Now it's moving 6 inches a day now that it's crashed into the Asian tectonic plates. So, and it's also causing some unusual behavior, even in Yemen and Qatar and Turkey, of course, and Italy and Greece and Basically, probably even Spain is probably being affected by that plate shoving upward. And actually, the Mediterranean is shrinking in size every day.
Sam, when I first started seeing things in the sky, which was in 2020, I got very frightened because I believed in gravity and I thought these planets were going to crash into us and we were toast.
Yep.
And then fortunately, I obviously found you guys and started learning about the electromagnetic universe and I'll call it the dance of the planets with electromagnetics. So they don't ever crash into each other, but they repel and come back, repel and come back. And so the planets are so close at times. I didn't have time to download and send Rebecca this one video that I took, but the wall of the planet was so close, and I could actually watch its rotation with its own clouds and atmosphere. Yet everything here was so quiet and so peaceful. It was so beautiful. And, that for me just shows that the electromagnetic interaction doesn't appear to have a massive change on a local scale. Can you confirm that or just elaborate a little
closer? We've noticed that, like the moon will run all the way up from the south sky to the north sky within an hour or two. And we've noticed that the Earth tip, when the planets first started getting really, really close, on the 180-day cycle pass at the end of the 180-day cycle each year, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, it does affect us in ways. And of course, the geologic occurrence and the harmonics, and remember all the strange sky sounds that we went through about 4 different stages of, and those are being heard again and reported again. So it has an effect on us, but I think a lot of it has to do with it. We're just this little tiny planet, and we're sort of semi being shoved out of the way and slightly tipped and wobbling back and forth and back and forth. And of course, there's been reference to that going on for millions of years, which, would of course be the case because we have had a binary system the entire time. It's not like we formed separately. We've always been connected. Excuse me, I got a cough again.
I've actually, the other thing as well that I've really enjoyed is the thunderstorms and the lightning that's been happening, because I find it so powerful, way more powerful than before I started seeing things. But if you stand outside in the rain when the thunder and lightning is going, you can actually hear the echoing of the thunder. It's like being in an auditorium of surround sound drum rolls. And
right, because it's from way higher up than what we're used to.
Sure. It's beautiful.
I experienced that up here in the mountains, where that in 2018, the first object cluster group close past that I watched, because the lightning was coming out of one spot. And it was just nonstop, insane lightning going on everywhere. And then we had this high wind thing that tore up my roof and all this. And I did hear at that time a nonstop echoing, like being in a surround sound auditorium, and it just didn't quit. And that's, and when you can hear a thunderclap echoing off mountains to the north of you, and then the sound wave comes back at you, and then you hear that same echo coming back at you from the south, it's big. And that's what really made me actually stop and look and see where the lightning was coming from, because it came up from the south, so my view was not so great exactly where I live, because of trees and stuff and mountains. But I watched it, and I watched all that lightning come out of that one centralized area, and I went, oh my God. And I immediately just sat there and went, yeah, that's got to be asteroids discharging, because it was like that. I always refer to the Red Sonja movie. And it was like literally the talisman and this unbelievable storm. And we've, of course, got a copy of that in Montana, Supercell Storm 2021, if you can go to YouTube and look that up. Rebecca had a copy of it.
Yeah, I was looking for that You said 2021.
Yeah, I believe
That
it was
could be
2021.
why I couldn't
And if you
find that.
can't
I'm
find
gonna
it
look.
there, hit 2020. It could be a 2020, or it could be
Okay,
2022. I do
somewhere there.
get
Yeah.
mixed up on my dates and ages and number counts, but yeah, it's most unbelievable storms we've ever seen, and of course, that major typhoon that went through Taiwan, and this summer and everything, and highest recorded winds ever at sea level. So
Yeah,
yeah,
in fact, some of the winds have been so powerful. I've stood outside and I've had to like lean forward like this because I've been trying to take video footage and hold the camera really tight.
Yeah, that sucks.
Good,
Southeasters.
yeah, good southeasters, but on steroids, I would say.
Yeah. There's
And
100
actually,
watt factor behind them.
oh, amazing. And some of
Oh,
the
wow.
beautiful, some of the lightning storms, I've actually noticed they seem to be encapsulated in a very unusual cloud. And I watched one on over one mountain about 6 months ago. And it was during the evening, so I could see as the cloud lit up inside with these lightning bolts inside the cloud. They were absolutely self-contained. And every time the lightning bolt struck inside, there was these really geometric shapes inside the cloud. And I couldn't explain it. And unfortunately, it was quite far away, so my camera didn't take a good picture.
were you looking at a rectangle, or were you looking at a box?
A box. There were the cloud was a cloud, and there was a box. But yes, so I was
Well,
thinking.
we know that the long box cube and the Texas cube do ride in storms and get electrical discharges off them. We've got dozens of nighttime captures of the cubes. Both of them.
Okay.
We've got a few of them with both of the cubes at the same time in the same shot. And so we know that's going on up there. And I've got to say this for the 1000th time. I can't believe that the Texas cube and the long box cube and the Empire orb and all this has not gone viral yet. Come on, people. I mean, Christ, ET is parked right outside Earth, and they've been there for so long, and it's like, you got to be kidding me. Nobody sees it.
I know, no, it's crazy. And I love, well, all of us, we like sky watching. And I'm fascinated because I like to watch sometimes when the craft come together and it's almost like they pass cargo or another small craft.
Oh, yeah.
It's,
Yeah,
wow.
and the Star Destroyers are parking, and there's next to the long box. There's 3 of them. One's pointing down, one's heading away, one's doing this, and there's a bunch of little stuff here, and there's the side orb, and and we see this, and we had a really good sighting, I think, about 2 weeks ago of the docking stations for the fighter craft again. And it was really tiny, but it was in the middle of a regular picture, and there it was, just up to the upper right. And it was just like perfect, and you couldn't even argue with it. And I blew it up, and lo and behold, it of course matches that drawing of that I made of the starfighter docking station. And
it's so exciting. I love, out of everything, I love the fact that we've got planets that are inhabited right near to us, and that we've got spacecraft, because I think
lots of people.
It's so exciting. It really is.
I often wonder what kind of vibe they're getting from us. I mean, are they, and I've said in the past too that I'm sure that they're here for the 2010 Ascension. I'm thinking they're probably here for the upgrades that are going on as well. So, the movement into the 6th age and all of that, Mayan calendar, etc.
Yeah, well, very interesting. But is it, I don't know this for a fact, but South Africa and Southern Africa, for example, is very rich in minerals. And because we've been a mining planet for our visiting family, let's say, and the export off planet of all the minerals has obviously been happening without most people knowing about it. And so do you think, Sam, as the veil drops and all of this becomes more known, that this kind of trade, this interplanetary trade, is going to happen on a much more open basis, where people become like Dune, the spice planet?
Right. Right. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. No, and Rebecca's smiling. Did you go watch Dune yet?
I have it. It's on my
Oh,
list.
Come on,
okay.
It's
Rebecca.
on my
You have got to see Dune. You
Dune.
have got to see
Dune.
Dune.
Yeah. The Kwisatz Haderach.
by
and
the
all
next
of that,
show.
yeah.
By the next show, I'm going to watch Dune.
Yeah.
Yes.
There have been. I see a pattern in how they're talking about space and asteroids, and they're talking and they're reminding people the mining capabilities of asteroids and the mineral rich, unbelievable hundreds of quadrillions of dollars worth of material that some of these rocks just flying around out there have, that we could mine for the rest of our history. They're so big. And I have a funny feeling, and it just crossed my mind a few shows back, where it's like, maybe this cycle things are going to be a little bit different, because I was mentioned that we were supposed to share, and so maybe we're not going to be so devastated, hopefully not devastatingly kicked back to the Stone Age. Maybe we're going to stay a semi-future age, where maybe we can actually get out there and mine some of those asteroids and improve the quality of life, and bring in materials like vast amounts of metals that we can't easily make or acquire, or mineral rich diatomaceous soils, and gold and silver and gems, and because it's all out there. I chuckled. Go ahead.
I have a question. Yesterday, say it was about 13:42 or so, I was taking pictures when I came back from the shops, and you get that angle around noon, or when we would have had like up like noon, but you don't have that anymore.
Noon, yeah.
Everything's down to the side.
Yeah.
And while I was looking at it, I was zooming in, because I've got this new Samsung camera thing that I haven't really had an advantage of using until I've moved here. And it's phenomenal. It's completely open in front of me. And I got to take a zoom in picture. I've sent them. I don't know if I sent them to Rebecca. And I think I sent some the other night, and it looked green, like green. There's definitely a green orb. There is something, and you can see that the color was like a green color that I've never seen the shade of that green before. And it was to the right of the sun, but up. And you know how you were telling us the other day, the lens flares have been different colors, because all our little buddies up there are different colors at different times.
Cause an occasional, you could almost call it a doubling, or an appearance to where they're in those lens flare lines.
Because it used to be those roseola things that you got, the red stuff.
Yeah.
With the little pimple, the yellow pimple thing on. I called it the pimple.
Right. Well, you probably saw the green asteroid, and we know that it's on the right-hand side. And it is bright green, and it's very, very bright green. And
can you imagine mining that thing? I mean, green, what would the chemicals be on? What would the potential be on that one? What would it have?
I wondered, the green asteroid defies all logic, because it's got these little glowing orbs on its face and outside of its exterior, like these little.
Yeah, it glitters. It's got like
Motorola sign symbol with this atomic structure wielding around it. I mean, and I don't even know what the hell it is, but we've cited it for so long. I have a question for Michelle. What do the man on the street, do you talk to people about this, or is it accepted, or is it uncomfortable, or do they look at you like you're crazy? What?
Well, a bit of all of that. There's a lot of people who, if I try to talk to them about it, they will immediately shut down, and it's almost as if their brain does an entire 90-degree turn away from the topic. So it shuts them down for some reason. But so there's definitely a growing but still small group of people who are very aware of this. But what is truly amazing is our African tribal nations, they are incredibly connected to their ancestors,
Yeah.
and they are deeply connected to nature, and have I get goosebumps talking about it, because they are very spiritually connected, and more so than I ever even thought. So in fact, not too long ago, somebody was mentioning to me, had I seen something in the sky? And I said yes, and we described what it was, and he said he knows because they are there. So so I think amongst our bigger population, we've got a lot of people who are very connected and are very comfortable talking about deeply spiritual, unusual topics. And but then there are some who unfortunately just are not willing to open their mind to even consider that something might be unusual.
Yeah,
but I love talking about this.
you gave me a really big smile there. You know, this isn't a lost cause here. Because the reason I asked is because you know, I've even noticed that Mark in Ireland has talked about how he doesn't really even in public dare look up, because then people will question him. And they had the Irish society is still, you know, especially in the Catholic community. I'm not just promoting them or promoting them or whatever either. I'm not judging them in any manner, but especially among the morally superstitious Catholic community. And they're very social, and they're very hard on rules. And I see there's probably a bunch of that in Scotland as well, correct, Gillian?
Yeah.
And there's this. We unfortunately here in the U.S. we've lost a lot of our 1950s traditional behavior pattern, which I've been shocked over, and not totally shocked over, but enough shocked to say shocked. People here are not what they used to be socially. And so here, if it's crazy, it's okay, which has always just blown me away. So that, you know, I'm sure that my neighbors probably think I'm a nut job, but they're not going to tell me to my face. And then there's people who already do. Boy, look at that picture. Anyway.
Beautiful.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, you know, look at the pattern. You know, over to the left, we have the object cluster group coming in from the lower left, orbiting underneath Attu and Attu's moon. And this lightning is going around underneath Attu, and that's what the purple's all about. And then Nepesity is behind that, and then the discharging onto the planet. And I wonder how long those lightning bolts are, how big they are, how much far, you know, they look like they're short, but I'm sure that they're, you know, traveling 3, 4, 5,000 miles in this view. And that's to this day on close passes, you're looking at the planet, you're looking at the horizon of Earth, and it looks like they're going to crash into each other. And yet we know that they're thousands of miles away.
Right.
Well, Sam, I actually saw some lightning. I sort of live in a bowl of mountains, ridges around me. And a number of months ago, there was extensive lightning. And I sort of did a 360-degree during the day to watch what was happening. And the lightning bolts were actually striking almost on top of the mountains and all the way around. It was really unusual. I'd never seen anything like that before. And I managed to take some video footage. And when I slowed it down, I could actually see it looked really short. I'm so glad you used that word to describe it. But they looked really short, and they weren't going high up into the sky at all. There seemed to be almost like a glitch in a TV screen that would run horizontally, and the lightning bolt would be at the top of it and then onto the land. So it was really weird, and quite a bit of intercloud lightning. But
Yeah,
it
where
was
it reaches
almost,
and it rounds.
yeah. But
And,
it
and
was
they used to call that, what did they call that? Static lightning or something like that. But, you know,
sheet lightning.
Sheet lightning.
Yeah.
We've had lightning storms now that I've never seen in my entire life. And I've always been the guy that, you know, if there's a lightning storm, I'm outside watching it, even though you're not supposed to. Then, of course, I spend less time in the rain now that I got dosed from Fukushima. And when you were talking about standing out in the rain, I kind of cringed, but I didn't say anything. But yeah, I don't recommend standing in the rain if you're anywhere in Canada or North America at all, because of the direct, radiation. Now it is breaking down what they're pumping into the ocean, but oh my God,
Sure.
don't eat fish out of the Pacific. They tell you now, as of God, like 5 years ago, and that was NOAA, National Oceanic Aeronautical Administration. And they warned a long time ago not to eat any fish coming out of the Pacific Ocean, period. And and that was due to radiation concerns, which is amazing that there are so many things that we forget all around us that are all embedded and attached to our society and our way of living, and too big to fail and all of that. But oh my God, it takes next to nothing for us to fail.
Yeah,
And
well, yeah, it does. And this is how we've all got to be better than we've ever been before, because we've got to really caretake this planet. She's so beautiful, and we've polluted her and done
oh
terrible
God,
things.
yeah,
And
plastic. And get
yeah,
me
it's
started on plastic.
yeah, no, it's terrible. So we've got to be better to each other and better to the planet. We really have to. So I look at everything we're going through. It's like all the ugliness is being exposed, but it's showing us what we don't want, and actually what we do really want and what we do really need. We need to be connected. We need to stand in the rain. That's what we need to do. And,
I've also noticed that a lot of the times, in a very large amount of the information that I have read about the 2010 Ascension from credible sources, there's a lot of not credible stuff out there. But the ones that I have found credible was that they were all referred to the clearing of the shelf, and our emotional status, where we have to develop and grow and get past certain things. And there's a great deal of discomfort to that, as well as the comfort of learning new skills and upping your farseeing and your precog and your Om chant, your chakra towers and all of that. And I have noticed you usually got to pay the piper before you get the gift in a lot of cases. And for those people out there that are suffering and struggling through something, and they're wondering what the hell is going on with them and why their brain is suddenly handing them information that they're not necessarily able to deal with at this time, just know that a change is coming and a change is happening for all of us. And a lot of times I have to tell people it's not you, it's exterior. You have to take this into account, because all of us have been affected by these passing planets. And when Atu's moon was directly over our head, we were watching all kinds of violence and anger and short and tempered and disease and the COVID and all of that. And so that almost like there's a great evil presence of the witch, or there's a movie called the Witch or The Last Witch or something. Anyway, I hate to throw movies out all the time, but they're great reference points. It's sort of like there was a curse upon the land, and yet we have to get through this curse and remain in, like you were saying earlier, in the state of love and good thoughts, and only let good come out of our mouth instead of the negatives and that sort of thing, because this is all transitional. We have to clear the shelf of some of our old bad behaviors, including how we treat the earth and how we treat our fellow man and all of that. And I truly, truly believe that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Sam. I'm fully in support of what you've said there, and it's a time of absolute change that we're in. And I'm sure Gillian, Rebecca, Sam, I think you knew about this a long time ago, but I'm in absolute awe. And I'm really humbled by the fact that we find ourselves in a time like this, where there is such incredible change that is happening. I never would have thought it would have ever happened in my lifetime, and it reawakened so many things. I suddenly got to remember my first childhood recollection, which was sitting in Johannesburg when I was 6 years old, crying my eyes out, watching a spacecraft flying across the small mountain range there. And I remembered my thoughts were, why have they left me here, and when are they going to come back to fetch me? And it brought back memories of my dreams as a child, as well, of a beautiful planet that had pastel skies and the greenest valleys and hills. And I saw big, like, buffet tables of organic food that was so colorful, and I knew it was nutritious, and there was happy families In my dream memories, they were always like a man and a woman with 2 children dressed in white. But there was skipping and laughter and joy and happiness. And, this 2020 was like a big slap through the face, because it made me remember so many things that were suppressed memories. But I think for whatever reason, we're
That's
all
what
here.
happened to me in 2010. It was all of a sudden like there was a door that opened. And all of a sudden there was other memories. Now I had most of my abduction memories and government memories that were messed with when I was with the government, and they have that ability. Because I remember the conversation where where I'm sitting here pleading with them that I'm not going to work for them, and I'm not going to live on Langley Air Force Base for the rest of my life, and I don't care what car and what house you're giving me. And I mean, we didn't even talk about payroll. I wish they had. I wish I would. Maybe I would have stayed if they would have told me I was going to be fabulously wealthy. But I was, from then on, I was going to, everywhere I went in public, I was going to have an NSA officer with me at all times, and that was stated in the problem. And that's part of why I had them bring me back to Montana in handcuffs, and because they couldn't threaten me, because you cannot blackmail an Indigo. I'm terribly sorry, it just does not work. You're not going to win. And I prompt everybody to learn about what a real, true Indigo is, because it's important. I can't stress that enough, even though people discount it an awful lot. And there are a whole bunch of really important people on the planet right now. And I'm not going to sit there and say I'm the only one, because I'm not, but I'm one of many. And I believe that everyone who is connected to this and who we spend time with is here for a reason. Because this is a really big step to walk across. And if you can get it across easier, a smaller step for you than a lot of other people, then I think you're ahead on the curve. And of course, that's all I've seen from your material the entire time, Michelle, was that you're ahead of the curve.
No, I found it very easy to let go of negative emotions, and I find it even difficult to get angry. I can't seem to find that emotion anymore.
I've noticed that too. I have it. It's just like, where did that go? And I question that about when I'm even dealing with my children, like what used to bother me in 2008, I just go, oh, okay. And it's all changed. It really has. It's gotten better. It's like,
You've changed. You've actually changed a lot.
Well, yeah, we all did, because when you're trying to do this and talk to people and share with people, even though you're being frustrated to no end, and this is where I talk about clearing of the shelf. I had to go through a whole hell of a lot to get here, just to be as tolerant and patient and do this for 13, going on 14 years now. And it takes a huge part of my time in my life, and I wouldn't replace it for the world. I can't even think of anything I'd rather do than talk to you folks. And I can't quit once I start talking to you guys, and I get like, no, I don't want this, which is why we do 8-hour podcasts.
Not tonight. I'll be unconscious doing the laundry.
Well, the other night I was talking until I couldn't talk anymore.
Yeah, well, I always say I love my camera, because I have a couple of different cameras. I've got a nice professional one with a variety of long lenses, and then I've got, yeah, I know, and thank you, Sam. And then
let me hold it for 5 minutes. I'm only kidding.
I'll have to.
I don't even dare,
And an iPad that I like to use, but I can promise you, I love driving. In fact, I love driving so much that if I would happily pack up my cameras, make sure I've got a really nice oatmeal cappuccino with me, put on some really good 528 hertz or 432 hertz music, and my cameras, and I would drive. But I would want to make sure I had a free energy engine in the car, because the Bucky takes too much fuel. But I would just drive. I'd drive the whole length of Africa, taking photos of the sky and listening to music. And that's my happy space. It really is.
I spent the last 2 weeks studying the history of the Sahara Desert, and they're finally starting to get their poop in a group and actually do some real science. And because God, for decades they were wondering why they were finding crocodile skeletons and shark teeth all over the middle of the Sahara Desert, and they just finally got realization that tectonic plates and ocean sea levels and the whole northern part of, well, the whole Sahara Desert region used to be green numerous many back and forth times, and there were major riverways and major lakes that were even bigger than the Great Lakes of the United States. So in the middle of that, and this is of course how the early dynasties of Egypt managed to feed those mass populaces and Libya and that whole region and the whole area out there, because they were the breadbasket, because they were growing crops and they were well watered, and that has also to do with earth tip. And that shows you, and the timelines go back. You go back even one cycle, 3,654 years ago, and you can see this climate change occurrence. And then you go back another 3,654 years, and then there's another major climate change. And during that second climate change back was when the quote unquote Great Flood occurred and all of this. And then we're reaching back into the endings of the Ice Age and the changes. And I've also been looking just into a lot of cities for the giants and stuff, lost cities. I was studying into the Great Empty in the lower regions of Yemen, which also used to be green and fruitful and grow crops, and which is where you go a few hundred or a few leagues over to the east even farther, and that's where Sumeria was, and the early Mur and all these other cities, and which were of course inundated by ocean level rise at the end of the melting off of the first parts of the melting off of the Ice Age. And so all of those countries lost and had to climate change move, and some of the major archaeology that we've been drastically seeking all of our lives is actually underwater. So
I was busy studying Göbekli Tepe last night.
Yeah, and that was the area, and they're just finally attributing skills for architecture and stuff like this that they never thought at that time any man was capable of. And yet they don't take into account that the early Arabs handed knowledge of chemistry dating back 2 cycles and 8,000 years or 6 or 7,000 years, and that just blows all the way of Western science out of the water, and yet that they blame them for being inaccurate when it's actually us who is inaccurate.
Sure.
Yeah, it was really fascinating. I mean, Göbekli Tepe was linked to a whole bunch of other cities in there as well. And once they started doing
they were harvesting cereals. They believe now, science is stemming toward the belief of the Garden of Eden being somewhere in southeastern Turkey, and that the breadbasket. And if you go farther to the north, you end up with Croatia and Chechnya, and when that whole area is the breadbasket for the world, and which is why Russia wants the Ukraine. That and their coal mines and other resources, nuclear power plants and everything, and power transmissions and natural gas and all of that. And so it is all about one country wanting resources for as cheap as possible, and that's what the Chinese have gone through with all of their great loan problems going on in Africa. That's kind of a crime that's been going on. They loaned all of this money to people, and knowing they couldn't pay them back from their GDP possible response, and so then they had a clause in these loans where they would take over major resources, and that's what the Chinese are doing.
Oh, look at those storms! Look at that rain.
Yeah, that was the one.
Flooding.
Was
that Dubai or what?
That was Russia. That part.
That was the one in Russia. And
wow.
Sevastopol and all of that, and the shore there of the Black Sea got really inundated, and that's the same storm that hit Dubai, Saudi Arabia, China, that whole storm from the 2000 from 2000 Earth to brain, November 18th through November 28th. that 10-day cycle that went across, literally, we talked about it, from Ireland all the way to Japan and Kamchatka and south, and everybody got just bombed with bad weather. And I mean, look at the money loss that we're watching here right in front of us. And this is
Wow.
economically, if this happens week after month after month after month around the world to all kinds of people, we're going to be in an economic no recovery zone. We're going to be so dynamically behind trying to repair what's being destroyed every day, every week, every month, that we might have to start. I can't believe they're not warning people publicly. I really cannot believe that
I
they're not
feel,
talking about the global climate
Oh,
change.
look at that poor soul in that car.
yeah.
Oh my God.
I've noticed like little things, like here in Tulsa, the roads are pretty horrible. And I just feel like in general, they're not repairing
Oh yeah,
things,
infrastructure.
because
Yeah,
they know that things are going to go south.
right,
So
right.
why
And just put the
bother?
money someplace else. 42% of all the bridges in the United States of America were built in 1970 or earlier. 42% of all bridges.
That's,
Sure.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
and
like
some of
they
them are
know.
over 100 years old.
Mm.
And it's horrible. And look at our schools. And I mean, just go look up Dubai and look at their streets and their downtowns and their big cities. Look at some of these Saudi Arabia. Look at these oil producing countries, and where all the money has gone to these people, and they don't pay taxes. They get free this, they get free that, they get free everything. And they're living like kings while we're sitting here suffering and having to buy their gasoline. On one hand, I believe in the electric power, but currently it's so costly to make, and most of the electricity they're actually uploading onto those electric cars does come from some sort of petroleum and natural gas burn off in order to make the power station work.
Yes.
So it's not a perfect thing yet, and there's no way that a battery operated vehicle is going to be maintainable and sustainable in Montana. Not possible. You cannot unless you have a garage. If you have a heated garage, then you're fine. But if you park your car out in the street in Montana weather, if you don't have a gas engine, you're not going anywhere, because that battery will freeze rock hard and then you won't have any power to even start. So,
Sam, can I
yes.
ask you, talking about cars and vehicles that are obviously electric or battery fuel, with regards these subatomic particles, tachyons and things like that are around us all the time, that was what Nikola Tesla was playing with, wasn't he? With regards,
I believe there is a broadcast power station scenario that is a technological known for, generations of cycles. And I believe that the pyramids were that, and they broadcast because of phi and pi. It's a harmonic, I can't remember exactly what you would call it. It's a harmonic equation, and I have it written down somewhere. And I've looked at it and looked at it, and I never spent any major time on it, but it looks quite interesting. And it has to do with using the forces of what we have and the stack up and the weight and the pressure and the equation of phi and pi that generate this harmonic extra. And this, of course, Tesla built his power stations where he could actually pull the electricity out of Earth, because it's not constant. It runs in cyclic hums. And this is why he so strongly warned Edison not to go AC/DC power, because he of course knew about the cancer causing and leukemia causing agents to that, because it's destructive on a subatomic chemistry level. It's destructive to the human body, and yet we live in boxes full of AC/DC electricity, which is hugely toxic. And that's why if you go to like solar panels only in your house, and you only have certain plug-in areas, which of course are lessened in modern construction, in expensive construction, well, then of course they've got themselves in a little electric box again. And we talked about Faraday cages and all of that. But if you can live in an area that's electricity free, that is generated from the solar panels in a 12-volt scenario, that 12-volt scenario is less toxic to you than than 220 or you know, or in some cases, some people run 550 in certain electrical boxes in the house for large massy, you know, if you're running major dryers or industrial or commercial business, etc. So yeah, I believe that there's a whole technology, and they're broaching on it now. But of
Well,
course,
they've got to, yes, because the spacecraft above us are obviously functioning and
yeah,
operating
they
on.
run off electricity from the skies, and we've seen
Yep.
numerous examples of that where they're getting zapped, and they actually funnel that energy off the side orb into the Texas cube and the long box. We've seen evidence of it, and we've watched it with spacecraft where they get. And I was told that by the Pleiadian as well. They get their major exiting power, you know, they can maintain with solar panels and batteries and stuff generally, but if they want to leave the area, they have to get a big major zap off a lightning bolt so they can power up their turbines or whatever it is that they step through space with.
So they use something that's here to do that then.
Well, it's everywhere. I mean, it's basic physics of when you have two large bodies that are within a proximity to each other, they have different electrical bases. They have a different electrical magnetosphere, a different charge base, and that charge base will jump from one thing to the other to balance the equation between each other. That's part of the repulsion attraction process. It's a dual corrective connective thing. We're connected to everything, and yet we're opposing, and yet because we're opposing, we have to push each other away. It's just like, you know, the Scotty dog magnet things that some of us kids years ago used to have.
Oh, jiggle doggy.
Right, and you put the poles come to one side to the other, then they either repel and the dog rolls over, or they actually attract, and then the dog jumps to the other dog. And that was the game that, you know, a little childhood game. And we used to call it the Scotty dog magnets. And I had some of those when I was a child back in the 60s. So a long time ago.
I remember something that we had as well. I can't remember what it was. It had things on it that moved. It was in my dad's car, but we had a little Mini when I was a tiny girl, and it was really cool because it had little wooden sills like on the windows, and out of it grew like a little plant, like a little wheat plant, tiny purple flowers. And I just remember that vividly. Suddenly popped into my head again. But yeah, Michelle, talking about you know, your dreams and that, were the people that you saw, were they bigger?
No, not the ones that I saw. They didn't appear to be bigger. They just appeared to be normal, but really healthy. So what I took away in the dream was there was no disease, there was no unhappiness. That's the sort of feeling that came through from it, that they were totally well and whole. And I really do believe that when we are in our new earth, let's call it that, once we've done a transition, whatever that transition looks like, I really do think that we're going to be self-healing, and the nutrition that comes from the food, that will be all organically and naturally grown, because we will not allow pesticides or GMOs or anything that harms the planet or people.
Well, you see, everything's poison just now, and that's obviously for the other things that they use us for. And
well, most of that has occurred through greed and lack of concern for your fellow man, and trying to reap as much as you possibly can while you can, and the hell with everybody else. And that boils down to the good old boy syndrome that I had hoped many years ago was over by now. I had hoped that those pardon the expression,
these lovely puppets that rule us.
Yeah, the rednecks of you know, our society, who have all the power. And I mean, people who seek power are not the people that we should really trust. It's the people who don't want power that should be in power. And I believe in a completely different system of electing a president. Popularity from being political, and, you know, being into political science on one hand, and yet being societally valuable an academic and or knowledgeable or wise with a track record. You have to have a previous track record, and then you'd be assumed in a larger pool where then people would have the opportunity. I think there should be more criteria, a higher level of vetting. I'm an example, is pardon the expression, but we did not need Donald Trump on our world scene. What he did to the world and changed things and bent the rules and took this away and added that and did this and added $8 trillion to our debt. That was completely unfunctioning, and it affected the entire world and the million plus people we lost in that in the virus that just went through, that I dare not name so we don't get flagged. I think that some of the rulers around the world have been in office too long, and we need to really seriously think things a little bit differently and actually put people first, because they're putting money first, and it still shows. And
but this is going to be really hard for them, because these people have ruled for a very long time, and they're groomed for that. Their family lines are groomed for that. Now other people will have to be given the chance or the roles, and somehow these people have to be somewhere in the background learning already, because I really want that to change as well. I mean, this can't go on. This is so
I don't think we're respecting the right people anymore. I think we've lost. Well, we know for a fact that everybody thinks success is how much money you have, and the person with less money is sometimes more successful, if you really look at it, in life and love and family and enjoyment and fulfillment, than the rich people. Because I've had money a few times, and the more money you have, the more time you spend trying to protect it, and your focus is off.
Absolutely. And also this time, I think what you were saying, Gillian, as well, that things have to change. I really do believe that things are changing, because around the world there's this massive move towards common law. And it basically is people stepping forward and being responsible and honorable and full of integrity.
Saying no a bit more loudly. And also, I mean, Mark was talking about all the problems going on in Ireland and how concerning it is for their communities, what's going on. I mean, this kind of thing is going on in the background of every single country. The mass migrations and the things going on that, people are forced into our areas or manipulated into our areas, if you like. And people are not happy. You can hear it and you can see it and you can feel it around you, because you hear it. We're living with it every day. I mean, I hear it. I'm sure other people do as well.
Yeah, we have to actually get down and stop the ease in which we insult each other all of a sudden. And that has become...
People have been messed up lately. It's really been very noticeable. All of us.
I have to chalk that up to Atu's moon. And now we're, of course, facing Saturn's yellow moon. And we know, lunacy, lunar, moon, does affect us. It affects our tides. It affects the water in our brains as well, and our electrical everything. And we know that the electricity in the planet is changed, because we know that our core is changing, and we know that the volcanic activity and all of this is all way up heightened than it used to be. And we know that how many major volcanoes are going off right now, which also adds to the climate issue. So it's all connected, and we have to really, really intentionally try. And of course, that's clearing the shelf again, that we have to actually go in and say, okay, I'm mad at the world for this reason. And then we have to go, wait a minute, excuse me. We don't have the right to be right now. We have our duty is to move forward in a positive nature and not be negative to those around us. And if we get a little bit more in the right direction, maybe we'll, start that snowball down the mountain. So,
Yeah, we will. It starts with us. That's the thing. We've got to not make those judgments. And you can actually catch yourself quite quickly if you in a situation where you meet somebody. If you feel you're going to go into prejudice or whatever it might be, it's very quick and easy to catch yourself and change that frequency into love and compassion. So it starts with ourselves. And I really think I'm seeing it here in South Africa. Never before have I felt such love from the people we are all engaging with and networking with. There's no malice, there's no retribution. There's three words that keep being repeated all the time, which is love, unity, and forgiveness. And
Did
when
you guys change your drought status finally?
well, we've had a lot of rain,
Okay,
and
well
then
then yes.
right
Well,
now,
right about the time that Gillian was leaving South Africa, you guys were in a major drought, and people
yes,
were really worried about actually running completely out of water. And so I'm glad that that's changed.
I know. Well,
Sorry, I
when
didn't mean
you
to interrupt. It
it's
just was a
fine.
question.
But when you learn about primary water and the fact that this planet has got so much water for everybody, but it's underground, you know, things are going to change. This planet has got abundance for everybody. It's been kept from us in many ways. So
And we also have desalinization processes that people don't take into account. I mean, anybody that lives on a sailboat knows about that. You know,
yes,
they pump seawater, they run it through a machine, and then they filter it again and take all the salt out, and then they learn what to wash their dishes in their sailboat and what not to. And it also boils down to actually making use of available water and not overusing water. And it boils down to how we live, how we build our houses, how we build our neighborhoods, how we build our cities, how we build our countries, and we all have to get a little global. And I'm hoping, I hate to say it, I'm hoping we have a big enough event that people have to pay attention. Sorry, but I think that's coming right now. I think it's, but then the question is, are they going to worry about what the Kardashians are going to wear next week instead of the fact that, their town.
Yeah, what are the Kardashians going to wear to the apocalypse,
Yeah, good point. What are the Kardashians going to wear to the apocalypse? Oh my God, we need to know that.
no, that's so wrong. We actually need to know. I love what you've just said about how we build and how we live, Sam, because we're just busy amongst a volunteer group I'm with. We're busy talking about creating blueprints in a way for conscious communities and for eco off-grid communities, where we talking about integrating sacred geometry, chromotherapy, a Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio into spirals and this sort of landscape design. What do you build?
I'm a firm believer in hobbit houses in the circular round house that's partially buried into the hill, because then you're sequestering some of the earth temperature, which keeps your house way, way warmer. And if you got sod roof, then you're not creating the refractive cement jungle that affects in cities. I think we should go totally green.
Like a croft.
Yeah, I think we should grow all kinds of foods for ourselves. I think it should almost be important that people do that instead of growing grass in their front yard. Why don't they grow, some corn and strawberries,
vegetables,
and peas, and peppers and green beans and carrots and all of that, instead of spending all of that monthly water bill on growing something that's green. Now, of course, China has been spray painting their drought-ridden areas with green paint, believe it or not, and toxic green paint, I might add, because it's lead-based. Yeah. And those poor folks, and in China, they don't allow you to report the disasters. You're not allowed to even film during house fires, and they have police that run around and tell people not to
I'll be
film.
right back.
Okay. And so, the dictators and the bad governors and the bad presidents all around the world, we've got to really seriously wake up now and stop, electing populist candidates, but and we have to go back to the intellectuals who have meaning and drive and aren't worried about their next fundraiser for their next election 5, 4, 3, 2 years from now, and then that's all they focus on, and that's plain as day in the American government system right now. They don't even do anything anymore, and they haven't for decades. And it's like, people, come on. And then when we do get some stuff done, the other side wants to yank it back because somehow it's coming out of their pocket. And that's such a negative, greedy, unproductive point of view. And we have to change that. We have to go, what can we do for each other? Not how much is this going to personally enrich me?
No, it's people first, people and planet first. That's the only way forward, and not profit. That comes
I couldn't
last.
even imagine living in a scenario of embezzlement. I don't think for 5 minutes I would be comfortable. It's like, and for those of you who are into the political scene, George Santos is an example. I couldn't walk on the scene having lied all the way across the board on my resume and stealing puppies from the Amish and all, and then getting credit card donors credit card numbers and recharging it to them even though they didn't approve the purchase. And it's like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. And I can't even fathom living like that. Not at all, not for a second.
No, and that's why for me, I felt the last 3 or 4 years has really showed a division in a way of two different kinds of people. Those who are still going down the route of I need, I want, I must have, and those others who are in service to others, who would like to help and really make things better. And I'm trusting that in time, those that are in the path where they are still chasing the shiny objects, that they will move towards heart space and towards being of service, because there's actually nothing more rewarding and more beautiful. It makes you feel so alive inside when you can actually help somebody, even if it's just with a smile. It's almost like the whole universe sings at that time. There's something really beautiful that happens when you reach out to each other. So I say we've got to be patient and actually give love to these politicians and all the people. I call them the evil controllers. We must give them love because many of them don't actually realize what they're doing. They've been conditioned, and it's been so many years and decades of it being like that. So we just need to be patient and trust that they will come across the line and stay focused and true to what we're trying to build and create, because I really feel like, and this was also in something that you shared, I think about a year and a half ago, Sam, where you mentioned in a post that you made is, are we worthy of this time that is coming? And that's what's so important. Are we worthy to participate in an intergalactic and interplanetary society? Are we self-governed enough to not cause harm? Because if we've been dumbed down and poisoned so much, it must mean that we have some really spectacular superpowers. And if we can't
do, and that's part of why the Pleiadians believe that we should be allowed to elevate up into the longer lifespans and be part of the Federation. This good old boy greed thing I expected it to be gone by now. And then I'm wondering on top of it, as you talk, the immediate generation after me was the instant gratification era, folks. And I'm wondering and hoping and praying, because I've not been exposed to these newer generations, because I don't mix amongst a lot of people. I'm really, really a hermit these days. For many reasons. And I don't know the younger people under 30 or even under 40 well enough to, I hope that they're going to be smarter in a new way that I didn't see. And I hope it's happening. And if people are out there listening, sorry, I got totally distracted by myself. If there are people out there of those lower age groups, who are thinking that, you know, the thing I got to do is make more money and get that Ferrari or that $10,000 purse, or, you know, $300 sunglasses, or that, you know, that Rolex or whatever. That's not the direction you should be heading, because that you'll find that those purchases are empty, and it's not showing what you are on the outside is not what's the good part. The good part is showing what you are from the inside.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, I think cell phones and social media have trapped a lot of young people. And, you know, the excitement I get looking up at the sky and actually seeing a planet passing, or this beautiful blue, it makes me feel so blissful for the moment that it travels across. And the curiosity that we all have, all of us here, when you wonder, what is it like on the other planets, and what can life be like when you are totally free and sovereign, and you're able to come and go and travel to another planet and come back, and life can be so full. But so many people, when they're consumed by cell phones and by social media, their lives are monitored and it's fed to them, and there's not that opportunity of actually becoming curious and connecting to something that's, you know, outside of you. So that, unfortunately, that's a big downside for a lot of young people, is they haven't had the opportunity of, you know, letting go of that trap.
I was
Sadly.
really surprised when my very young daughters were, and they were playing occasionally when they were younger online with people their own age, which I did regulate, and I was kind of strict about it. And they were all of a sudden, and they, yeah, that's just like the zombie apocalypse, Dad. And I went, wow, you know about that? And they went, God, everybody knows about that, Dad. And, you know, these are 9 and 10-year-old kids. And so I wonder, you know, how depressed or depressing has their education and upbringing been, and do they believe they have a future? And that's a question I do have. What do
I've
they
noticed
think?
a trend in society. I've noticed a trend here because, you know, you hear things and you see things on media. You hear from the people around you being, you know, working in a care facility, and the people that I'm exposed to, they talk a lot about the depression of the youth, and I think it's got a lot to do with the games that they play. These
Yeah, but I see there's almost an automatic presumption of we don't have a future.
Yeah,
And
there are a lot of young people that feel like that, and it seems to be the young males of society. They don't seem to
well,
know what direction to go in.
well, it used to be that you could actually get a job that actually paid you enough money to live off of, and now you have to have 2 and 3 jobs and 4 roommates. And the health insurance thing is great that it finally we got to a level of better. But it used to be that a man could go to work and make enough money that he could actually take a vacation and buy a house and buy a car. You can't afford a car right now. You can't. The people can't even afford a house, and unless you're, you know, stomping on somebody, on the, you know, little people below you to climb the ladder where you have millions of dollars. And it's just, it's so shocking to me, and it's so embedded in our society. I mean, you watch television commercials and they're talking about the Swiffer sweeper, or the sink Comet cleaner for their sink, you know, the scrubbing powder or whatever. And these guys are in a $3 to $5 to $10 million house scrubbing that sink. They're not, you know, scrubbing the sink of average Joe American who lives in a rental apartment that's got cockroaches running all over the moment you turn your light off, you know. And I think we're living in a fantasy world so far across the board that I think it's seriously affected us.
It has. I must say, Rebecca, that video that you've just watched, I've been watching. I'm fascinated.
Right.
It looks like there's craft coming out of there as well. Quite a lot of craft exiting and entering. And
Wow. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
and it also took on a very hexagonal or pentagonal shape.
Yeah, and we know there's lots of them up there. I mean, we got a couple of captures where there's hundreds of Star Destroyers. And I mean, what a better way, show of force to say, you guys either give us what we're wanting, here's our list of demands, or, we're going to land these suckers, and they don't even have to invade. They own Earth already. And that's a huge thing. Man thinks that we own Earth. No, we're just guest workers here, and I hate sometimes going into that segment of the off-world information where I'm going factory planet Earth and man has done this and that. And I hate to tell people that, but actually I think a strong basis of realigning your thought processes comes from that information, knowing that we're short-lived clones that were placed here to mine the commodities for the secondary solar system, of the binary system, and people have to take that. And we go back to where we have to pay for things. We earn our ascension. We earn how to get out of this system by being wise enough and to break ourselves free of the system that's handed to us. And I'm not saying break free in a violent way. I'm saying break free in an intellectual way where you come to grow and become stable, where that society could actually accept another race coming to live here with us, and how we get along better with our own race and our own tribal separate groups, and maybe, and I'm hoping that once disclosure comes a little bit larger, that people understand that there are so many races out there and we're not the only ones. I'm hoping that level of prejudice will actually go away and give us a unification where we work together, because yes, there are other differences out there, but let's not hate them or be angry toward them, because it's part of an entirely larger system than we can even fathom. And I'm sure it has its good points and its bad points. I don't agree with creating a slave race, but at the same token, on the other side of the coin, that slave race now exists where it did not prior. And so that is also a gift.
Yeah.
And whether or not we're slaves to it, I mean, we did not exist prior to this. We did not have the speech skills that we are using today. We did not have the brain power to make computers and vast cities of, shiny metal and cars and all that we have today without the gift of the demigods. So people have to, it's a two-sided coin. It really is.
No, it is. And yeah, I can't wait to actually have them come and join me at the dinner table. And
careful what you wish for.
I've heard you say
and I cherish your point of view, and I praise you for your outlook. But having met alien races face to face in their living room, or in the forest, and at Langley, and visitation all of my life, and in the room I'm sitting in right now, it is a much greater effect of your subconscious than I think most people are prepared for, because it takes a long time to chew on this after you meet them. Because it completely, it proves to you that, everything that you grew up knowing is wrong. And it's a roller coaster. It really is. I wouldn't trade it for the world, but yet, I would go, I can't, take me with you. No, you don't know what you're asking, because you would be so wholly uncomfortable, because everything is so completely different. We assume that the rest of the universe lives like we do, and they don't. And they've got different, the Dracos, for instance. I'll give you an example of the Dracos. They're very much like the Klingon race from Star Trek, and they're honorable, and they're charismatic, and they're scary as hell, and they're lizard people with little soft pinkyish human parts that look very human, and yet they're mixed with lizard people, and it's just and they have this the mentality, and I've always remind people of the early American Indians, especially on the East Coast American Indians, the thing, a point of counting coup, where they would walk up to an opponent or a stranger and they would touch them on the shoulder with their tomahawk to show them that they are being warlike yet peaceful, showing them that I could have just now split your skull open with this tomahawk, but I touch you on the shoulder in a level of comparative friendship and civility, and that's called counting coup. And when I met the Draco, that came to me at a very early age, that's what he did. He walked up to me and touched me on the shoulder. And yeah, and at the same time, I was absolute horror, and yet I was completely gathered by the charisma of his eyes. And yes, they have red eyes in the dark, and light refracts on them just like an alligator. They're red, glowing freaking eyes. And this guy was 5'6", 5'8", strong, very sternly medium-sized built, and big old claws, and you're looking at scales, and yet there's pink spots on their face and their inner arm and their inside of by their wrist, and inner thigh and all of that. And so there's a lot more to these races than people give credit to, and yet there's also a whole shitload of things to fear, because it is so completely different than their rules. They don't give you quarter. You are either their friend or you're dead. And because they're like the Klingons, they're very prominently warlike. And then there's more information that goes along with that I don't generally share over the internet. And I am teasing you on purpose.
And Sam, what about the language that was spoken between you?
It's like ghosts. Ghosts always speak in English. No, I didn't actually speak to the Draco. The Greys, who, by the way, the Greys are not a separate faction. The Greys are a lost race that work for the higher races, because they can actually deal with our atmosphere better than other races from other atmospheres and other barometric pressures. And for example, the Nibiruans or the Saruans or the Anunnaki or whatever you want to call them, they have a different barometric pressure, because their planet is so much huger, and I'm sure that they have a different gravitational pull. And when I use the word gravity, I apologize. It has to do with the barometric pressure moreover than gravity, and that is pounds per square inch of all the oxygen that's stacked on your shoulders from above you, and that all of those weight masses and centrifugal force and all of that holds you in place with your electrical connection to the planet that you're from, etc., is what gravity is. But and so the Greys can function on the Earth and do the heavy lifting, or the abduction of people. The so and so higher race, for example, the Pleiadian has 20 or 30 Greys working for them. The Greys shuffle out of the lander craft, pick up the study subject, the animal to be studied, us, man, and then they bring him in the ship, and then they do some technical stuff, and then of course the student or the leader of the party, who's of another race that's running them, collects their information or samples, or does whatever it is that they're there to do. And they think to you, they chirp and click and talk to each other verbally, but they can also think to you directly. So it's in your language. And there is actually a meeting of the mind. And I can expressly explain that there are higher drone levels of grace. There's lower class and middle class and upper class and scientific class and all of that. I even believe there's some that have wings. I never met one of those, but I believe that. And the one I met was a scientist, of course, working for little guy, a little, 4 foot, 5 foot gray, standing there in a white lab coat. And this was at the underground military base. But anyway, there's a transition of thoughts where you actually learn from each other. And you sort of read and see what they're thinking and feeling and saying and doing, as well as they doing it to you. And I have a handful of my information from off world comes from that, and that was during my psych eval. and I was done by a gray alien. So
Sure. No, that's amazing.
because they can
So
look
is
right
that
at you and they know you in a heartbeat. And I ever since the 2010 Ascension, I could do it in a lot of ways most of my life. Anyway,
is
I
that
look,
the
that's
remote
my
viewing?
first. Excuse me.
Is that the remote viewing you're talking
Yeah,
about?
I can't really call it remote viewing, but that's a term that everybody can understand. For me, it's a knowing. It's automatic. You look, you see, you feel, and you get this whole storyline. I look people in the eye, and I can see their fears. I see their inner child. I can't say fears. I could say their inner child, because that's, wide open, and there's always a level of wonder and fear, of the unknown. But I'm not going to say abject fear. And then I can also read hate and anger, and I get smells, I get pictures, I get a plethora of information, and then I've got a cherry quick. It's like somebody throws $100 bills in the air, and you got to grab out of the air what you can, and
Yeah.
those that I can grab onto and understand is how it works for me. And then I get this impression, and then I have to sort of come up to a summation of that impression. And that, if you want to call that farseeing, that's what I do.
Yeah, so I guess everything, well, not everything, but I guess most things are electromagnetic, so, or frequency and
Well,
vibration.
anything and everything, yeah. The stimulus through our eye,
Mm.
we only see the light on things. We don't see the light around us. We see the light on things. And our brain processes it, and then it recognizes it, and it's like, something that reminds you in nostalgia, where all of a sudden you hear a song, and then you are boom back way back in 1978, and I was standing on the side of the river, and I was fishing, and I heard that song for the first time, blah blah blah, and that same electrical pattern comes back to you, and it presents itself. With me, it's just going all the time. And I'm getting these constant exterior dumps of information, and I love it, and I also don't like it. There's times it becomes confusing and too much to deal with, and a lot of the times it'll be very distraction area, and I'm like lost as to why I feel this way, but here it is, and
Sure.
that can be distracting and
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
And a question as well, and Gillian, you probably realize this too. A lot of the music that Sam posts in Montana Skywatches has got very Celtic, sort of, there's a lot of Celtic music, and I guess some Viking stuff, and it always seems to have such a huge effect. I don't know what it does for you, Gillian, but for me, I just get like full body goosebumps every time there's music like that.
You know what those goosebumps are?
No, tell me.
Oh my God, you missed last week's show, didn't you?
I,
That is touching source. That's that part of your human brain that you live in. The person that we all know you as, that very wonderful, cool soul that we love talking to. And that's your electrical source connecting to the earth. And those goosebumps, if you keep those goosebumps going and you make them run through the hair on your arms all the way down to your ankles, and you make all of that hair stand up, and then sometime I'll send you the list of hand gestures, and you start to use hand gestures in that cycle of turning it, because that's your personal magnetosphere turning on when all your body hair stands up. You have raised, that's that level of awe I talked about in last week's show.
Yeah.
You hit that spot where all of a sudden goosebumps. And if you keep that buzz going, and you keep that rush, that body rush going, and then you add the hand gestures and intent, om chant, chakra tower, and all of that, and grounding, touch your feet on the earth, you can actually do things. You can affect that surrounding you, including weather, etc. There's a whole lot of stuff you can do.
So if you did it with a few people together,
you could
I
calm
guess
yourself down too.
Okay, you have to be careful with that because there are odds. Okay, you may have, say for instance, you have 6 people sitting there. 2 of them are going to completely get it and emotionally break down, and they're going to have the greatest time of their emotional psychic life. 2 of them are going to go, I don't know what you're talking about, and one of them is going to say, well, I don't want to be forced into this, and then 2 of them are going to get angry. And so that always happens when you teach source theory. And we've talked about this in the other shows. I have taught some people source, and they become 10-year-old blubbering children, which is okay. And I don't disagree with that, because they find that inner self of touching source. And once they all of a sudden realize that it is real and it is magic, and oh my God, it's talking to me, exterior of me, and yet it is inside me. And when they connect on that, it's very emotional. And you actually get tears rolling down your face, and it's Celine Dion singing The Power of Love in your brain all over again. And it's so cool. And you're embarking on it, and oh yeah, every time I get goosebumps, well, you're doing it and you don't even know you're doing it. And that electrical enhancement, the magnetosphere, is what turns on the unused portions of the human brain. And this is why I talk about Om chant and 528 and reaching where the serotonins in your brain and everything, and that vibration in the Om chant throat elevates you to that connection of source. And once you start to learn from that, all of a sudden it will start making you smarter. And that's that one. I post a lot of Wayseer movement. I'm not asking you to support Wayseer movement and send them any money or anything. I'm sure they're doing just fine. But I use their videos because they are so accurate.
No, they are.
Yeah, they're lovely videos. Yeah.
Wayseer Manifesto. It's very, very accurate, because it is a new movement. This is the power of what we really are. See, when we were created additionally, and we are not the first version. There have been many versions prior to us that goes back through time that we don't even comprehend. Because this process has been going for over 300,000 years with this current management alone. What was going on prior to that is still under debate, but there's no way to actually prove who's right and who's wrong, unless you have actual texts going back that far, and we don't. So we have stone carvings, we have etc. Clay tablets go back we're roughly about 8,000, 9,000 years is most of our information. And then, of course, you can go into geology and all this other ologies and learn more. But the power of the humans is the same as the donors, but we're put into a genetic genome tower that's clipped, and we don't self-heal, and therefore we don't live for 2,000 years. We're short lives. All right, who's playing with a mouse wheel? Your dog's okay. I'm sorry. As long as I know where it's coming from, Julie, I'm fine. The dog's
as long as it's not
squeaky toy.
Right. Now, at least we know what it is this time.
Yeah, as long as I know what it is, then I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
And it's not Jesus's clicking microphone.
Can't blame him.
I got to tease him about that a lot. So we're burning up that same power that they have, because we're a combination of 12 races that made us. We were all mixed together with a bunch of mistries in between, and downsizing, because the Neanderthal were all part of that as well. And they were great miners, and they had knowledge, and they had craft, and they had skill, and we chalk them up as guys that would drag their knuckles when they walk, and that's not what they were. And then there's also the Denisol genome, and I believe that's probably an off-world submix, which is where us blonde people get our blonde hair. Instead of being dark-haired, the rest of mankind. That's a little arrogant statement, and I don't apologize for it for a second, because I'm Dutch, damn it. No, Northern Germanic tribe, yay. I'm sorry, I do vote for my team. I'm not downing anyone else, because I love everybody else. I love the American Indians. I love the Africans. I like Chinese are very interesting folks. The Malaysians are really interesting folks. I like their culture, etc. And any of those, and the Inuits, or I hope I didn't leave anybody out, or the Aborigines, or indigenous people everywhere. Yeah, because we're all indigenous from somewhere.
We are. Yeah. We definitely are. And what are your thoughts on Egypt? Because there's quite a few people that I've come across who are on this path, who seem to be really connected somehow to Egypt, and a great fascination from childhood with it.
Well, the Egyptians, they've got a base premise of being some of the earliest dynasties of our existence. Unfortunately, the Sumerians and many other cultures have been pushed aside, even though there were previous ones and with other names that we don't even use. Going back, God, there's even forgotten kingdoms in Europe that nobody knew about just because they fell out of time and being recorded in some book or another from one author to the next. There is a lot of different things going on that we don't even understand our abilities for, because we do have that same power that does come from the higher races. And once you realize that you are, and I've oh, I'm an Octurian, oh, I'm so and so, Queen such and such, and I don't know how many times people have said to me, yeah, actually, I'm Cleopatra in another life, and those people, I immediately go, oh God, here we go on this conversation. And I try not to throw any of that out personally, but there is so much more to us, and that goes back to where everybody can learn far seeing or have the abilities, and it is partially, and it all boils down to you trusting you. And once if you earn it, and you take the time to study, and you take the time to look, and you take the time to learn, and you take the time to do your meditation and your own chanting and find better ways to do things and treat people nicer and stuff like that, that's how you develop. And all of a sudden, before you know it, things are, and we watched this in Mark. Even when I first started talking to Mark over a decade ago, Mark was a younger Mark, and he was, very local. He was very committed to his church and his family, and making sure every year that they cut the sod and all of that for fuel and whatever. And then over that decade, Mark has grown in great ways where he looks differently at things now in more global. And we all need to realize that there is a greater amount of exterior DNA inside of us that we can actually connect to. As long as you believe that you can use genetic memory, it will start talking to you.
Yeah.
But you have to let it. And that could be, for religious people, that could be very scary. Oh my God, I've got a demon inside of me and he's actually talking to me, and people get scared of this stuff. They do. If you've got religion in the way of growing yourself, then I would rethink your religion.
Yeah, well, we know so much has been porcupines that have been told to all of us, but definitely that 528 hertz on chanting that you've shared many times, Sam. I started right in the early days, sort of 2 years ago, listening to it on a daily basis, and I actually tried a few things. My laptop one day, it was too full and it shut down. I could not open it at all, and I was desperate to open it. And I thought, okay, I'm going to give 528 hertz a chance. So I plugged into my headphones for a couple of hours, listening to it, and then I held my laptop, and with intent, I was wishing and desiring the laptop to start up, and I didn't really believe it would work, but I'd worked sort of for a couple of hours with the 528 hertz, and I hummed, so I could feel the vibration through my body. It was quite amazing. And holding my laptop in my hands with the thoughts and intentions, I felt this incredible stream of power through my left hand, and pop, my laptop switched on, and I was like, wow, look at this. It actually worked.
Ding, 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 ding. You win. Exactly. That's it. And that's what I try to teach people is you can, the power, the electricity in your hands. And this is what I was talking about, the hand gestures. Once you learn little hand gestures and intention, when you go and you intentionally are doing, currently at this moment, every hair on my body is standing up. When I reach for source, and source, all of a sudden, I've got electrical fields around me that I can actually feel, and I can watch every hair on my body stand up. And then what's really cool, my kids used to hate it. You go, Daddy, don't do that, and you're making me itch. And then I've had guests over at my house for coffee where they had me do the tarot cards, and then I'd say, okay, I'm reaching for source. And then you watch them, and everybody around you starts itching, because your electrical magnetosphere increases in size and actually envelops them if they're within 10 feet of you or something like this. And you can, and they're itching because your electric field is actually zapping their outer skin, and they're going, ugh, ugh, you can watch them squirm in a chair. And for a while, I was giving public talks, and I had this really group of nice older ladies who were really wonderful people, and they were sky watchers, and they've sort of drifted away. I think they've been caught up in other things. But they would come to my talks regularly, and then they would sit there afterwards for a while. And I thought, well, these ladies are learning a social meeting group. How cool that was. So I sat down with them one day, and I asked them, I said, are you guys like a social meeting group? Do you guys all know each other? And they said, well, we all came to know each other from being at your talks, and we kept seeing each other in there, and we all started changing notes and everything else like this. And I said, oh, okay. And one lady says, yeah, and besides, we can't leave. And I went, what does that mean? What do you mean you can't leave? And the lady said, well, didn't you know every time you start talking about reaching for source, your entire audience ends up dizzy as hell and feel like they're drunk and they're not safe enough to drive yet? And I said, really? And they said, oh, yeah, every time you reach for source, we're all out here with our heads spinning, wondering if we're drunk or not. So we were all just talking about this when you walked up, that we're too dizzy to even drive anywhere. And I just went, cool, and I'm not trying to brag about that, but there's been a notable effect on, and I've watched it in other people. When you do reach for source, everyone around you starts itching. It's funny. And then I've shook things doing Om Chant. I've shook everything around me. We're just rumbles.
Sure.
And my kids were little, and they're going, Daddy, don't and they're covering their ears, and you're shaking the whole house. And
so that's may the force be with you.
Exactly. And there is so much to this. And then we can go on about magic, and there is even more that once you learn these tools to turn it on, and then it's sort of like being Mickey Mouse in Fantasia, and you're wearing the wizard's hat, and you grab out your magic wand, and you start, you tap it on the counter like you're about to, initiate the orchestra. And that's what source can do for you.
Yeah,
and you
absolutely.
connect, and then you're part of, and then you're tiny, but you're also vast. And
powerful. Sure.
And if you practice it, the more you practice it, the more your human brain turns on, and the wisdom starts to come to you, and you understand languages better, and things that used to bother you and that were difficult are all of a sudden far easier to accomplish. And you kind of go, wow, this is really and I've noticed all that since 2010. And I finished my paper in my own mind. I'd never had a conclusion to my paper that the government got in 1978. But I never had a conclusion to it. And literally once the 2010 Ascension started and all this information started coming in, I started seeing farther out in space.
Oh, stunning. And Rebecca, have you watched, just talking about the force being with you, have you watched Star Trek, I assume?
You mean Star Wars?
Star Wars.
Star Wars.
No, I do it too. I mix both of them all the time.
Jesus and I are about the same. We've not seen more than probably the first one all the way through.
Oh my God, you have to.
I'm embarrassed, guys.
Young lady, you need your homework.
Do
your homework.
Star Wars. I know. Watch those movies. Yeah.
Wow.
How many people on Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 over the years have said, God, all Sam Hofman ever says is do your homework. The people have complained about that. And it's because I have to tell them, it's, oh my God, do your homework. And then a lot of people will ask us, like, what do you know? And they go, what do you mean? I said, well, tell me what you know so I know where to start.
Okay, so I guess starting with the very first Star Wars is the best. And then, are you saying all of them are worthy of watching?
Absolutely. All of them. You have to watch Star Trek.
Okay.
You have to watch Dune. You have to watch. Oh, yeah. You have to do your homework, lady.
I got it.
It's cultural icons that is laying a base groundwork for understanding.
Yeah.
It really is.
Okay.
And I like to think of us actually all eventually becoming like Yoda. I think we're all Padawans in training right now.
Yes.
But those superpowers, we do have the ability.
We do have them. The question is, are you listening? because
Yes.
it's talking to you. The question is, are you paying attention? Because everybody, and I hate to teach this, but I do occasionally feel a little bit selfish about not wanting to teach source to everyone, but anyone can learn how to do these things. And it's just that with me, and we'll go back to the indigo status, I've seen this all my life, ever since I was a child. I've seen ghosts all my life. When I first learned how to read, the first thing I did was look for the magic book section. And I'm 5 years old and I want to find the magic book section. And that's been the quest of my entire life. So magic is real. And I've done some stuff that my friends asked me not to do in the forest anymore.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's for me is the most exciting. But Gillian, in Scotland, isn't there a lot of I've only visited there once before, but isn't there a lot of like ancient traditions and rites that would happen in the forest because of being connected to nature, sort of magic stuff, Lord of the Rings style?
That goes back to the Druids and the Picts.
Yeah, well, the Druids dance. They always dance with the stones and things like that. But
right,
I mean,
and Wiccan. I've studied extensively Wiccan magic all my life, and
my
that's why
one friend is a real Wiccan. She is a Wiccan.
I'm not.
Oh, Sam, you're just different. You're like something else.
Yeah, well, I'm Doc Brown of space. And then somebody said that about me a couple weeks ago, and I'm still chuckling over that. And you should, who's really strongly into witchcraft is the Icelandic people. They're really, really deep into witchcraft. The Swedish, the Finlander people, the Poles, people in Norway, people in Germany.
Yeah, when I went to Iceland, I got a bracelet that had a rune thing on that says hope. I don't know where it is now, but it's got all these little runic things on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've looked into rune. I've had rune stones for 40 years. They're sitting up on my very, very dusty shrine. I need to take that down. I haven't had any time to do any shrine work since my kids were born. So I had to take my shrine away from the living room and put it up where my daughter could no longer crush and break all of my. I used to have a whole bunch of really cool statues that people would give me for Christmas and stuff, and I had dozens of them, and I think I have 2 now. And Nova is a little bit tough on things because of her Asperger's, and she just has a brain quest that she does stuff and doesn't necessarily understand occasionally what she's up to. But now that she's grown up, it's a different story.
Yeah, I've got a little shrine thing going as well. It's like your altar. Yeah. Oh dear. And but they're into keeping things now, aren't they? They're bigger, so
yeah. Nova is a big time monster freak. She likes Friday the 13th and all that. She likes scary stuff, which is weird. But I've warned her about it, and I cautioned her, and yet she actually likes being afraid. So and that's part of what their games nowadays. They play all these spooky games that my mother would have never approved of. But I'm really looking for God. Every time I look up and I see Michelle sitting there so quietly, it's like I immediately think of South Africa and Africa and all the minerals that are there, and my brain goes immediately to all the stuff I've learned about Africa. And it's like, I would love to go, but there isn't an inch of that continent that is cool enough for me as far as temperature wise. If I'd go there, I would die from no, I'm such a northern Germanic tribe, Montana guy, anything
about 35. I mean, isn't it 35 or something?
Well,
it's December.
Yeah, it's 35 degrees right now, and it's snowing.
I've been in 51 degrees Celsius, and it was really hot.
I would love to walk the shores of South Africa and look for diamonds alone, just there on the shore. And I know the volcanic and all. I would have a field day down there because I'm an absolute geology junkie, and I got my rock hammer with me no matter where I go. And,
wow!
Yeah. Well, I know
it's fun here as well because there was when we went to Skye, they took us to the Jurassic Beach. And you could see the side of a mountain that looked like it had aerated holes in it, like an aero bar.
Yeah, right.
And it was white, pure white, like bone.
Yeah, usually limestone will be subductive and get eaten away by water and rain and weather.
Yeah, they're incredible. They're beautiful. Yet the stones at your feet were black.
Right,
They were
right.
black. They were
Volcanic,
black.
which is volcanic. Yeah, the color of the stone. I know. When I go walking here in Montana, we've got all of these multicolored rocks, and we know where they come from because I've studied the geology, and they come from the glaciers, and they were all dragged in from Canada and Idaho and et cetera. You know, and you can tell the purple stone come from Idaho, and the red ones come from up in this part of Canada over in BC, and then the gray, blue, and green ones come from Saskatchewan, and all that. You know, you learn stone types, and I've mined gold before, and I know I watch a lot of mining shows on YouTube, and Mountain Baker, you know, mining in metal, and uh, the Sarah Gorder Ghost Town and all of those guys, and Dan Hurd prospecting and all of this. I watch a lot of that stuff, and I love geology, and I can't get enough of it. And everywhere I go, you can you know, the Precambrian line and all of this, and you know, fossils and stromatolites inside of rocks and all of this stuff. So I'm always cracking rocks open or knocking this open and looking.
Oh yeah, I love the little beasties inside the rocks as well.
And remember that, you know, clay gathers gold, and gold actually will migrate to itself. It's one of those things, just like water. It's a positively charged rock, which is a lot more than people give it credit for, because gold actually does luminesce, which is why it does not decay, which is why we are here.
Yes, exactly. I love watching these videos. They are so stunning. Sure. What is that, Gillian?
Just look at ammonite. Look at that.
What is it?
It's a pre-Jurassic sea creature, like Cambrian period or something like that.
Oh my! Wow.
And it's, you know, they're vastly 480 million years ago, there was far more life in the ocean than there was on land. And then, you know, another million years or 100 million years goes by, and then stuff crawls out of the water, and we have higher levels of oxygen. And at that same point in time, just pre-Jurassic and Jurassic, there were bugs that were, you know, the size of dump trucks, and centipedes that were the size of cars, and, you know, I mean, the length and all of that. And there, we had a whole different other types of creatures living all over the planet. And I've been watching a bunch of changed, lost species, because we are again, supposedly they're saying we're in the sixth great extinction, where we're losing a lot of our animals right now, and that doesn't barely even make the news, and it should. So we're seeing a huge drastic change, and I hope and pray that during our shows and podcasts and talking to Oklahoma and South Africa and Scotland and Ireland and England and everywhere that we keep talking to, that people realize that there's a whole lot more going on that's interconnected, and it's a much larger scenario of what's going on right in our faces. And yet, you know, everybody's wondering what Black Friday sales that they can find, and it shocks me. And I was doing Black Friday during Black Friday, going, and all this really matters. Why? Because there's so much more going on.
No, there is. And on that note, I'll just, Rebecca, the one video before this one that you were showing, there was, you could see the sun with that dot in the middle of it. And I've been able to see, using a camera that has infrared, I've been able to have a look at that dot, and it's really weird because it's quite pink in color, and it looks like a cube shape, but it's got almost like a membrane around it, and little tendrils that are around it, and it spins. That dot in this, it's very... I've got some nice video footage of it, actually, that I must download and share.
You can see it right there.
But
we've had captures, and I still to this day believe that's where the Empire Orb parks. And we
can get power.
And it sits right there because it's not always there. And everybody's, it's a camera anomaly. And we went through that for 5 years. And then I started intentionally saving those pictures just to prove it. And then we got a capture or two, actually more than that, of the cube and the Empire orb in front of the sun. And that was right before they came out of hiding in April 2021. No, 2019. I'm sorry, April 2019. And that's when the Texas cube went over to the right side, and then the long box cube dropped over to the the other way around. Long box cube went to the right side, Texas cube went to the left, and that's when we saw the Star Destroyers offloading off the Texas cube and all of that. And it was like, oh my God! And I watched that by eye for a couple of hours, and it was just huge, and it was there, and you couldn't even argue with it because it was side illuminated, and it was like during that perfect time where you could just look up. There it was, and they were facially illuminated, bright as can be. Oh, no problem. By the way, also, I noticed that you are prompting us to start actually talking more about what we're looking at on the pictures here for our
I
listeners.
wasn't trying to, but I
was just saying Michelle was doing that, and she's justifiably and correctly doing so, and I appreciate that. Yes, and I've thought about it many times. Here I'm talking about all this metaphysical crap when we should actually be talking about the planets.
That's all right. We need to talk about the metaphysical crap too, because we don't often talk about that. But I'm sure that every single person who initially speaks to Sam for the first time is desperate, and they're going, "Oh my God, I want to ask him 500 questions." And then when you get to speak to Sam, you're like,
well, I'm sorry I have that effect on you. I appreciate it, because I'm not gonna blow on my fingernails and then rub them on my lapel and notice my manicure here. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, if people say that, they're like, "Oh, what would I say to him?"
Come on,
when I speak to people and they say to me, "Oh, but how did you ever do it?" I said, "Because he's a fascinating human being, and he's going to tell you what you want to know, maybe, but he'll say a lot of asterisk, hint, 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 and do your homework, and you will feel like you want to bang your head against the wall and go, because you want to be told right now, and that's not good for you. You've got to do the things that connect the dots to waken up your brain and give it time to process all this stuff. Because if you don't, you will implode.
And the thing is, the way I look at it, and I don't know how Michelle feels about knowing me, and you're allowed to be as frank as you wish, but I just think that everybody knows this stuff. To me, it just seems like this is base information.
Yeah. No, I've never studied anything metaphysical or anything at all. So when I started seeing this stuff and then connecting to you guys, I've come from a place of not much knowledge, but definitely having like a knowing and a deep.
Yeah, because that's what when I first met you and we started talking, in my own way, I see and know things, and anyone who's known me long enough knows that I'm pretty accurate at it. And Gillian and Rebecca and the other people can attest to that. I always viewed you as being very well informed about metaphysical. So right away, you came off to me as somebody who had spent the time to learn.
No, there's something, I don't know where from, but I just sort of hopped into this and things sort of fell into place. That's what it felt like. But in a way, I'm grateful that I didn't have prior training that could make me
cloudy.
Blinkered.
I think that's for all of us. We've got we're free to move around in the whole picture, and nothing's keeping us like stuck on the one thing. And therefore you lose sight of all the other amazing things.
I always saw you as a kindred spirit and someone who knew what they were talking about. And as far as the metaphysical, I didn't think I needed to preach to you in any way.
No. Well, the thing is, it all comes down to love again. Everything in the universe, everything that we're talking about here,
works.
It's so simple.
I do this because I care, and because I know what I was told, and I have a great deal of discomfort with, especially when it comes to starving children in Africa, starving children in the United States, starving children in the UK and France and China and Kamchatka for all that matter, or Siberia, and all those poor folks in Siberia, and unfortunately the poor folks that live under the Russian rule or Korean rule or whatever, any dictator or some really nasty shit going on in South America. And I feel horrible for those folks, and that's why I do what I do, and that's why I study as hard as I study, because I want to be credible, I want to be knowledgeable, and I mean it's not like it's going to be this big lapel pin or anything that says, "Oh, look at me," because that's not why I do this. I do this because I care so greatly, and I want to warn people, and I want to help, and I want to share, and I want to be wise enough so that I can be productive in that department. That's all.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the world it's not going to be that way in the future. So it's painful how it has been, but we've got to know.
If I have my way.
Yes. What's your way, Sam?
Oh, I would never, I'd never really want to lead. I foresee a council of wisdom. And I believe that I would settle to be a council member. That would be my farthest political reaches. I wouldn't want to lead, although people do look up to me. And I always, my entire life, all my friends group, I was always the alpha. And my little sister absolutely detests me to this day, where she's a jealous person and has unfortunately destroyed her life, in my opinion. I hope she actually hears that. Not that they would listen to anything I have to say anyway. My family gave up on me as probably a 12-year-old, because I have an energy level that a lot of people can't handle. They can't be in the same room with me because I go on and on and on, and I talk 300 miles an hour. But that's it's proven that I think that way, and that's part of my IQ and my indigo and all of that. I'm atypical and versus the standard norm, and I saw that in you also, in a manner of speaking, of course, in Gillian and Rebecca and all of these people that we connect with. We're all here because we know that we're supposed to be. We're connected. Yeah. And I don't claim kingship over that or wouldn't want to rule over that, but that's what our world has to change. And we have to actually let the adults in the room do the thinking instead of the children or the greedy or the, prime example is look who Elon Musk used to be. He used to be a pretty nice guy, and he actually made a whole bunch of money, and he had wisdom in his eyes, and he had desire to achieve the space goal. And now all of a sudden he's not the same person anymore. He's become dark and broody and one single-minded and kind of rude and opinionated and bigoted, and I hope he hears that. And
he'll be knocking on your door.
Well, I frankly, I weigh sometimes. People talk to me about celebrity, and I got to finally meet Sam Hofman, and I'm just a person, and I'm a guy that's been working for 13 years to try and share something that they told me I couldn't tell you for 30 years. And yes, it's absolutely mind-bogglingly insane. But we've spent the last 14 years proving that it's real. And Michelle in South Africa and Gillian in Scotland and Rebecca in Oklahoma and Jesus in Utah and Andy in the UK and Mark in Ireland and all these people, they're here because they see that there's something wrong and real. And we can't let the naysayers shut us down anymore. And unfortunately, Rebecca got a real big dose of it this week because somebody mentioned Followers Anonymous, and it wasn't fair of them to do. Although I like the guy, I'm not mad at him. I just wish that what was his name, Dave, or what was it?
Dan.
Oh, okay, Dan. I apologize, Dan. I should remember your name next time. And
Dan.
I wish I could reach out to him, but unfortunately, I can't even log on to YouTube.
Can we invite him on the show?
Oh boy, I don't think we want to do that yet. I think we maybe we might want to. Yeah, never.
I don't think he would.
Never invite a rattlesnake to dinner. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think he would.
Yeah, well, I mean, welcome to, the rattlesnake can visit, but I don't think we need him in for dinner.
Right.
I look forward to, and also here's that arrogant part of me again. I look forward to changing everything. I look forward to changing the earth. And that's that celebrity thing again, where I hope that my voice and my group of people, my base, my Skywatcher army, as Beard versus Meets Food always calls them Beard Army, and I love that. I hope we have a Skywatcher army where people actually change people's awareness and move people forward in the right directions instead of the wrong negative placement directions. And I hope these podcasts go further, and I hope people out there share. You know, you can say this guy's absolutely nutball crazy off his ass, but he's right. I don't care what you call me, because we know we earned this. We worked for it. We brought all this information together, and all of us, Michelle, Rebecca, everybody we all see it, and we're not. We've not lost our minds, and we're out with spending time with cameras, because this is not the skies any of us grew up with.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, there's so many different things. It's up there. It's you can't miss it, quite frankly. There's so much every day.
I'm going to share some pictures while we're visiting, but these are all pictures that Michelle took. These are some that she sent me and some that I found on her page. So
all right, the feature
let's do
film.
that while we're talking.
Yeah, we got through the cartoons, now onto the feature film.
Yeah. And then I have a few clips that she sent me as well. So, all right.
Now you're famous.
There's a thing. That's the thing in the middle of the sun. That very weird thing.
Yep. That's, if you look, there's a little white line with an eyeball in the center of it. That's the Empire.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect place to hide.
Yeah, right where you can't look up to see it there, because your eyes start watering really bad, and then you're blind, and you got 47 orange dots.
Oh, that's beautiful. Sorry, I just came back in. Wow.
It's the Empire Orb. I
it's
think,
like a diamond.
And for the new folks out there, they got here in 2009. You know how long they've been right here looking down on us? I actually, and Rebecca, can you pull up that video of the crossing of the Empire Orb? Yeah.
Yes.
And people have to realize that this sucker is real, and I saw it by eye. I watched it drop out of the clouds, and it was like 2013 or 14. I watched it drop out of the clouds, and I immediately noticed it. It stopped its descent once it broke the clouds by Z minus 10,000 or something like this. Then it moved over to the left, then it moved over to the right, and then it turned the orbit, or the face of it turned toward me, and then I saw the eye, the black dot in the center, and the slits, and then the array of lights on it as well. They weren't heavily defined because they weren't turned on. And then I saw that center blue beam turn on and then come my direction. There was a video. That's not the one I meant. This is the Empire Orb coming through the Norway Spiral in 2009. I was just talking about that side sighting with
the other one.
Yeah, with the multi-craft coming in afterwards. So you can see that blue eye turn on. But see, this film has been doctored. And if you look in the center of this opening core, inside, there sits the Empire Orb.
Yeah.
That dark thing.
It actually, in the later half of this video, which is no longer available, it actually comes through. Yeah, this video. And we've seen this, and this is exactly what I saw by eye. I saw that blue light turn on and come in my direction. And it stopped and it stared at me like that for, longer than this.
That's freaky, isn't it? It's really freaky.
My knees turned to jello. And I would have never, ever believed. I knew what I saw come through the Norway Spiral, because that happened in 2009. Then a couple of years ago.
Those are little lights.
Those are little other ships. Those are like the Star Destroyers. I mean, those aren't little ships.
No, if you can see them, then they're big. Yeah.
Look at the
but the surface of that thing, it seems to sort of go soft or something, and then like move. That's freaky. It's
literally the size of a small moon. And we know that the cubes are bigger because we've seen the Empire Aurora parked next to the other cubes. And
Well, I've seen a cube fall
cubes are
through the
4
sky in
times
South
the
Africa.
size.
I've seen the cube fall through the sky. That's the day I really started to believe, when I seen that cube just fall through the clouds, and it was just so obviously a cube, and I could see it with my eyes. It was 7 a.m, and I was looking east, and there it was.
Yeah,
It
I've
was
seen
in.
cubes where you could actually see the construction openings on the sides. The Texas cube has all kinds of layers, just like in the Star Trek series and the Borg.
Yes.
Yeah, they've got.
Manufactured, glued together box. And then on the long box cube, the one real close sighting I did see by eye had all these big open spaces in it that the Texas cube did not have. And it led me to believe, well, I wonder if this thing's still under construction or if they meant it to be like that. But I didn't know. I didn't question it beyond that. But I mean, the thought crossed my mind. So we know that these things are real and they're here, and they've been here for year after year after year, and sighting after month after month after month for years. And it's like, holy crap, how come nobody's talking about this? I mean, BBB 333, he finds them all the time. Other people are reporting it around the world on YouTube.
And what about the Dark Knight satellite? What about the Dark Knight satellite?
Oh yeah, that's become old hat, because that's been hanging out around Earth for, 20,000 years. That's been up there for God. I don't know the exact date, but it's been up there for thousands of years. And this is,
of course, still operational, that thing?
Of course it is. Those guys
live. I mean, yeah, it would have to be. I mean,
they do not live as short a lives as we do. They live for thousands of years.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, it's just me thinking, boggle.
We're merely pets in a pen.
Yeah, but we're pets that are looking up and going, yo, look at that thing.
Well, they count on us for these commodities. They absolutely, their entire economy and life source and everything is based off of this returning collection of unattainable minerals that only in our Goldilocks zone of our solar system can we acquire. And it might even be set up that way as sort of even a larger factory system on actually planetary location versus atomic structure versus protons and neutrons, and then a greater understanding of astrochemistry. Planet moving, moon moving an object here to change the chemistry.
Our moon's not really a real moon. It's
there is that. We don't know that for sure until somebody actually drills a hole in the damn thing. And nobody's done that yet. I got some good
pictures of the moon.
So I took some cool ones too, and I keep looking at it and thinking,
what are we looking at here?
Well,
what's that?
This is the weird thing. And if Rebecca even zooms in, I see this almost every day. And it's basically, this was at nighttime. And there seems to be a kind of a screen, I don't know what to call it, that is creating a diffusion of what is behind, so planets and everything else. And I don't know what this screen is. It's like looking through a silk stocking. And this is what it seems to be made up of. So
don't you think that that's maybe from the chemtrails or?
No, it's too geometric.
I think you're seeing the side of the asteroids when Uri onset comes in.
It's just magnified.
All of this material by the multi-thousands, and the microscopic that we see is not microscopic anymore. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and we know that the rings we could be encased in Uri's ring.
In a ring.
And only because of our Earth magnetosphere and their opposite polarity do they not intermix, but they will go around us and envelop us completely.
Like yesterday, it was really weird looking up at the sun. It was really weird.
We were even talking about, now that we were in the which asteroid cycle are we in? I just had it in my head the other day. But the current asteroid cycle, they're saying that we've gone through this debris cloud of our normal solar system as well. And then we've been showing them repeated showings of this one ISS camera video where we can watch the onset of these asteroids start in at the base of the cloud, and then it's thin, and there's a bunch of little stuff, and then it gets thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker.
Yeah, we're talking about that comet Enki, and the Enki had a debris field or something, and
they all do. I mean, any even a comet that has an ice debris field, it also has gravel and dust and all, and larger pieces and chunks of ice that are sometimes got rocks inside the ice and all sorts of stuff. So, and that has to do with positive charge and the ability to uh, retain static charge from positive, negative polarity properties, which would then create ice crystals and water and all of that. That freezes and melts and freezes in the sunshine and according to its orbit, etc. And that's what also creates some of these things breaking up with expansion and contraction, that where they become smaller, etc., etc. And yeah, I would bet you this is probably asteroid debris and dust that you're looking at from, especially the bottom of the planet, because you're down below us, way deep down in the southern hemisphere. And so I'm sure you probably have a completely different view of things. And we know that Uri is going overhead. We know that Atu is going overhead and now into the north. And so that when they are in the north sky, that means they're directly above us. And so, of course, the stuff below them is going to envelop Earth.
Because that looks silvery and purple unless you played with the colors.
Like a lot of small objects to me.
Yeah, it's very geometric as well. It's quite, so when you zoom in, it's quite
like interconnected. Yeah, it's got like little
pipes hooking onto each other.
Well, imagine what, if you took this side slice of the ring of Saturn and you flew into it, inside that ring, what your out view would be like.
Yes, like that probably. Yeah, quite right. Yeah.
Like chainmail, like links.
Yes.
So I don't know if you see this question, Sam, but Thomas is asking if you know what species lives on the moon.
I believe that were we to have a close interstellar hide, and that comes from Star Trek. I believe that, and we don't know what's on the dark side of the moon. It's probably a very major entrance to a base. And we know that the far-seeing group in the early days of far-seeing for the U.S. government did actually discover that there are grays living on the moon. Other factions, I don't have a lot of detail, but I know that the majority of the faction that is on the moon is in a base on the dark side, and it's run by a group of grays who work for someone or other factions or multiple factions. There's your answer. And I hope I didn't just go into classified.
Well, I must just say, how can I put this? That photo there was one evening, and I was taking a photo of the moon, but the moon, I don't see anymore a real moon at all. In fact, for me, the real moon I see slightly outside of this screening that maybe it's here in Southern Africa for some reason, but there seems to be the screen that is up that diffuses and hides a lot of the stuff that is behind. And so I took this photo with the zoom camera into the moon. I then reduced the glare. So I took away all the glare and I just saturated the color to try and bring up what was there. And for me, what's so peculiar about this is the shape and also the sort of 3D look to it. So I don't know if that's like
So have you seen by eye the larger object behind our moon?
Yes, that I have. Yeah.
Okay, and that is probably, and that's been going on for quite a few years. And the UAE, United Arab Emirates video, the Two Moons Project, and people out there should look that up on YouTube. UAE Two Moons Project.
Yeah.
You in South Africa may now be enveloped in the southern Antarctic jet stream that has expanded in the last 3 to 4 to 5 years, enveloping. It used to be one central local rotational jet stream on Antarctica. Now it's 3. So, and then it's gone up, and that's also enveloped Australia and New Zealand and the southern islands below Australia. and it's affecting their weather, which is why they've had the flooding on the east coast of Australia all of the last 4 years or so, which has been a godsend to them, not during the flooding, but after the flooding, because their whole region is now climatologically changing from what it has been for the last probably 25,000 years. So they're getting effects of the global climate change as well. And they've already had heat warnings going off in spring where they were actually telling people not to go outdoors. So you've got, the angle of the tip of the planet and how the sun is actually shining on our planet, because we are tipped, has all changed. And the refraction amount is also elevating our overall temperature. So, and then here's another great example of that. You're seeing the two suns with a glowing Nibiru behind it, where it's actually showing off a focaling, which is why you see the north, south, east, and west thing on it. They're focal. And
look round.
And do you down there? Do you see the red band outside the yellow star?
Yes.
And then, of course, do you see the orange blob behind it down there?
Yes, as well. Yeah, I see all of that. And also, I didn't share the original one of this, but there's in front of where the sun is and everything that comes behind it, there is a weird dark, you can slightly see it in this picture, there's a weird dark panel. And that's why I describe it as a screen, which is what I've seen for the last 3.5 years. There's this weird screening in front, and when something needs to be hidden, I can see a planet coming across, and then I can immediately see on the screen, like I'll say a cloud machine, but it's a weird something that materializes on the screen, and it grows very quickly into like a white cloud, and then it mists or sprays white down below it, so it starts fogging and smogging to create camouflage. So whenever I see a planet about, this happens. So this screen seems
there is an occurrence when the cutoff flare occurs, when a planet cuts into the light, it creates a focaling flare A. And then when that rounding of that focaling flare and bends the light around the face of that planet, and it goes into the dark areas of the planet because it's in direct line, which changes the angle of light to the planet from the other side, the sun side. When that light hits the atmosphere that was dark up until a minute or 3 minutes or 5 minutes ago, there's all of a sudden this boil off of clouds in the atmosphere and gases, which will expand and envelop the oncoming base cloud of each of these planets. So you're perhaps seeing an onset continuing clouding up as the cutoff starts.
Yeah.
And there may be some technology going on above in our view but I don't think that. I think it's all planetary natural. I don't think they have to. Heck, they've been out of hiding for since 2019, and so I don't think they're trying to hide anything. I am interested in on this picture of what's on the lower right hand side.
Yes, absolutely, and it looked very long. Almost like a cigar, but it had texture on the top.
And what do we say all the time, Rebecca, when it comes to 3 or 4 straight lines?
Well,
long box.
Different things, but lead object
I'll just say it's traveling vertically in this
long
shot.
box cube.
Bingo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'd agree with that.
Well, let's look at this really quick because it reminds me. If I can find it. Bear with me.
And we see this pattern, and we over 13 years we've watched all of these occurrences, and we've cataloged and documented them. And look what's at the bottom here, at the bottom of this picture before you change it, in the dead center at the bottom.
Yes.
You got the green asteroid and the blue asteroid. Back to 2. I bet you this picture is about 2 years old?
No, this one was about 8 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Still fits. Green asteroid.
I was just going to say,
from South Africa. In South Africa, okay, in our horizon up here, they're above the sun. Remember, Rebecca, for the last few months? But in South Africa, because I'm seeing the dot of the blue asteroid, and I know that there's a secondary one to the left of it, and I know that's the green and the blue, and because they've
Where
been
are you seeing?
on the right-hand picture, dead center at the bottom in the middle.
Yeah, I see it.
See the circle and the dot in the middle?
Yeah,
We
I
know
do.
that to be the blue asteroid. And see the thing to
Right.
the left? It's got all those little blotch marks around it plus spatial dots. And we know that
I
that's the green
do.
asteroid, has all of those little
That's
spatial dots. And once you, of course, I'm looking
interesting.
on it, I'm looking at it very blown up on a 43-inch
Yeah.
screen.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
Hmm.
And
Big screen.
I was
and
going to
I
say
see it
that
way,
long box.
way better than you do. Okay, my turn. I'm going to run and get a Coke.
Okay. But, Sam was talking about the long box cube being lower right, and here it is, another, example showing the long box cube lower right. It seems to be its little hangout.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that a lot of the craft like to hide in the glare of the sun. So you definitely find a lot of them there, without any doubt.
Right. I just want to say hi to Carol Ann. She's popped in for a minute, and she was gracious enough to donate to us today. So thank you very much, Carol Ann. I'm happy you're able to hang out with us for even a little bit. So, and let's see.
Hi, Caroline. Hi.
Hi, Carol Ann. I'm back.
Carol Ann. Let's see where. Okay, let's go back to this picture. There's this one.
I have no idea what that was. It looked like a kind of a craft, but it had this weird handle at the back, although it was very big in the sky. So it's a bit pixelated, but it was really peculiar looking craft of sorts.
Of sorts, yeah. Well, it's definitely not a normal shape.
No, definitely not.
And the
Could
shape
it be an
of the
asteroid?
sun, it could be a couple of asteroids, but it moreover could be even the corner. It could be the corner of the Texas cube in white with a dark shadow and that shape being the shadow. Or it could be a ship like, for instance, a triangle craft cutting into light. If you look at the actual shape of the inner white area, followed by the black line, followed by the white again at the sun, it shows you that there's a cross cutoff because it's doing a little straight line vertical up and down flare. So something's cutting into that side of the light on the left, and that's probably what's creating a good portion of the shadowing here. Or, of course, this is one of those less definitive pictures that we really don't generally use for full information, but it's definitely something that is cutting into the, an object that is definitely there, and when other things are or are not.
Yes.
And so,
fascinating.
Yeah, we know there's stuff up there. I mean, look at that purple. I mean, oh my God, when any of our lifetimes prior to 2012, even, I was going to say 2010, but anything prior to 2012, we never had purple skies. Never. Not in my entire lifetime.
No, it's so beautiful. That and the blue. Oh my goodness.
The pastel shades are just amazing.
Stars. They say, oh yeah, but you can see stars. Well, how do we know that those are stars, not smaller asteroids?
Yeah.
And a lot of these guys, they go, oh, I look at night with my telescope and I don't see any of these planets. Well, you're looking away from the planets because when you're on the dark side of Earth, all the major planets are between Earth and the star. 93 million miles has a lot of room. And they are going over us now, which is creating new nighttime illuminations. And people have asked about that. Well, how come we don't have pictures of them at night? Well, we do. But most people don't take the time to pay attention to the information that we're sharing. And that's been a huge part of it. It's like, if you want to learn this stuff, you got to spend the time. We can't just spoon feed you all the information all the time. You have to actually go in. You have to catch us and spend a little time talking to us. And most of us will provide you with that information because we've got countless catalogs, files of pictures going back over a decade.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
here, I'll ask this general question. Michelle, when was the last time you found me wrong?
I don't know, Sam. I can't even answer that.
I'm not trying to brag, but I am trying to talk about my track record. And I'm suffering from the troll effect again, as usual, and going, I'm drastically underrated, and I wish some of these people would, have a different level of point of view. And I can't cultivate my respect level from other people around the world, other than just to try to remain calm and just keep doing what I do. But I find it very difficult for people to generally open up around me and tell me what they think. So I have to sometimes pry it from people and go, well, put them on the spot and be really frank for 5 minutes. Go, what do you think? And yes, maybe this is a little bit of ego soothing here, but at the same point in time, I'm trying to do this and keep doing it, and also connect with people in a way that they're going to actually go, well, maybe we better look into his background. And so I got to bring it up,
Yeah.
and check out how, and I'll prompt Rebecca here. How many times have the drawings since 2018-ish been accurate?
All of them. All of them. Each and every one, really.
We
I can't think of
this
one that's not right.
We're not making this up. This isn't fake. It's quite real. We are watching the planets. We know where they are. We've watched them come in from much, much smaller, all the way going back to, original arrival, solar system wise from 2010. They got closer in 2011 and 12. They were visible in Antarctica, down there in South Africa, totally visible. Gillian saw them. Michelle took a few more years to get on board with us because she was busy having a normal life. And then,
how did you find Sam, Michelle? How did you where, or how did you find him?
When I first started seeing things in the sky, it was actually one day my life was normal, and then the next day I walked outside and I looked up and I was like, what in the world has gone on here? Where's our sun? I couldn't find our sun. And I saw what I thought was more like a stage lamp, and it was burning my skin. And then I saw like a sun in the sky and another sun, and I saw other planets, and I was so freaked out. And when I eventually went to Google, such a terrible thing to do, I discovered the pole shift, like the real bad pole shift.
Yeah.
The fear stuff. And so I went down that road.
I don't believe in. Yeah.
No, I don't believe it at all. So, but I did for 3 months. I was petrified. And in continuing to search for answers.
Yeah, I cried for a week.
Yeah. Oof. No, I came across Montana Skywatchers, actually, because at that point in time, your group was public. It was open. And that's actually, it was through fear of what I thought was going to be the end of the world that I actually found Sam and Montana Skywatchers. And really the thing that made the biggest difference for me was realizing that there were other people who were seeing what I was seeing in the sky, and there wasn't fear. And there was also this teaching about our electromagnetic universe. And it just made such logical sense to me, very quickly. No, it was very quickly.
Well, it's right. It's like Jesus and I felt the same way. It was like we could tell just by listening to Sam. We found his videos on YouTube, and we could just hear the honesty in his voice. You could just tell, that it was real. What he was talking about. It wasn't like he was wondering about it or saying it was a possibility.
We got a picture. We don't know what it is.
Yeah, you could just
we think
confidence.
It's an angel. It might be one of them that are fallen angels.
Yes,
like that. That's it.
sorry,
Yeah.
Sam. These days, there's many mornings and evenings, but where I'll be outside and I'll watch a sunrise in the east and a sunrise in the west at the same
Yes.
time. And
That's-
sunset is sometimes surround sound, so it'll be a
So like that way.
a slightly different color in the north and a slightly different one in the east, west, and south, and it's spectacular. And I keep thinking, if we were old sailors relying on sort of the
You'd be
north,
so confused. Like, where am I going?
Yeah, you know, and even the Inuit, we should actually, you know, try to talk to some people who are actually on the sea. There's a question that's been up twice now.
yeah, I thought
But
we
we can
covered
finish
that
this.
one.
We should start
Yeah.
talking to the people who do use sextants and actually use the stars. And we also have to take into account that we are moving through the galactic plane right now, which is what the Mayan calendar was all about in entering the 6th age, where we're going up from the southern ecliptic plane of our galaxy, and we are rising through the strong wave magnetosphere properties of that said same galaxy, and we're on the outer band, in way on the edge of it, and it takes us like 4 million years to go around it once anyway. And then we're moving to the upper galactic plane, and that happens every 300,000 years, which is part of what the Mayan calendar is all about. And anyone who wants to look up the harbingers of the Mayan calendar, the central picture is a skull. There's a big circle around it, and there are
Yeah, it's got them little block pictures.
there are 4 boxes around the centerpiece of the Mayan calendar, and this is very important because this lists the harbingers of the prior age 1 through 5, central meaning the skull. And we know about the skull because we see the skull asteroid, and this is that's our harbinger of this age. And if you look at them, get a copy of it, get as close a picture as you can, and try to understand the depictions in Aztec lore of those harbingers. And they talk about the 5 cycles previously, and that's how the ending of each of the harbingers of each age, and that's what the Mayan calendar was. And now we've entered the 6th age, which is where people tendency to mix information from the metaphysical to the internet age, where they're going 5D and we're going into the 5th dimension, and that's not what's happening. We're entering a new celestial age, and people have commented they thought, oh, the Nibiru planets, being that I don't see them, they have to be coming from another dimension. No, that's not what's going on. Nice capture of a Saturn.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Look at that stuff up there on the right, though.
On the wrong side for 2023. Yeah. That could be the red asteroid, but it shouldn't be because of the shape and size. Weird. Did you reverse this picture?
No, not at all.
Weird.
Not at all.
Okay, you got me. You have me stumped.
Those guys,
okay.
there's lots of them.
150 shows, and I've never been stumped. You have me.
Are these asteroids? Like
well,
several?
Of course they are. They're objects. They're there. They're showing up. And we're probably looking at the big 3. See the center 3, and there could be 2 lens flares here, the right and the left, lower. The red illumination is what's got my attention. That could be, that could be the Tan asteroid. Placement says it's the Tan asteroid.
Okay, and that object on the top right, when I zoom in,
Saturn's yellow moon.
No, the blue
yellow moon.
Yeah, see the big blue thing and the purplish? That's yellow moon with the ion tail going around it at base. And the front face plate. And
oh, wow, look at that thing. All right, yeah.
You got to look at the dark corner first. Yeah, that's a Saturn's yellow moon, very large.
Oh, wow.
And then
are you saying top right corner?
Focal, right above the sun to the left, just above the sun to the left. And that looks like the 2 objects again, blue and green asteroid, or blue and another asteroid. And then, because the green could even be over here to the middle right.
Yeah, because that green one that I seen yesterday.
There's the spiral, and there's the red, and then there's the lead that aren't accounted for here. And we could be looking where right above it says Michelle Skywatcher name. That could be the spiral asteroid on the lower horizon, which we know it is. And so these patterns match over and over again. And then every once in a while, I'm stumped. You probably have the reddish blob on the upper left is probably the tan asteroid illuminating, and Uri behind it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Of course, the tan asteroid is the main leader of the group that's slightly facially embedded in the planet Uri, which has been on the left-hand side for about 3 years now.
It's a stunning picture, wowzer.
Yeah, it shows you there's stuff in there, and everybody's going to scream, "Oh, those are lens flares," or "Oh, this is this is this." We all have learned over time that even in the best and the worst of pictures, all in the spectrum, there's always something in there that's showing you this repeated pattern. And this is how we do this. We've seen so many thousands of pictures over a decade, 13, 14 years.
It's amazing. It's actually a marvel. It's like we're creating a whole new science, like a way to
right. We are starting to do science. So now I noticed again, we've skipped the question. How do I explain to someone? Thank you, Thunda, for the question. How do I explain to someone why the planets aren't burning up with having two suns? They are. We are already. Look at your weather outside. Is this your normal winter? Is this your normal spring? Is this your normal summer? No. Our weather has drastically changed. Everybody's way warmer than they're supposed to be. All the planets are heating up ever since 2011. When the second star got here, there was a backblow CME process that occurred between the two stars when they got proximity, and that was in 2012. And you can look that up on YouTube. Backblow CMEs of 2012. Yeah. And we saw evidence of that where the blows and bursts were reaching to the other larger star. And ever since then, and of course, the sun has come up in the northeast sky ever since then. And people didn't pick that one up. And that's what's wrong with our arc of our sun now as the day progresses from morning, when the sun comes up literally in the northeast sky and up here in Montana. It may be different in your area. It comes up and then it drops towards the southeast and then spins its way to the due south come noon. And it's supposed to be directly over the top of my head at due noon, or at straight up noon. That's why they call high noon. And it hasn't been so since 2011. At high noon, the sun is in the south, due south of me. And then it arcs over to the western sky, and it is setting far lower at this time of year in the southwest than it would normally ever do so, all the way up until the end of January, February of the winter skies of Montana. So it's already in the winter pattern, and we haven't even hit winter yet. So the whole arc, and that's part of the tip. And we talked about how we don't believe in a full pole shift. Well, the pole shift, a full pole switch polarity of the planet has only occurred 14 to 15 times in roughly 6.5 billion with a B billion years. So I don't believe we're going to go and manifest through a major pole shift. I do know we have tipped and we have moved, and that's evidence in the Sahara Desert, and that has happened so many times. And they say it's on a 20,000 year cycle, and I don't think they've broken that down properly, because I see it in about a 4,000 year cycle, and there's evidence of that in coral geology records of coral samples, where there's this unknown iron oxide collection in sea coral samples, which tells you that there's an inundation of material that is not normal to our normal space dust and dirt debris things that we get in, that the corals live off of and land lives and dirt comes from, and etc. We know that there's exterior samples coming in from asteroids, etc., and that's all proven throughout geology. And boy, those guys love to do that, and they're doing a great job. I mean, geology is a really well put together science with a lot of really awesome, wonderful, hardcore documentation that's actually proven a huge level of science that we exist off today.
Yeah.
Here's a great picture of the Texas Cube.
Figured.
That one. Yeah, very well illuminated.
I'm sorry, I do depart from topic from time to time, and I'm so thrilled that you're here, Michelle. It's awesome.
Good
I
to share.
love it.
No,
You know, we're trying to add new people, and
yeah, no, it's
your
lovely.
opinion is important. And I'm talking all the time, and I can't wait for you to talk. I apologize.
Thank you. Well, it's fine. I'm going to say I agree with you with regards the angle of the sun. It has totally changed. But what I have found watching very early mornings at 4 in the morning, there appears to be about 40 minutes before the sun comes up, there appears to be, I'll call it another organic sun. It's really big though, that comes up in the more south, so more southeast. It comes up first, about 40
Do you
minutes.
think that we're seeing separation?
No, I think it's totally, I think they're not related, these two.
Well, yeah, but they're not. But I mean, we have up here, we have seen only evidence of them being connected. And Rebecca and I have both been watching for the last like 2 years, waiting for separation of the two stars.
Okay. Yeah, then
So
I'd
if
say
you're,
they're separated. Yeah.
you know, it's entirely possible from your angle being on the southern hemisphere of the planet that you're having a different view angle than we are.
Yes.
So so we can almost safely say that we're seeing the signs of separation, which it should be doing.
Yeah.
But we were not getting any evidence of it. So
now I've got great video footage of it, and I must download it, and then I'll.
Well, we've been waiting. You know, I mean, we've been waiting for separation, and it would, you know, if it's dropped below our hemisphere already, that we can't even see it, which doesn't make sense. We did see where the central alignment of the smaller star in front of the larger star was centralized for a long time, and that within the last 8 months has changed. We did see evidence of angle shifting over to the right of our star.
Sorry, Sam, I just sent pictures while I was away for a few seconds. Rebecca, I sent them to the place where you've just sent now. The sun was doing something really weird yesterday, and it looked like they tried to shoot a cam guy in there, or maybe it was something flying up there that, you know, one of our ship friends. But I really wanted you to see. I mean, I've got videos as well. That's why when Michelle was saying about videos, I wanted to send you the videos as well.
I do believe in fairies. No, I believe that there might actually be an occasional space chem.
This one was really unusual, Sam.
Upper planetary,
really unusual.
Where you don't actually see the plane, you just see the chem appear, and it's way right next to you, and then you see the shadow on the planet.
It seemed to be just right under the sun. It was weird.
That's one thing that always blew me away. For the longest times, everybody was seeing the sea trails, and then you'd look up and you'd see this dark shadow on this thing above, and they didn't grasp that there's actually a shadowing of the sea trail on the atmosphere of these frickin' passing planets. And how can you not see that? And they don't get the fact that our atmosphere doesn't go beyond our sight level. Our atmosphere,
because it's doubling. It was just doubling. It freaks you right out.
The cumulus nimbus clouds is the end of our weather, and that's 35,000 feet, which is where the planes fly over. And everything above that is not our solar system.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yes, that was very strange. And it eventually all turned gray, but in the spiral, it was very strange.
Spiral, you just said it. It's vertical spiral asteroid coming around Attu and Attu's moon, which is in the upper left-hand corner with the sunlight behind us at the left. And it's in morning to midday, and you're looking literally west.
Yeah. Now you can see the planet on the left.
And it almost looks like something you don't want to talk about.
I know, we must talk about this. It's so exciting.
It looks like a penis. Anyway.
The candle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, candle. You're right. You're right. That cloud on top. I missed that part.
Oh gosh.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I went there. You know, I mean, I'm a guy,
But
you know.
obviously, that's not just a normal cloud.
No.
You know,
It's probably
obviously.
it's a vertical spiral asteroid, and we're over to the left. We're probably seeing the back end of the red asteroid, which is, you know, and you can kind of see a little bit of red to the right there.
Yeah.
And we saw some really cool stuff. I think JD posted this morning or yesterday a really cool cloud pattern, and of course it was a red asteroid and little sister underneath Atu's moon. And then everybody's go, "Oh, it's the mothership." And it's like, no. You know, mothership is not coming down for you guys. In order to meet ET, you have to grow in your mind and your life and your habits,
Yes.
because ET can read you in a heartbeat. And if you're not a good person and a good citizen, they will want nothing to do with you. And they will just, you know, take your sample and you won't even know you were there. They were there. And then they'll add you to a list because they study everything. They, you know, write this shit down. You know, they study us a lot because they want to make sure the herd's healthy as best it can be while it's being Fukushima'd. Anyway, and plastic to death and all of that and all the other sicknesses. But then, of course, this is God, I hate to go here, but this is the calling of the herd every cycle. And that way we rise up and are stronger and better the next time.
Like
And
Jupiter ascending, the movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All the so what is going on? Have you looked anything up in astronomy?
For that one,
astrology.
Look at that thing.
Okay.
No.
Well, I occasionally read something here, something there. I heard that we were going into Scorpio and all of that, and you know, I try to stay on that, and you know, I remember, you know, what Scorpios are, and okay, that's that person, and you know, I know.
I don't know anything about it.
Oh, really? Wow. Here I go counting on you to be really wise in metaphysics again. You just naturally are born to this. Just face it. Now go study.
Yeah.
Homework.
So thinking about what you were saying, Sam, about the possible separation already happened or happening. That picture I took was taken in, I think, 21. It was 21 or early 22. So that was definitely long before what I'm seeing now, which is where I definitely see a sun come up 40 minutes before our other sun. So,
Wow.
So there's definitely
it was first sighted in the southern hemisphere anyway, when all this started as well. So I'm sure that you have an entirely different point of view of it than I do, which is great. Yeah. I would love to hear more. And I'm looking at this. This isn't a cutoff, is it, Rebecca?
Oh no! I mean, I was
how
thinking
the smaller object on the low in the middle left is the same intensity.
Yes, it was hot.
Cutoff. There's no color cutoff going here. No. And look at the full sliver halo. We could be seeing this could be the side of which would be why it's so damn hot down in your area. Because you're getting a side view of the second larger star, and our star is getting out of the way. And look which direction the bigger star is, and look where the smaller star is. Because we know that it came from the left and it's going to the right. And this is exactly what this picture shows.
Yeah.
So it must be moving now.
Well, Rebecca and I have been talking about this for over a year. We're waiting for signs of separation. And I think your photograph is showing us.
Yeah.
I got
I'm
goosebumps
sure I've
right
seen
now.
it as well.
I really do.
Sure
I have goosebumps right now. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Because look at this rotation. This isn't a rotation with the round dots. No. This is a focal. It's
wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 pairs. And very interesting. Very interesting. Because we've had multiple weird other previous flarings, and Rebecca's got thousands of those pictures. She puts compilations of how weird the sun looks together all the time. she does so much of it. I've stopped bothering collecting them for myself, and I take what she sends.
Right.
You know, you've made my
Yeah,
job so much easier in so many ways.
that's so nice. I'm glad.
And and over time, I've let a lot of people send me this, and there's some people that send me sun stuff and magnetosphere stuff and political stuff that I don't necessarily want to deal with, and some really spooky stuff too, and some crazy conspiracy shit that sometimes, and then a lot of military stuff. Please do not send me military stuff. I don't open them, period. Ain't going there. I completely stay away from U.S. government knowledge information, period, for a reason. Don't send them to me. I won't open them. Anyway, yeah, and then look how dark it is over on the right-hand side.
Yep.
Behind this. And that, of course, is where
It's kind of green there as well. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, and that would be, of course, where Nepesity is. And then the purple of Atu and Atu's moon in the upper right-hand corner. I mean, left-hand corner, excuse me. I wonder why. Geez, I got my right-hand, left-hand switched today. I don't know what the deal is.
There was one picture I was going to.
And this is, of course, newer, right, Michelle?
No, that one was in 21 or early 22. So what I'm going to download in the next couple of days is how I'm seeing the sun in the morning now, which has actually got a really gigantic sky filler sun coming up first 40 minutes before the small sun. With
it'll be in footage.
Yeah, I've got video footage.
Awesome! I can't wait to see it. I cannot wait to see it.
It's
cool. And this might be what we've been waiting for. You know, we've been waiting for information, watching for separation, because we knew we'd already gone past the halfway point, because they came from underneath us and worked their way up from the lower left, and were visible coming in Antarctica at the time, 2010, 2011, 2012, when they became visible in the northern hemisphere up here for us. And then we could look due south and southwest and southeast and actually see the planets down there when they were smaller. And it was cool. And I tried to tell everybody, and oh my God, you know, this is, of course, when I was still running Montana Skywatcher 1, and I was, you know, dip diving on 25 or 30 other sites where I kept getting thrown off of because, oh my God, what are you talking about? You're so, you know, Nibiru's red and all. Yeah. Right. And all those people, oh, you're so, you know, full of beans. And then I went through the Money Boys, and they were all, you know, mocking me and everything else. And God, it seems like 3 lifetimes ago. It's hilarious. I love it. I love it. You know, hey, you know, and I always just tell people, hey, they don't slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for being wrong.
Yeah, for no reason.
Right.
Yeah, you know, and then I got people doubting that, and I go, okay, well, that dog ain't gonna hunt. You know, wow.
I was just wondering, like, these 2 bottom pictures reminded me of Michelle's picture.
Look
we were
at
just
the middle one on the top.
Look at those things.
We've known that there's been this, you know, flaring, and we've known that there's been the cross streaking and the straight up and down vertical shaft of blue light, which also has its own importance, which we don't go into too often, but that has to do with Nibiru. So, and even in the bottom right-hand corner, that, you know, that there you have evidence of the 2 moving. And God, maybe this is what I've been waiting for this. Cool. I mean, I tell you, I'm standing here with my jaw semi-open. And I go, all right.
You won't sleep tonight now, waiting for your pictures.
You know, well, it's about time. Wow, boy, when we got 2 full suns staring at us, that's gonna fry us.
Yes.
And
Sam,
the question was, why do they? And we are frying, and I that's what I fear is I think we're gonna fry more. And I'm hesitant to see what next summer for, you know, North America is going to be like, and what you guys are going to go through this year. You know, because we're up here, we're going to have a weird super El Nino, as they're calling it. That looks a little cubey.
Yeah, definitely.
It really does.
It's got a little side thingy happening.
Yeah, the shadow, you know, with that purple on the bottom was showing you the ultimate shadow.
Yeah, definitely.
And they do go, and you know, the angle of how they approach and go changes. And I'm always putting out that one little drawing where I'm showing the 3 models where the orbitation of the object cluster group underneath Attu's moon or Attu is coming down from the left hand at an angle. And then in the middle model, it's coming down vertically. And then on the right hand model, it's coming down vertically or at an angle from the right hand side. And I always post that drawing all the time because people have to take into account that these things aren't orbiting with Earth. They don't come across our horizontal plane like we expect to see them. These objects, the asteroids and the Texas Cube and the Long Box Cube and all the ships and everything orbit underneath the planets, and they rotate, and our vision of them and the objects underneath them changes as that planet rotates. And it can be at a downward angle on the left, and then the planet rotates, and then you see a vertical angle of them orbiting underneath, and it goes straight down. And then on some occasions, we see them coming in from the right-hand side as they continue to orbit and rotate. And it's a varying thing that in some cases can take a week or can take a couple of hours, depending on the proximity of each planet, etc. And that, of course, is the red asteroid and little sister.
It's very round.
Well, it's got a sort of a flat face on the right-hand side usually.
So where's the little sister?
On the lower left. See the little highlight right there? The little white dot on the bottom, right there on the.
I do. Okay.
And there's always the little sister is always riding right next to the red asteroid.
And there's several little sisters, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Several?
There's bunches of them, and you can probably see it, on the left, and there's one in the front of it, and there's a couple behind it, and yeah, there's a whole bunch of smaller, and we just over time have named it the little sister, and we should say, we should actually count. I mean, how do you count these things? It changes all the time, but I think there's like 7 or 8 major smaller marble-sized ones going along with the red. So, and then there's tons of debris and all that, and then we won't even talk about what's going along with the Skull asteroid or the Salamander group, which is another story. Wow, there's so much up there, and millions and millions and millions of asteroids.
Yeah, that color, sure, it's so beautiful.
I wonder why. I mean, you notice how the media and NASA will just pinpoint one asteroid. They're like, there's this one asteroid that's the size of a refrigerator or whatever passing.
Yeah, and they don't even tell you where it is.
Right, but I'm thinking just one they'll talk about when really there's just an infinite number.
Oh, and they're listing new stuff all the time on the NEO list, which I
they're having a ball just now. Yeah,
I haven't checked it this week at all. The NEO list, and that of course is just the new stuff that they find, and sometimes they find it 2 hours ahead of time, and sometimes they find it 6 months, and sometimes it's 5 years ahead of time. The shit is coming in from the dark, and a lot of times they only see it once they get facially illuminated, where some astronomer out there can go, oh, I captured this movement and my computer told me it was there. Because there's and we also know that a good portion of the observatories around the world are very quiet and turned off.
Yes.
No one is announcing anything because they've all been shut down. Gee, I wonder why.
Yes, I wonder why. Oumuamua.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's a fascinating one. I love this video.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a still shot, but here's the video. So I'm gonna go ahead and play those.
Last year.
Oh, okay. Well, if that was last year, then that is the open core of Nepesity.
It had the sun going down with it as well at the same time.
Right.
Yes, awesome.
Rebecca, remember where Nepesity was last year? And we were seeing the cutoff all the time straight over the top of us, and then the cutoff of the sun. And then we'd see that the hourglass shaped illumination above at the face of Nepesity cutting it off. Well, down in South Africa, this is what that's the open core of Nepesity. Now Saru is going to look like that very soon, and it's going to be, if you take a film of it now, look for a much thicker oranger top on an open core cloud like that, and that will be in the southeast sky. You probably will get a great view of Saru right now that we can't see up here because Uri's in the way.
Yes. Yeah,
where
I
you're down there, you probably may actually get that. Look for a really bright orange open core, orangish yellow illumination on the left-hand side of the sun. And that'll be where Saru is supposed to be right about now.
thank you. I will look.
And
The
of course,
thing
Yeah.
you
that
know, the
gives
ion,
me
you can't miss the ion tail of Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side of the sun either. That's a phenomenal show every day.
Mm.
Every day. And they're always getting better. Always. Every day.
Mm.
And of course, it's the show of a lifetime. It really is. And I hate to be, almost theatrical and circus-like, but I mean, that's what we got going on here, and
Mm.
these people out here go, oh, they're just clouds, or that's a lens flare, or how could that possibly be? We'd be dead by now, or or dear old Dan, who's a skeptic because he's working off of 1880 English science,
Yeah, and look at that deep blue. It's so beautiful that
Yeah.
you can see that planet there so clearly.
Yeah, and normally the skies are light blue, even up here in Montana. Yeah, I love
Okay,
this. Look at the crescent illumination. Why is it at the bottom?
it's glitching. It's not, it wasn't the real moon, that one. I'm afraid.
Well, yeah. Well, NASA told us there was a second moon, but they didn't say where it was. You're probably seeing asteroids going in front of the moon. We've seen a lot of that sightings in the last 2 months, Rebecca, or longer.
A
Asteroids.
lot. Yes. In front of the moon and
Yeah.
our sun.
Right. And
Yeah.
that's because when Yuri goes over the top of us, we are being inundated with her massive asteroid field, and of course it's electrically opposite charge, so it doesn't come falling into our atmosphere. It probably skips off and does an electrical discharge and illumination. There was a new video I saw, and I didn't get the location on it, but I didn't have a chance to save it because it was on YouTube while I was watching TV in the living room. But there was I believe it was in South America, and they were seeing, I believe, the red asteroid illuminate with a bottom drop cloud. So an ionization nighttime sighting with an ion drop tail, and it was just illuminating like unbelievably, and everybody was going, "Oh, Santa Maria!" No, and and because of course, the South Americans are very religious folks, and I don't blame them for a second. And they got a wonderful base of religion. Unfortunately, part of that was jammed down their throats by the Spaniards. But anyway, we won't go back into that history. But there was a
Sorry, I tried to send a couple of videos as well because I'm just obsessed with showing you what I saw yesterday. I couldn't believe it. It was so different to anything I've seen.
Here's what I just added. I added the ones you sent me. So
I've just sent videos now. Look at this. It's crazy. You can see something is on the left there, and something's here on the pinching. It made it really small, and then suddenly it came big. The sun.
I'd like to point something out that the first thing that grabbed. Go back to that picture.
Okay. Yep.
Have you noticed the haze? Have you noticed how gray everything? Look at the car. Look at the ground in the center. Look at to the left. There's a haze. And that's because it's cut off, because the sun is being pinched. Yuri is to the left. You can see the stripes of Yuri. She's all that micro light cloud going from top right all the way down to bottom horizon left. Lead asteroid is behind that main cloud you're looking at that's slightly rainbowy. If you look behind it, there's a dark spot circle, large circle, about the size of a golf ball if you were to hold it in front of your screen. And then you can see the bottom of Attu's moon, where the lens flare is reaching. It's in front with Attu in front of Yuri, but that's where Yuri and Attu's moon are. And you can see this weird light phasing blue going to the upper from the star, from our sun. There's a cutoff going there. That's why it's orangier on that side, which is what's causing the haze. That cutoff right there. It's on the right-hand side. And if you look, there's a kind of a reddish circle right there, about the size of a tennis ball.
Yeah.
That is a Saturn shell of moon cutting into the sun, which is why everything's hazy. It's way less light than we're used to, and that's why everything looks a little oddly less colored and
It's
gray.
dark. Yeah, it's
I've been
dark. It
talking
was,
about this for like 2 months to everybody all the time. Like, don't you notice that? There's a cutoff in our light. It's not right. It's gray. Everything's a weird color.
everything's
Of
gray.
course,
Yeah.
blue into the upper part of the right-hand side is where Isatum is, and entirely way deep behind everything on the right-hand side is where Nibiru is, and you can sort of kind of see her bottom from just above the car front hood, going above the trees to the middle of this lower white cloud, which could also be the green asteroid, by the way. Or green asteroid. And the spiral's over here on the left.
All right.
Yeah, at the horizon.
I have a video, some clips to share showing more about this hazy shadows. Yeah, I'll show that in a moment.
And this rainbowing that we're looking at is showing you that it is refracting in prism. Normally, that does not happen in normal water clouds generically, but that tells you there's debris in here. This is part of the onset of the asteroid group from Uri. That's why it's rainbow huing out, because it's debris and micro things, and that refracts the light into a prism effect, which adds the different colors.
Yeah, it's like all fuzzy and hazy and gray green.
Well, and everything on the right, yeah, they're Isatum shell of moon is cutting in on the right, and on the left you have Atu probably. With Atu's
the
moon.
darknesses were just so sudden. You could see the
straight line
darknesses
going across the sun, and at that horizon 11, that straight cloud could even be the ring of Atu. And your green haze, you're probably getting a green flare right there, but that's probably the green asteroid, or we know it's in that area of proximity. And we talked about this picture the other day.
Yeah, this one is the last one that you just sent me.
Yeah.
The current ones. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably.
And did you send me a video, you said?
Yeah, I sent 2 videos because I was getting really excited about the fact that I could actually see it looked like a plane flicking across. But
wow.
How could it be a plane in space?
A lot of flickering in the light, even in the moonlight. And that's asteroid. That's stuff going past. That's why it's flickering. There's an atmospheric momentary something. And we know that, I mean, we saw the videos from the ISS that we know that when Uri's going over the top of us, the asteroid clouds of debris, or we could even say wormwood, and I can drop that bomb, is going over the top of us, and we're swimming in wormwood, which is check the history books and the carvings and tablets and all of that stuff, and look that stuff up, because it's very, very, very prominently matching all the stuff that we've studied for 14 years.
And it makes a good tea, by the way, if anybody's drunk wormwood tea.
Yeah, that too. I wasn't even thinking of the herb. Yeah.
I have a video.
Wormwood forest, like this dark oak forest that you don't dare venture into. There's things that live in there and no one returns. That kind of thing. Yeah, well, wormwood, we could call worm, and the Chinese call it the dragon. I believe that the Aztecs would refer to this as Quetzalcoatl, and then many other races, and they've even got that on the Hopi Indian, that big 25-foot across Hopi and Indian carving that everybody reveres and I use all the time. They've even got the object cluster group carved into that, and I mistook it for the longest time as a watermark, and I was thinking, that white thing, oh, okay, it's a lens flare or whatever of the picture, and lo and behold, it's actually this illuminated object cluster group, which we have watched for, it took me probably 6-7 years till that dawned on me what I was staring at. And the
and Colburn calls it Frightener.
Yeah, and we the planetary counts that match in all the Sumerian texts and all of this, and it fits so well, and we've documented, and that's the thing about all of this, is that we've taken the time to put the puzzle pieces together, and it all fits, and that's why it is as factual as it is. and
Like a silvery haze. This time lapse is like a silvery haze. It's like,
Yeah, I was going to say this is earlier in the show. One of our listeners, it was Bart. Is it Bart or Bat? Yeah, Bart 96. Anyway, he asked for you to look at this, Sam. I'm not sure if he's still listening, but if not, I'll message him back. But he was just wanting to get some information from you, what was happening here.
I don't see a lot.
I'll replay it.
Well, I see, of course, stars.
He said this is nighttime.
Oh, okay. That is interesting.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, look at that. Can you go back to that last thing that flew by and maybe catch it?
Let's see. Try to.
The first two were probably planetary or asteroid base clouds. They were extrastellar gaseous forms, but that third object that went by was very ship-shaped.
So you're saying that's a star?
That looks like an asteroid or a shooting star.
Uh-huh.
That right there.
Look there, that's a ship.
Yeah,
there it goes.
That looks very ship-like. And if you want to go back farther slowly, we can see what those other two cloud formations that were way higher up than normal that went by. And that's what you have to learn to look for. You don't look at the evidence stuff in the front. Look at the stuff in the background. Okay, that's interesting. Oh boy, those could have been star cruisers. Those were big and flat.
Wow. I feel like I need to take this video and slow it down.
Yeah, that looks at the beginning part there looks like the lead asteroid way up close. Where was it taken?
Belgium.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boy, did you see that thing with lights?
Sure.
In the upper left. That looked almost like a
stunning.
It had lights in the upper left corner, and I'm not seeing it now, or you went past it so fast I didn't see it. That was weird. That also is weird.
I'm going to slow it down.
Okay, look at the cutoff of the light. There's a big round shape cutting off that light.
Yes.
It's all there. Look at it.
That is most likely Attu's moon, depending on when this was captured.
It
2017.
was March 2017. Yes.
Okay, 2017 is a totally different story then. I actually have to say that is the side of Attu then. In 2017, yeah, that's the side of Attu, and you can go back to the 2017 drawings. And if we had the 2017 drawings here, I could actually go and look it up. Or wait, do I even have it? Yeah, I can go there and look it up, but I can't post it, unfortunately. So there's no reason for me to do that. I'll scratch on that. In 2017, Attu and Attu's moon, and we have those pictures that was back during the James era when I had a co-moderator named James, and he had issues. And if that's 2017, see, it's really hard to do that unless I'm on Facebook and I can grab you my file. Unfortunately, I can't post my file here. But there's a definite cutoff, and you can see the light. There's a rounded object in the left-hand side of that last page where there's a bunch of stuff flying around in here. And that looks like
I'll have a slowed down version in a second to show you.
No worries. We can move on to something else.
And let's see. I'll get Gillian's videos in a minute.
I'd like to try and stick to current events if we could.
Sure.
That's confusing.
Yeah, a lot changes in all those years.
Well, I still remember a good portion of the timeline of how everything went. and which is good. I enjoy it. It's insane. Right to left to right to left, and all these patterns. But I still have to I have to go look stuff up, and every once in a while on these older drawings, and I have a big file full of just drawings only, and they always match. It's really cool. It's also a great reverse information source where you can go, oh yeah, I was right back then. See, ta-da, And I always chuckle when I do that because they always match. Yeah.
Stunning.
Look at that.
I know that's the fun part, whenever you put them together and you can see just
and you go back,
how
oh God, this is
perfect it
3 years
is.
ago. And look, I found this old picture that I lost 3 years ago. And holy cow, look at that day there, but ta-da, And we do that all the time. I have a bunch of people that do send me old stuff, and then I have to go, okay, the Wayback Machine says, go back to that.
Okay.
That, of course, wow, I literally almost see something other than the red asteroid. But we know the red asteroid is there, but that looks almost suspectly something else.
Looks like a craft or even
with a cube bottom almost. And
Yeah.
well, it could be a punch hole of the Texas cube coming out through a punch hole into our atmosphere.
That looks more
because
like
look at this.
It does look very cubey, and that's what caught me at first. It's like, wait a minute, I'm seeing a cube here too. And you can see even the fascia and the holes inside, and the different elevations. We have pictures of close-ups where it has these certain designs, which also, by the way, match the Thunderbird crop circle pictures. And when the facial design on a craft actually matches in crop circles and Aztec lore, you kind of go, woohoo, better listen.
Yeah,
the cubes are the faction that have been here in between Nibiru. They're more current visitors. And people have a tendency to think that there's only one faction up there right now. No.
Sam, so do the cubes originate from one particular planet, or have got a lot of planets got cube craft?
I don't have that fact. I know that I have suppositions. I have opinions, and I don't have a fact enough to tell you one way or another. But I have ideas that it is one particular faction that comes in the cubes. But then it I believe has to do with the Federation. So therefore, where do you weigh Federation technology versus individual members of the Federation?
Okay. Yeah, that's a stunning picture too. Wow.
I was going to say that one's kind of
this is the one I was talking
that's like
about.
a reset button, that thing.
This is red asteroid with little sister in front of it, creating a base cloud off the face of Attu's moon, or even lead asteroid, which it could be. It's stacked 1, 2, 3, because the red asteroid and the lead asteroid are occasionally, depending on orbit, are stacked where you can see them next to each other or in front of each other or one behind the other.
So what's the smallest portion at the bottom?
Little sister next to red asteroid.
Sister, yeah. And then it's in front of the lead object, you said?
Yeah, it could be, or it's the base cloud, a base cloud formation of the bottom of Attu's moon. And look where it is, location-wise, angle off the sunset.
Yes.
It's just on the left-hand side of the sun, slightly. And we know what is currently on the left-hand side. And that is currently Attu and Attu's moon. And we're getting a more illustrious view of Attu again, now that Attu's moon has gotten smaller over the last 3 to 4 months, which has been surprisingly quick how fast it changed. It blew me away. It's like, wow, we're looking at that. There it is again. There it is again. Wow, that thing got smaller quick. And then we're also seeing some sightings where it's right over the freaking top of us and massive and bubbly and purpley and mantis clouds from hell. And it just blows you away how this transition past thing is going. That's, of course, we were talking about the illuminating red asteroid. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Wow. Look at the facial clouds on the left-hand side picture. Faceplate of his Saturn's yellow moon, perhaps. There's that.
Wow.
Remember, this is the closest we've ever seen. I would save these for sure, Rebecca. Yeah, it's
Yeah, they're unusual. They're so unusual.
asteroid.
Yeah.
I don't see
are-
little sister illuminating, but then it might be. Let me blow this up. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Wow, it's got me a little torn, but that what gathers my attention is the facial illumination, the angle of the left-hand picture. That literally looks, no, I'm going to say red asteroid.
Because of location, or
no, because of the moon illuminating through the cloud. And that would make it closer to us than far away. And then it can't be the Saturn's yellow moon, although Saturn's yellow moon could be the dark illuminated upper body in the left-hand picture. And this is red asteroid going down at a downward angle in orbitation. And it's being illuminated by the moon, and we're looking at the shape of the dark object with the moonlight showing it.
Okay.
And where it is off the horizon deck. It's only so many degrees off the horizon of the plane, which is also exactly where the red asteroid currently is. And that's how we work through the little stipulations. Could it be? And now, once I saw the moon behind it illuminating from the back, and it was closer to us than far away.
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah.
The moon would have been, if the moon would have been in front of the faceplate of the Saturn's yellow moon, not behind it.
Wouldn't you say that most objects that size is an asteroid of some sort? Like,
yeah.
Like you narrow it down. We know it's not a planet.
We believe the frequency of discharging between the bodies, because we watched the object cluster group discharge and self-illuminate long before we understood what we were staring at with the larger planets. I mean, we were looking at the larger planets all along, but we didn't realize the fact that we were seeing the dark side of them. We were, expecting Hollywood. Oh, there's a planet. Planet, land masses. Oh, green, beautiful stuff. Cool. Yeah, like literally like that. But that's what
that's
that
a
is.
Planet.
That's definitely a planet. And that's oddly green. I don't know where the sunset is. Yeah, but it's got to be a Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon. It has to be. And the long box cube, dead center, which is what that finger is. We watched it, and then we saw self-illuminating asteroids, which is what the lead asteroid, those early pictures of the lead asteroid, which is what gathered our attention to them in the upper left-hand corner of 85% of the original shots we got in 2009 and 2010 and everything I was watching for the longest time. And I kept seeing that same illumination in the upper left corner. And I kept seeing it. And then I went, wait a minute. And then I started saving all of those pictures, and then I started blowing them up. And that, of course, is when we started seeing the lead asteroid, which has been the most documented of all the object cluster groups, with the exception of the big three, because we actually saw the big three self-illuminate moreover than the lead asteroid. And that was because of proximity or whatever, having to do with...
Oh, look at that thing. Whoa.
Yeah, space core cloud of necessity. Getting ready to make a snorkel, or actually doing the snorkel and a rain bomb. That almost looks like Montana. Whose picture is
the
it?
Mountains. I do not know.
Okay, it could be. They do look pretty. They do look pretty spicy. So they could be the Rockies. It could be Colorado. It could be.
Right.
It could be. I'm looking at the tree type with those down drooping pines that we don't have up here in Montana. So those are. So that knocks this out of being Montana. So it's got to be farther south for those pines to grow here. And there are houses. Okay. Populated. I'd say Colorado. Anyway, talk to me, Michelle. What's going on?
I'm tired. I'm fading. It's
Well,
Yeah, I
you are
know.
allowed to
It's
excuse yourself anytime you are prepared.
yeah. I was gonna say, Michelle. I know it's like after 12:30 at midnight.
1:30 in the morning.
Oh, one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And I want to
Yes.
again thank
Chief.
you, and I'd love to have you back anytime. We want to hear what you see down there because your viewpoint does have a
Yeah.
difference than ours, and it's
Yeah.
important. Good.
I've actually got some really amazing footage that I didn't have a chance to download that I'd love to share.
Well, at your
And
leisure.
yeah, so thank you, Sam, and thank you, Rebecca, for
Mhm.
such a lovely
Thanks.
opportunity. And Gillian, my Bonnie friend from Scotland, it was so nice to share this time with you
I thought it
too.
was very important to have you as one of our co-hosts. We're all co-hosts here, and I
Right.
appreciate your time. And I would
No,
like you to come back again when you're prepared. And
that's
it can be a little bit weird to be on a live podcast, and you'll learn as
She's
you.
a natural.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
to it.
Yeah.
Got to,
Yeah.
know, yeah.
It
Thank
doesn't
you,
seem so
You got this,
bad
girl.
when
Go.
you're.
And
I know
may
when
the
we're here
force be with
together,
you, and all.
it's
May the source be with you, and
Thank
blessings to you and your family and everything. And
Thank you,
so,
Sam. I'm going to say good
no, thank
night.
you. I've always
Good
enjoyed your
night.
company.
Good night.
Thank you. Nighty night, and lots of love to you guys.
love
Bye.
you too, Michelle. Good
Sleep
night.
well.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Chat with you later. Bye bye. All
Godspeed,
right.
as they say. Yeah.
That was so good to have her on with
Yeah, and
us.
I like to have other people come on so that we like to have them come on so that other people out there get the opportunity to see that we're just people, and we've just been doing this for so long in our own well organized multiple groups, sister sites included, YouTube,
Yeah.
TikTok, Facebook,
Mhm.
etc. For over a decade now. We've all earned our place. We all know what we're talking about. We're not just saying, "Oh, we saw something and there's a blob." None of that's going on here. We have documentation going back well over, you know, 44 years with me. You guys were talking about how, when you first discovered it and how it was just blowing your mind and, oh God, how do I deal with this? It's like, and I've been chewing on this for 40 years. And I
Years.
mean, it's a level of hell. It's a level of anticipation. It's a level of awesome, wondrous comfort. It's, all of the above. And it's wow. And then, oh man, I'm wholly excited because she's telling me we got sun separation going on, which would account for why we're too warm and why we've got, God, because,
Yeah.
and maybe we don't see it up here at the right angle. We did notice, but it's really hard to determine sun change when it's minute and you're staring at the sun. You just see a little.
Yeah, I used to see cool stuff down there as well. I do miss that angle. It's so different up in the northern hemisphere
Yeah,
because up
I
here
had
you
to
see
wait.
more planet bums than you see.
When it first started in 2011 and 12, and then I was watching the Antarctic webcams. I was watching all of them every day, over an hours and hours of time watching, trying to screen capture this and that. I knew they were coming from there because I knew the SETI Alpha project was being sent down to Australia for a reason, because they were going to be watching the oncoming show. And that's what kills me. And there's so many people out there that are just absolute naysayers, and they haven't got the slightest freaking clue how long all of this shit's been going on. I mean, I've known about this for 44 years.
So you must be really excited about doing the podcast now. You must really
Well,
feel
yeah, that's why
satisfied that you're linked up to all of us to speak to us all.
I think that way minutely. I try not to be arrogant about it or over anticipating too many expectations, etc. Because this topic is absolutely batshit crazy, and I mean, whoever and even Jesus says, I never even thought it was other planets, and here I'm going along filming the shit for oh God, like a year and a half. Got my cameras at the night sky, and I'm watching this stuff occur on the internet, and yeah, okay. And I'm going, okay, this is something I know about. And then all of a sudden I'm out in my yard, a couple of weeks later, and wham, there's a planet right there. Holy shit.
So
That's when, that's when the trap door went out on the hangman's deck, down I went, of course there was no rope, but help. Anyway, and I dropped through that door, and it just went, oh shit, they're here. And I'll never forget that as long as I live. And knowing and expecting them for, 40 plus years it's glorious, and yet insane at the same time to all of a sudden look up and think, wow. And and I don't think I've ever even come down from that. Look at that beautiful pinch. Yeah, you tell me that's
Planet
normal.
Bum Bum.
Yeah, yeah, 2 planet bum bums. You've got Atu's moon, and you got Nepesi.
Bum Bums.
You can literally see the land masses of Nepesi on the upper right hand side.
So
yeah, they're amazing.
Andrea, hey Andrea, she's asking, are the two suns, are they just close to each other, or are they joined somehow or another, like electromagnetically? Or
well, yeah, they static discharge, and then that was what the backblow CMEs were all about. Our star was zorching this backblow material all the way to the second star when it got into proximity, and then everything we've seen since then. There was that period of time when everything was so you couldn't even go outside without sunglasses on because your eyes would water so bad it was unbelievable. And that was 2011 when the second star rose up from the sub-horizontal view from Antarctica, and then people started seeing it in South Africa, like Gillian. And when that got, and all of a sudden the planets all tipped at that point in time, and then everything changed, and our sun started coming up in the northeast here in Montana, which used to be due east. And then when that occurred, everybody assumed that the big star that we were seeing was our normal sun, but it was really bright and we couldn't figure it out why. And then, but the problem was our little soul star, which was actually still rising in the east for the most part, was being obscured by the view of how bright that damn second star was. And then they got close proximity to each other in 2012, and then all hell broke loose with these backblow CMEs to the bigger star. And then all solar activity just up and died and completely walked away from all scientific 11-year cycle modeling. And they were going, oh, we don't know what it is. And oh, our sun is doing this possible death spiral, or our Earth's magnetosphere is fluctuating, and oh, it must be dying. No, Earth's magnetosphere is not dying. It's just getting the shit kicked out of it right now, being buffered in and buffered out and pushed and pulled and tugged by these larger passing electrical bodies also that have huge, massive magnetospheres that envelop ours or push us away, including some smaller planets and 2 gas giants. And so there's a whole lot going on. And this, of course, is the compounding of the two solar systems. We're not gravitational. We're an electrical compound. We're a chemistry equation joined. We don't crash into each other. We're a functioning system. And every 3,654 years, we cross paths, discharge, and then go about our business over a period of time and do the normal thing all over again next time. And it's not catastrophic, but it is disastrous, horrific each passing cycle what happens to Earth, because Earth has to reboot the commodities, remake new gold, new silver, new tectonic plates, new crushing of this and crushing of that, and jamming chemicals and gases and electrical discharges between volcanic emissions and gold being burped up from deep inside the Earth in volcanoes, and diamonds being blasted across the area of the ground where the volcanic glass turns to diamonds halfway up the core as it's being thrust from some deep caldera someplace, when it's deeper than secondary caldera emissions from a larger volcanic eruption, which would be a major, huge one, of course. But that does occur. But there's all sorts of chemistry equations going on during all of these catastrophic events.
Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. Wow.
Yeah. There you have the cutoff of Saturn's yellow moon. Saturn's yellow moon is coming in from the right. It's the proper size. It's the proper angle. It's blocking all the light.
Man, very obvious there.
Look at that. Wow.
This is Tulsa.
Yeah, this
too.
And see the facial shape? Close past red asteroid.
No, up there. Look there.
You can almost see the Texas cube in there.
All sorts of things in there.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff.
A lot going on.
You know, and then I don't want to pull a pareidolia, but I have a tendency to see cubes before faces. But you know, and I you know, if I had taken the picture and watched, if I had 3 or 4 more shots, I'd give you an absolute call. But out of one, I don't dare. I'm making supposition. But yeah, we're looking at asteroids for sure.
Yeah, that lightning's walking right along the horizon. Look at that. Wow.
You know, and people wonder where these, you know, immense storms just blow out of nowhere, you know, and then discharging. And oh, yeah, by the way, we never used to have purple and weird colored lightning.
And green.
This is mainly green and blue. And this, of course, is more rainbow illumination, and it could very easily be the core of Nepenthe with an asteroid in front of it.
Cool. Look at that.
Because we've seen numerous years worth of that occurring.
And this I know is almost like it's almost fake, but it's so insane. If I hadn't seen it myself yesterday.
It sort of like gets bigger at you. It was weird.
Yeah.
Going through some sort of psychedelic moment there, staring at it.
Yeah. Kind of funky,
man.
The
rainbow hewing is the asteroids coming in off the side of Uri and the debris fields that we've seen evidence of for, you know, years and years and years, and including the International Space Station footage that we've watched over the last 3 shows. That onset of clouds and stuff, when Uri onset comes in, and there's another example of it. It rainbow hues out because it breaks into a prism effect in space, refracting on the debris and the gases. It's probably going through a gas layer that is actually refractive of light and does break it down into this spectrum, which they can actually tell you what kind of gases they are by the light spectrum that is emitted. And that's one of the machines they use now for spectrum analysis. Anyway, okay. Hello, everyone. Hi, Rebecca. Hi, Sam. I just came to the realization in my mind about 5 weeks ago when I saw the cube spinning right in front of my eyes. Rebecca has been instrumental for me understanding this paradigm shift I've gone through. Well, awesome. Glad you're aboard.
I know. That's real nice.
Look at this picture.
Yes.
That's lovely.
Long box cube. See the lines?
Is this person? Is this Facebook user's picture?
No, I can't remember. I know
probably, and of course, see the micro clouding on the behind the cube. Of course, is Saturn's yellow moon, because we know it has flame-like small micro clouding.
Yeah, you can see an object
and then
inside
on the left-hand side, and the upper is, of course, Atu's moon and Atu currently.
Let me look and see what else I have.
Same pattern, and you can see the light cut off. Yeah. I mean, that's not a round sun.
I meant to get those
look at that
videos, Gillian.
Wow.
Let me get
wow. I love this. Screenshot.
This is, of course, in a dry area, and it's the halo is below the horizon. So that tells you it's dust in the air.
Okay.
Difference between
I was wondering.
anomaly. If this was a space anomaly, you'd see the mountains. You wouldn't see the rounding bottom part of the halo. That's the difference between a sundog and a spatial cutoff halo or back illumination halo. And if you can see it go below the horizon line, in this case, it's covering the mountains and all the way down to the bottom of the picture, which shows you that's atmospheric conditions within our atmosphere. And that's the difference between a sundog and not a sundog.
These were just some examples of pretty noticeable shadows in our sky. Let's see if I can get a hold of the bar.
And again, look into the light, how there's a cutoff, or there's an angled flare off the sun. And that shows you that there's an effect of the light being affected. There's something on the right-hand side and the left-hand side, but it's causing a flaring that goes at this 45-degree angle to the left. And there, of course, the blue, that's the side of what we know as Uri. And then Attu and Attu's moon
Look
will be
at that
over the top of
color.
it right there. And they're incoming and they're incoming and they're incoming. And that's why you see that upper dark blue corner in the left. And that's the site of Uri Attu's moon. And it's there. There's your shadow. And look at the real sky.
Look at, yeah, it doesn't look like
Hey.
anything, but
Look at the light issues.
yeah.
One side is light and the other one isn't. And then the day goes by and the hours we're looking at 14. So it's literally 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And
Here it's usually getting dark by then.
not here. I was amazed that the sun didn't even come up until almost well after 7 this morning. It was amazing. Of course, we're almost.
Oh yeah, it was like past 8 or something. I'm like, hello, where is the sun? I've got to go to work.
Yeah, well, we're heading into winter here. And I think that's like the 20. I think that's the 21st of this month is when we start winter, and that's of course when the opposable normal axis tip of orbit Earth orbit, however you want to say it, when that angle changes in our placement of our normal orbit in the solar system, and we run on an oval. And we're actually closer to the Earth in winter. I mean, we're closer to the star in winter than we are in summer. But that has to do with refractive facial illumination and the angle of our star versus Earth at our axis tip. Now, if that axis tip has changed, so has the refractive implementation of heat versus space versus normal. So that's all of those gambles are off. And if you look all over the internet right now, they're giving out new growth chart zones all over, telling you what climate number you're in now. And they've all revised all of that information for product and growth of crops and all of that. So it tells you that, we have drastically changed. They're not telling you why. They're just telling you there's a change. So and when you're watching this, you're going, oh, okay, there's the sun. I don't see anything. But the dark areas are planets. We know that planet is there. And that's why there's an orange side illumination about 2 inches away from the sun. Because that area is like 3 planets and they're getting closer to us and bigger and darker. And if you look at the ground.
What was that?
You go back a couple.
See that?
Yeah, well, the light changed.
Yeah.
Look at the ground. Look how hazy and dark it is because they're dark right there. And it's shadowing the whole, and I keep pointing at but you don't see this gray shadow, like the light is totally screwed up. You can't see that. And that's what I've been screaming for months. Because when this started, I started going, look at it. Nothing. People just don't get it. And now watch how fast there's all this weird line that goes by in brightness change. Like, whoa. And then all of a sudden it's the same illumination everywhere. See, here it comes, brighter.
Right.
There's no real clouds in front of the sun cutting it off, are there? No. So you can't attribute that to illumination from momentary cloud passing. And we're watching, high speed time lapse here, so it's the change of the sun. Now here the shadows are changing it on the.
So I would just stick my phone down and put the time lapse on.
Yeah, look. It looks literally like somebody's pulled a curtain across half the living room. And that's a cutoff going there. The light is dropping, and on this time it's like 9 o'clock in the morning
in the morning. Yeah, it's so dark.
Look at that thing.
And yet the sun is supposed to be, starting to get brighter and brighter at this stage after sunrise. And yet there's this thing that's shadowing everything. God, it almost gives me a headache looking at it like at that. Oh, thank you. Whew.
Wow. Man.
It's too bright. It hurt. It burns.
Is there an explanation for why our sunlight is white and the sunlight behind it is yellow or orange? Is there a reason for that, or just?
It has to do with light spectrum. We have a dwarf yellow, and the standard red behind it is a reddish star, and it's bigger. I
just wondered if there was a, people talk about the sun being white now.
We see in white light, and we'd have to go back to, the 50s or 60s movies, or even the 40s or 30s, if you can get, well, of course, you'd be in black and white if you went back to the 40s. You'd have to look at old movies and, a screen cam shot in some old Western where they actually focus it on the sun. And then you'd be able to judge the old versus the current.
Like that.
It's amazing you have to go back that far, like to the 40s.
Well, I was just, giving examples you can do. That way you have a greater input pool. That way you can cross-reference more information, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I mean, I suggest people do their homework. And there's that word, homework. We should have like a bell every time I say that.
Bing.
Yeah. Little we got to get some sound effects there, Rebecca. Get your
like ding.
Little ding.
Homework.
We do that.
Get pick like a sound of somebody opening a book, like pages. Homework.
Yeah, and then we got to get that guy that comes on the screen real quick and goes, duh.
Duh.
Okay. Duh. Told you so. That one. I hate to act like that, but I mean, it's gotten to the point where, this becomes so.
Bart Simpson, duh.
Well, Rebecca's experienced it too, how many times we've had to repeat ourselves with individuals.
Oh, many. More than I can count, really, over the years, right?
Yeah, and the same times that we'd have to hand teach each and every one of these new members, well, which has, of course, thankfully reached out to us enough and been brave enough to actually talk to us. I get actually some people, you don't even talk to me anymore. They get mad at me. It's like, and you want, do you know how busy I am? I mean, you are one of, 150,000 people that talk to me. And I don't get that many people talking to me, but all at one time, especially. Kind of quiet lately.
150,000 people.
I'd be pulling my ears off if it were. There's just, so many extreme margins as to how we've gotten here, and the fact that we are where we are. And God, I wish people would just jump on board with this, because Christ, we did all the hard work. And do, check into it, look the shit up on Montana Skywatcher 2. If you are lucky enough to get in there, we have great files stacked up with multiple links that dear Lucinda took the time to correlate for us. And then, of course, there's Rebecca's Nibiru Followers Anonymous channel on YouTube, and Followers Anonymous on Facebook, and two, and then Off Topic and all of that. And then Montana Skywatcher Anonymous on Facebook, which, by the way, I checked the member request list again, and oh my God, Zoom, how will I ever, I'm almost ready to go public, but that kind of thing. And which would cause chaos. It really would. And we'd be,
say that again, Sam. I didn't catch that part.
I'm talking about going, opening up one of Montana Skywatcher sites or whatever, public.
Oh,
and, yeah. Here we go again.
I don't know if you can go back public.
I'd probably
you close them. You had to close them. You can't be public.
I think once you go private, you can't go back public.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I hadn't looked into it anymore. I mean, after that fiasco when we were public, and I mean, we lost when we slept back to private, we lost like 35,000 members right there on the spot. I don't know why.
So Ryan is asking about, what does winter look like this year? Is it a repeat of 2010? I know 2010 was a big, deep snow for us here in Oklahoma. So
I think they said something about snow here as well in 2010.
Winter on the East Coast is going to be gnarly. It already is. Anybody that just looked up lake effect snow next to east of Lake Erie. God, I couldn't pull the name out of my head. Lake Erie, snow effect. They had a really nasty blizzard this week, and we got snow here now. Cold is headed toward Colorado from us. The West Coast is going to have a milder winter. We're going to be warmer than normal, a little less moisture than normal. The southwestern states are going to have a lot of moisture. They're going to have another repeat winter like they did last year, where people are going to get buried in snow, which is going to be really great for California. and Lake California, which is going to be the middle of the LA Big Valley back down there. They're going to fill up with water like crazy. And hopefully the Salton Sea will get a whole bunch of moisture because all this weird El Nino shit's going over the top of the Mexican Rockies and dumping into the Gulf of Mexico and going from Texas all the way through Arkansas, through Kentucky, through all the way to Maine and Saskatchewan and all. Not Saskatchewan.
That just sounds so big.
Oh, it is. And then it runs off
So
the
much
east
space.
coast and goes into the bottom of Iceland, and then it runs all the way over to you up there in Scotland. And off the North Sea, and all of that moisture is going to affect you, and you're going to have more snow and more rain than normal.
Oh, happy days.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's going to be more volatile with the,
Gonna need some paddles on them trolleys to take the laundry up and down.
Remember, the Norwegians and the Vikings always said there's no bad weather, there's only bad clothing.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. Just
An
let's
asteroid.
see.
What's the define an
Can you
asteroid?
Go buy your snowmobile suit now before they're not available in stores.
Snowmobile suit. You reckon?
No tires.
If you've ever worn a snowmobile suit, you miss them and you go, why didn't I do this before?
Mark, you just see me trying to get on an e-bike in a snowmobile suit. Seriously?
When I was ice fishing in Minnesota on Mille Lacs Lake, and some people out there will know where that is, you wore 2 snowmobile suits and bunny boots that were rated for Arctic sub -45, and your feet you still froze to death.
-6 or -10, like last night. I thought I was so cold I actually woke up twice. That's why I'm looking like this now. I'm utterly.
As a kid, I went out at Fahrenheit. I went out in 20 and 40 below blizzards and always enjoyed them. I love, if you got the right clothes, you can go out and play in a blizzard as long as you're not flying down the street. And we used to make snow forts and, get the shovels out in this big mountain of snow and go live inside these snow caves. And when I worked for the Bureau of Land Management, I actually went on winter survival training course where they drop you off in the mountains way up high in the middle of this damn winter, up in my case, it was up in the Garnett Range. And then they drive away and they say, we'll pick you up in 3 days. Bye. And you only get minimal supplies. And I got up there, and the year I did my survival training, we were 25, 30 below Fahrenheit.
No way.
And I lived in the snow cave for 3 days, and you had to catch a rabbit, and you had to do all this survival.
This feels like a snow cave. No way.
Yeah, I sleeping in a snow cave is rather not fun.
No.
Your breath and your moisture, and you wake up and things are dripping on you, and then you're freezing your ass off, and of course you have to learn how to start a fire inside of a single chopped piece of dry wood, and then you can actually make a decent fire. But then if you don't have a chainsaw, that's a whole different story. So yeah, you learn all kinds of techniques on how not to do this and what to do then, and like not try to light a fire on snow. It has to be on dry ground, and you got to go find your starter material under a tree somewhere, or pick the moss or the bark off or whatever.
No, because the stuff can't get wet because it won't spark.
Right, because if you light it on top of snow, then the ashes or the coal is going to drop right into the snow and it's going to go and it'll go out. You'll never get a base of a fire warm enough to actually warm up. And you can't light one in a snow cave because then your roof will come in on you.
Melt.
You can an igloo if you're really good, but it depends on snow conditions, of course. But anyway, yeah. So, I mean, the moral of the story is there's no such thing as bad weather. It's just bad clothing and lack of supplies and lack of.
Well, I remember Nancy and Carol Ann coaching me before I came here. Oh, you've got to have layers. You've definitely got to have layers.
Yeah, and your wool to keep the water out and all of that. If you can handle wool, I can't wear wool up against my skin, but I mean, I wear it, but not happily.
It drives you crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's itchy. Well, I'm fair skin blonde, so. Define what an asteroid is. Well, there's many types of asteroid. There's metal asteroid, there's rock asteroid, there's ice asteroids, there's combinations of conglomerate asteroids. They're broken up pieces of rock.
How come they look so stationary? When you picture an asteroid, you think it's zooming across the sky.
And they're actually, what it is they're in place with a pattern that is attached to the gas giants. And it's like Oort clouds or rings on gas giants have rings like Saturn does. And so does that too. It has one single little weird ring. And we've never really even seen the debris line up close that I could actually call. But we know that Uri's debris base is at the bottom of her and her her cloud base. And it's highly full, and we've seen onset cloud patterns from ISS space count. I'll mention it again. And we know that there are metal type asteroids that discharge in a certain pattern, and that would be what people call sprites. When metallic asteroids are buffering above our outer atmosphere, they have an electrical charge to them because they're metal, and they pick up static through space between objects, etc. And when they rub together, then we know that we're living in an electrical universe. They discharge. And that's how
you've got all these things they're calling Steve now.
I love it, Steve. Now that's mentality for you. Minecraft character, Steve. Okay,
Steve.
All right, Steve. Well,
calling them Steves.
Yeah, well, or whatever the title actually stand for, but I believe it's actually a reference from Minecraft because I've heard it before. But anyway, the rock asteroids don't discharge as readily. They orbit in a ring. It's like different size chunks. Then they fall in a certain placement as the rings of this body or that body. And they generally stay in the same area. And that's why we see them every day. If they were just orbiting somewhere along near Earth or whatever, and were not connected to Atu and Uri, then we would only see them once a year or once every 2 years or once every 3 or 4 years. But we see these every day. So we know they're completely tidally attached to the gas giants. That is one of the, it's probably spiral asteroid. That could even be a close pass of red asteroid, could be doing that. But that's an asteroid close pass right there. And they're
amazing, aren't they? You've got no doubt when you see them.
It's just deep enough in our atmosphere that it's leaving this complete straight bar across the sky drag off line. And if you look at the houses on the bottom of the picture, and the sky behind them is light blue, and you look at the sky above this thing and it's dark blue, which shows you it's attached to, and the light is coming from behind us. And early, roughly 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. in the morning, we're looking sort of west. There you go. And it's got to be Atu and Atu's moon. And this over here, we're looking in the upper right-hand corner. It's kind of greenish, which is where Nepacity would be, except this is an asteroid that is going across as well. And you can see it actually turning, which could, of course, be the lens. But and look how oddly gray it is as well in this shot even included. There's some of the color seems to be missing, doesn't it?
Yep, definitely.
It's got like
that
the dark,
natural light glow is just not there.
I know. Count Dracula has been born again, so the whole world is now in this gray 1940s film grayness. Yeah, that's it. I'm joking, of course. I'm going left field.
What?
Yeah, Count Dracula has risen from the grave, and this is
no.
time.
And then you tell, yeah.
And you can see it's turning.
Don't see faces. Don't see faces.
Paradolia will bite you in the neck.
Paradolia, yes. One of them fancy words that you learn when you first start seeing them. Look at that.
We're seeing the spiral asteroid in front of the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group, because we know where it is, and it's over and over repeating. And we can see by the size of the spiral asteroid and the funny little straight little lines that it is the spiral asteroid and its secondary object, which co-spiral, we believe.
So Ceci is asking, when will the star pass, in your opinion? I'm wondering if they mean, when will the stars separate, the two stars?
Yeah, and this is what we were just talking about earlier, how that we've been waiting for separation, and apparently, I mean, it's great if she's seeing that down there. I can't wait to see the footage she's going to send us.
Yeah, I want to see that too.
And I hope and pray it's not like a Saturn yellow moon or something like that. But we'll have to see. And that if the intensities are match, if they are two stars instead of a star and a planet, then we'll know right away. Because intensity is either, size, et cetera, location, et cetera. And we take all of that into account every time we get any sightings, and we take it into account. Let's see, what do we got here? We have, of course, Attu's moon in the upper middle on the right-hand side. Attu behind it, lead asteroid in the dead center.
That looks quite boxy. Look at that thing.
And other lower asteroids going at the downward angle to the center toward the sun, and the stripes of Uri behind on the far left corner. Time after time after time.
And I have your video, Gillian. Let me get that pulled up.
I'll have to go to bed soon. I have work tomorrow, so.
Sure. Okay.
Well, we are at 4 hours and 8 minutes.
I know. Isn't that amazing? And in the blink of an eye.
It really has gone by quicker today.
Yeah, it was lovely, but it's really satisfying. I can go to bed and sleep like the sleep of the blissed out person. Being able to talk about our planets now.
Oh, I was thrown off once again by I looked up today's show on YouTube, and it said it was coming on at 8 p.m. tonight, and I went,
look.
I never understand that. Why?
Yeah, I'd quit putting the time on. I'd just say
I have to.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I select the time 2
I wonder
p.m.
if that's Greenwich.
Central.
Greenwich Mean Time that they're posting. I mean,
no, it automatically sets it central. I don't even have to select central. How can they always
get it wrong though? How?
Right. I sent you a screenshot to show you, because when I look at YouTube, it said 2 p.m.
Wow, I looked at on my smart TV, it said 8 p.m.
Right. And I've even started to include the 2 p.m. on the thumbnail and in the notes as well, just in the, what I'm writing because of that. Okay. So in case there's any question, because I don't know.
And it might be posting the time that you posted. Did you post it at 8 o'clock last night?
I posted it this morning. I don't think it was 8.
Okay, then that wouldn't.
It was after 8.
For that.
Right. Anyway, that was short.
See, and then it's.
I was short. Okay. Hi, Cindy. Cindy's with us. Hi, Cindy Greenhill. Glad you're here.
I like the picture. Mona Lisa in a spacesuit.
Yeah, that's cute. Clever.
Yeah, that's nice. See the flat line on the right-hand side of the sun? It was pretty
clear. Yeah, let's go back a second. We'll see if I can catch it.
Close up of long box cube on the right. See the 3 lines.
Yeah.
Yes. That seems to be its favorite spot right there.
Well, yeah, they've been in the same spot since April of 2019. They have not moved.
Why? Well, I mean, they just sit there. All the other ships go up there and deposit stuff, I guess.
Yeah, well, the ships are here and they're keeping they're sort of hidden, and they've got all of their strike team visible to our governments, so that we scoot our little butts and give them everything they want rather than them lose power. So I'm still in awe that this hasn't got and it's got to be sort of proof that we're being stifled on some of our information, and I wonder what gets out, what doesn't get out. About when we come.
But what amazes me is look how green the flare is. It's just green.
Right. Well,
I never had them green before. It's big green flares.
Well, there's a couple of different things depending on the green. It can be 1 or 2 or 3 different things. But anyway, the cubes and the space star cruisers and the support craft and all of this, and look at the number of UAP or UFO or whatever you want to call them these days that are showing up all over the place, and most of them are really awesome, wonderful sightings, and you just sit there dumbfounded whether or not they're photoshopped. And I would hate to think that there are people out there producing that. If you are able to Photoshop spacecraft, don't do it, please. Just don't do it. We have enough disinformation already to deal with, just with the internet alone. Don't add to it. It's highly important that people get ready for more. There's more coming, and it's right before it's like we're waiting for the other shoe to drop. Here we go.
Look how it's just on the right there. You can see there's like a big circle right there.
Yeah, we
on
know
that side.
Things are about to drastically change, and if the suns are separating, but we've been waiting for it, and it'd be killer if she's actually showing us proof of it. Which is how we put all of this together, because we get shots from around the world, and then we cross-reference them. And
now it's blue, the flare, look.
Yeah, well, we know that the blue asteroid has been playing a little bit of a role lately, this couple of weeks. And so, and it's a repetitive thing. And, sometimes it's green, sometimes it's the blue. And it does have a dot on its face there. It's interesting.
It's got a dot on the face. Yeah, what's that?
Well, we know that the blue asteroid has a dot on its face.
So it's got a dot too. It kind of reminds me of the pimple thing that was always on the red thing, but it came from the other side.
The green asteroid, we've cited it for years as well, and it's got all those multi-dots that make it look like a little orbiting atom all by itself, and it's always been weird. We've never really seen any close-ups. I've got a couple of pictures. I'm still in question if those were close passes of the green asteroid or not. And I don't throw out stuff that I can't back up. So I reserve some pictures that I don't post. And people just got to understand that most of what we're seeing in the sky around us now is planets. For the most part of the day, we got planets around us and over the top of us, and they're big sky fillers. We're not looking for these little dots like, we're currently looking at Saturn off in the distance in the east sky or anything like that. No, these things are huge, massive, and we watched them get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. 14 coming up, April will be 14 years.
Wow. Look at this.
So Thomas is asking, I'm not sure if he's asking what is helping the other races. And then he says, we know the Greys
believe in us. Some races believe in us. Some races can't stand us. Other races tolerate us. Some races just practically use us for our commodity earth mining skills. We run factory planet Earth, and we provide commodities. Every 3,654 years, they show back up and pick up the stuff, the tribute to the gods. That's where in religion, thy kingdom come, and they're here. And we provide stuff that can only be made here in this local area of space. And we're the regional operation. And we're all here to do that. And they don't have to invade because they already own it.
So, guys, I'm away to bed. It was wonderful to be here.
Okay, Gillian.
Glad you're here.
Well, happy you were
Thank
with
you.
us tonight.
Night,
It's not nighttime.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good night, Gillian.
I know you guys are like bright of day, and I'm like, no, I'm going to bed.
I know. I'm like,
Yeah, I
it's
don't
dark
think your
outside,
eyes are actually
though.
open anymore.
No,
What
they
time
keep going
is
like
it?
that.
What time is
Probably
it?
12. I didn't sleep well last night. So
Yeah.
Well, sorry to hear that, and may
Well,
you rest well tonight.
yeah.
Deep,
Thank
wonderful
you.
dreams
Get a good night's
nirvana.
I had a weird dream about Sam. It was his fault.
What'd I do now? Dang it. It's my
Long
fault.
story.
I did it. That's right.
It
I'm
was
sorry.
your fault. Yeah.
Yes,
I
yeah.
believe it. I believe it. I fully accept responsibility. Thank you.
I'll tell you sometime. Just remind me.
All right. The honor of the Legion.
It was so vivid. I thought, no way. I was like, yeah.
Careful. I've been known to invade people's dreams. Remember, don't forget, attack people with far-seeing. That one I laughed about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes,
Well,
you're right.
no, it was something to do with a classroom and teaching and stuff. So
yeah. You were living in that cloud world, an internet brain cloud for the Ascension.
Yeah, it's just yes. It was
There you
good.
Go to bed.
It was good. I'm going to bed now. Nighty night.
Good night, Gillian.
Enjoy the rest
We'll
of your
talk to you
day.
later.
Thank you.
Oh, no
You
doubt.
too.
Night night. Bye.
Bye bye. All right.
Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus.
Virginia. Is
That's
that a
from an
movie
old
line?
movie. Yeah,
Okay. I was
that
like, I
comes
don't
from, I
see a
believe it
Virginia in
comes
the
from
comments.
Christmas on 42nd Street or something. God, there's so many Christmas movies years ago I haven't watched. My favorite one is Scrooge with Albert Finney. It's the musical.
Yeah.
It's like 3 hours long, something like that. It's a great movie. I watch it every year, sometimes several times per year. Haven't turned the Christmas music on yet, but they're bombing us with the Christmas commercials.
Right, right. I'm not done anything for Christmas of any kind. Music,
It seems like
lights.
that's going on with a lot of people because we haven't
Yeah.
gotten very many. We've only gotten one Christmas card, people.
Yeah.
So,
I was gonna say I've noticed just across the board more lack of, I'm not gonna say interest. I don't think it's interest really, but
well,
donations.
I
They're
watched
just
the Black
it's
Friday
down.
Asian market report after Black
Yeah.
Friday, and normally a whole bunch of orders goes into Asia for all these from major corporations to buy.
Right.
And I think we are more financially worse off than we imagine we are because the market is in trouble. But people, $5 bill, Jesus, if we get enough people collected together, we can get the
I
Hoffman
think
kids
everybody can do
what they
that.
want for Christmas. And at this rate, currently, it's not going to happen. And I'm not trying to be mean or poke a stick at you or whatever, but come on, guys, if you've learned anything from what this entire group of people has worked quite hard to provide for you for free, you can send us $5, $10, $20 in a Christmas card. You can send Rebecca something. She's got site listings for you, how you can pay online, or you can do the PO box for me and mail me and my daughters a Christmas card. You mail me one, I'll mail you one back.
Trying to find the address for
I
you.
can just say it a little verbally, so if people go and get a pen now, or have one close to your desk, or type this into your phone. I don't know what people do if they have a memo list in their phone, but it's PO Box 625, Lolo. That's spelled Lolo, Lolo, Montana 59847. And help me get some, because I mean we're all broke here and we all work and we pay exuberant fees every month to pay for internet that I could never afford, but I do it because it's very important. And I mean, I take that out of my personal me account on what we live off of, and the kids always get what they need. And each year we try to get them more than what I can actually afford. Now, I've only managed to save a little bit of money from last month after being very careful. So I know I can get some of the small stuff. But the only way I'm going to get this big gift that each of these children are asking for, and they are rather exuberant and big, but they're only asking for one thing. And I have on previous Christmases done more or less on previous ones, both spectrums. And we try to raise a little funds so that we can make their lives a little bit better. And the extra and stuff will also be, if there was any extra, I mean, that talk about wishful thinking, would also help Rebecca and Jesus and upgrade as well, because they want to go upgrade as well. We all need new stuff. I'd like to attempt to go somehow to a camera situation as well. So I mean, I'm not even talking about me for Christmas. The biggest thing I want for Christmas is probably a new car battery. And I don't think I'm going to get that either unless I have to scrimp and save come January. And by then I'm probably going to have a dead car battery and I'll have to call somebody to take me to town and then emergency figure out how to pay for it, et cetera, et cetera. So, that's the story.
Right.
I'm always, a day late and $15 short. And I'm broke. And if you could reach down in your collective pockets as a whole, as a group, as a bunch of people out there, just a few dollars each we can make the difference and get these kids what they're asking for. And I don't think
'Cause
that's too much.
I do know money is tight for
Yeah,
most
I totally
people,
agree.
but I
I
also
God, I
know
know it.
that most people have a couple of dollars they can burn, and not miss. It's like that. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm the same way. It's like I don't have much, but I can chip in a little bit
right. And
and not
we talked
notice it.
about how people apparently don't do Christmas cards anymore. Well, excuse me, I'm a little old fashioned and I do Christmas cards.
Yeah.
And that's also an easy way for you to, to mail it. You can mail it in cash. We can do personal checks even. I have a bank account. I've had the same bank account for 22 years. I know my bankers. They know me. Um, I've had the same PO box for 20 years. So it'll make a huge difference. And like I said, we've gotten one donation. We've been asking for over a month, and here at my PO box, and there's been a small amount raised for Rebecca's uh, podcasts and stuff, but nowhere near what we need to get to what we're looking at. So please dig in. Throw 10 in instead of 5, or throw 5 in instead of 2, or 20 in, or I mean, if you really want to get ungrinched and get the Christmas spirit, mail us more. You too could help change the Christmas for some really deserving, wonderful children. And I'll shut up after that and say just thank you very much in advance.
Right. I put on Facebook, I put the link in the comment section. So if you want to click on that, because the PayPal, I think, is the most popular way to donate, because you can pay or donate with your debit card. That seems to be the most popular of all, followed by Cash App. That's kind of interests some people. So,
Well, some people don't want to go to the store and get a money order. Well, if you got a checkbook, I still have a
here's your little
checkbook.
kitty cat.
There you go. You must give in to
Yeah, I
Montana
got
Toy
him.
Watcher. Yeah. And
Yeah.
it will make a huge difference. And we've done acceptably well over the years. And I just hope that people out there let's do better. Especially
Yeah.
now that we've got more people out there listening. I mean, you can do this, and maybe you don't even use regular mail anymore. Maybe you live out of your phone, but you can actually hand scribble me a note and message, and you can even, if you're a naysayer, you can, insult me or for all you wish, and then, still mail me $5 though.
Mhm.
uh, and that way we can get these
Doesn't
kids.
hurt to try.
Well, we can get these kids a better Christmas, and that's the idea, because we are all
Right.
suffering from a real. And I only, I'm trying to save for Christmas as it is, and it's bleak here, guys. I'm a little shocked. Usually in the past we've done better, and I'm like, wow. It's like I am not getting
Yeah.
any Christmas cards, and usually, like last year, I probably had 20 or 30 people. Even if they didn't send donations, they were sending me Christmas cards and talking to me. So let's get out there
I
and do it.
wonder, don't you though, think, it's financial stress is just keeping everybody from maybe,
that's why I was talking about the
enjoying.
Chinese and the market and no new
There you
orders.
go.
I think we're all, God, bread is like $5 a loaf. Like, what the hell? Stuff that we used to pay $2 and $1.50, $1.80 for, and it's like $5 now. And steak sauce is $6 for 20-ounce or 14-ounce jar or whatever, 8-ounce jar, and it's just like,
Right.
you gotta be kidding me. $6 for a gallon of milk, $3 for eggs. Butter's like almost $5 now. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I know. We had to tiptoe
Yeah.
in what we ate this month. And my kids are going, God, Dad, I'm tired. But thank God that the girls do like frozen pizzas, and they were on sale all last month. It was great. And what normally
Yeah.
almost half price at Walmart and other stores around here, the Red Baron pizzas were on sale, and they actually like those. So we did well, and it also fits great into our podcast shows, because then they can go cook their own dinner.
Yeah, that's what you said. They
I
like the
still have to cut it
podcast
up for
nights.
them. I still have to go out there and break in the middle of the show and cut it up for them, because they don't want to burn themselves.
Sure.
And they're soft-handed teenagers who never, I've spent years cooking, so my hands have been repeatedly burned, and I barely, I have a higher tolerance to the
Me
fire
too.
than they do, after many years of cooking. We had beef teriyaki again last night.
Oh,
And
you did? That was
yeah,
what you had last week. Yeah.
yeah, well,
I've got to
it's a
try
pretty
that
regular.
sometime.
The girls do like it, and I have, it's one of my better recipes. So anyway, totally off topic. Yeah, God, this would be really amazing
Well,
if the two stars are separating, and then we can actually, wouldn't that be cool? But that would be a kickoff
yeah,
if people actually started seeing two stars.
I
And
know.
I mean, deny that, man. And it's like,
So the second sun is way bigger. Isn't that what you said?
right,
Bigger
yeah,
than
the standard
ours.
red star is bigger than ours is, and that's why it's the larger solar system, and that's why they
Mm,
spiral closer to each other in their
yeah.
particular orbit spiral, where we are on a smaller star, so we are more spread apart. And then, of course, we
Okay.
co-orbit our star, co-spiral orbits in a sort of clock-like period of time, but most of the time they're like at noon when we're at 6 o'clock. We're far apart from them, and Imaru is so vastly large. There's probably most of the time the planets are hidden behind dark Imaru. So I mean, that's mind-boggling, but why we don't generally see the Nibiru passing planets in the past, like
Mm,
1930s or whatever, by telescope or something. I believe to be masked perhaps by Imaru, which is so large that people can't even tell what they're looking at. It might be just a blank area in space to them, but they don't even understand they're looking at something closer that's a gas giant or whatever. I mean, I can't tell because they only see other planets when they're cut off light wise, when they cut in front of the sun. That's where they start documenting other planets, even watching in other solar systems in from space astronomy satellites and all of this. Only when a planet goes in front of the sun and they can document, oh, it was here, and then it was there again, a month later, or 38 days, or 26 days, and this is the orbit, and that's how they work that out. They don't see the dark bodies. And this is where the asteroids pop up all of a sudden on the NEO list, where it's like, oh, yeah, we saw it 2 weeks ago. Oh, shit, here it is, da 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 da. Or, yeah, we saw this 3 years ago, or 5 or 20
mm.
years ago. And it's only when they've been documented do they discover them. And they don't have full. And of course, we all know that the information only goes up, does not go down. So the little guy out there doesn't really understand what they're seeing and why we've never known really about Planet X, except we knew Planet X and Nibiru and the other 6 planets were on their way. We knew that always since the 70s. That was general knowledge. Everybody knew it.
Mm.
Anybody who was into science knew it. And
And they knew it because of Zachariah Sitchin. Is
and
that
Isaac Asimov
the
and all the science, yeah, all of
like who
well, there was,
came
I don't
out
know
and said Planet
exactly.
X?
Wow. That's
Is that
a good one.
okay? I'm
That
curious.
goes back, well, it goes back to NASA science, where they were discovering that there was an odd aberration in the orbit of planet Neptune. And they were going, there's something out there, da 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 da, that causes
Yeah.
this jog. And that's where the hypothetical saying there was some mysterious astral body out there that affected our orbit, and it had to be planet X. And that was a general consensus, got all the way from literally the 30s and 40s and stuff through standard science fair, and Einstein and the big boys and the little boys and all of that. So it was just a general. Back then, people used to work together rather than claim fame and be Neil deGrasse Tyson and be a sensationalist and talk about weird subjects that might be a little dire and drastic and misconnected. Because I don't hear much physics actually coming out of him. I hear opinions, not physics. Anyway,
Yeah.
of course, I
Sussy
have a
said
lot
it
of
was
opinions too.
Carlos Ferrada,
Yeah, well, I don't.
1947.
Okay, well,
I don't know.
Carlos, Immanuel Velikovsky in Worlds of Collision talked about it as well in the
Okay.
40s and 50s, and yeah, it might have been Ferrada who introduced that, but his accuracy is partial. There's a disconnect of the binary solar system is not connected to his equation of Hercubus, and nor is his description of the size of Hercubus versus reality. So it tells me that he was semi-understanding of the event, but not the nuances of it, especially when it comes to electric universe. And everybody was always working on the gravitational model, and the Nibiru the destroyer, and and so and that of course has catastrophically led people down a single path orbit model, and then they were talking about the fallen angels, and then they talk about the Sumerian age issues of so and so who begets so and so who begets so and so, and then before you know it, you're in a Bible tale story, only different rewritten Abrahamian religion, which is all religions, main religions on earth are based on the Abraham legend, which goes the difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. Anyway, nor do they contemplate the origin of Abraham or how he became out of slavery from the Sumerians to go back to Palestine and then become the Jews. And there's a whole story behind that. And if you don't know your religion, then you don't know your religious history. And that's a big study group, and it answers huge questions about stuff that people barely understand, and why they're still arguing over stuff I don't know. Because everybody's got a very similar religion, with the exception of Hinduism, Taoism, and Buddhism. They're a little bit more right field and a little closer to Jesus, if you ask me. Because it is also said that those missing years of Jesus is where he actually wandered into India and learned Buddhism. So, but I mean, that's another story for a tale that I can't prove either. So, but it is an acquired belief. So, and I can go on and on and on and on about that because I've done years of study on that. The planetary thing has always been, and factory planet Earth, and we are far older than we know. We're far wiser than we know. There's been more of us longer than we know. And we are just repeating. And if you want to talk matrix, well, then there's your matrix. Matrix is that we've had countless civilizations prior to this one of higher levels in varying degrees. Different ideas cause different effects. Different ideas will lead societies in different directions. I'm not saying they're all the same. It's sort of like having an alternate universe, us. But there were many, many civilizations, and there's events in geology and science proving that there's been far more cultivated civilizations than just what we know. And going on, I mean, there's a hell of a lot of room between here and 65 million years ago when the dinosaurs died. And people go, oh, okay. And then they think, oh, now we got to reach back to the Cretaceous period, which is going, 280, 290, 300, 400 million years, and that makes, 400 million years is a hell of a lot of time. And I think we're bypassing a whole bunch of history that we should actually be focusing on, and including the possibility that Earth has actually been the dawn of other races that we don't even know about, and including the possibility of Agartha and other races leaving Earth prior to our continued occupancy. So, I can't go into too grave a detail publicly over the internet because I would like to live next week. So,
yeah. Thomas is saying that the Gospel of Thomas is good for learning religion. And
I don't recall it right off the bat. I'd have to actually relook it up, and now you got me going. Dang it!
Yeah.
I'm always chuckling over my name and being Samuel. I laugh over Samuel's role in the Bible, and you can look that one up. And there's a hint behind that too, because I am he. In some ways, it's hilarious.
No, one day I was thinking about all of the people that were working together, like me, you. There's Mark. Andy or Andrew. There's like all these biblical names, Rebecca. Anyway, I just noticed that one day when I was thinking of all the people that were, doing the show together, and a lot of us have Bible names. I thought that was interesting.
Well, yeah, a lot of there's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
Bible names.
Yeah.
It is well, it's also important, I mean, there, harmonics and sound equals
Jesus, or
light equals matter.
uh-huh.
Being given a name and called the name that empowers us in certain directions. Then you add the astrology and the planets and your birthright and all of this other stuff. And I'm a firm believer that everything is connected and there is no separation of one thing or the another, including mysticism and knowledge and far seeing and growing up right and breathing air and the whole thing, all the way from the whole spectrum. So yeah, there's a lot to the people who are around us for the right reasons that we hope, and we have some negative people too, but and that also
Sure.
can be a clearing of the shelf event that we need to go through.
Got it. Yeah, he says it's
As I
a
said,
hidden gospel about spirituality. So,
well, yeah, I'm
um,
unfortunately our generic pathways of modern religion, where they're putting out that collection plate every Sunday, has turned the tide away from actual spiritualism into be almost a corporate social event. And unfortunately, we have forgotten some of those lessons that we learned at childhood. I mean, who raised you would be the term. With especially the majorly religious people, I'm not going to say all of them. I'm going to say some of them have suddenly decided in their own minds that they were right and everybody else was wrong, and they're going to do their damnedest to ram their opinions down our throats. And they've lost sight of their religion. Because Jesus wouldn't do that. Did your mother teach you this? No. You don't act like this. And yet, all of a sudden, there's a whole bunch of folks that are acting up out of what they call their religion. And there's a spectrum of them going on around the world. And when you start using or killing somebody over religion, because you're right and they're wrong, and God is on our side, then there's a problem. And that, of course, has been through human history. And, you can go all the way back to Rome. You can go all the way back to the Germanic times. You can go all the way back to early Europe. You can always go all the way back to Africa. So we have to stop with that man-made behavior that says that it's right, that if I don't like what you're saying, I can smash you in the head with a rock. And we have to further and cherish and save and work together, because if we don't, we're going to lose it. Period. Right now, we're already at the threshold. Period. End of. Period. But then, let's hope that we're smart enough to understand that. Let's hope that we're smart enough to see it and define it and actually do something about it.
yeah.
I'm not saying Greta Thunberg is correct in her behavior, sailing across the ocean to talk about climate change. On one hand, she's doing her part, and then she's actually made a very large movement. Of course, she's made a great deal of money, and her life has been affected from it permanently as well. And she's now a household name. And so, I mean, there's good and bad to everything. But climate change is not necessarily car exhaust, although, boy, we sure need a whole reduction of air traffic and exhaust, because that's where most of our pollution comes from, is plane travel. And that was example when 9/11 occurred. All of a sudden, the entire planet cleaned up within 2 weeks. It was just unbelievable, the climatology changes in the air that occurred when 9/11 occurred, and all the flights around the world were shut down. And which tells you, it's not climate change per se. It's solar system temperature change, because all the planets are heating up because we've got that second star. And now if it breaks away, and this is where, I'm sitting here wondering, and we're seeing evidence of it today. Look at the 5-point earthquakes all around the world today. And that's completely not seen. I've never seen that ever. Well,
You
maybe
mean you've never
5-point
seen
yeah, we had that many. I think we had that many
that many?
5-point earthquakes in like 2018, 19, when Neptune's moon was first coming over the top of us. So
I see.
we've got seismic activity that went off today that was way unusual, including that 7-pointer. And I wonder if those folks are okay down there. I hope it wasn't too close to any. I didn't look it up yet because when I came on to get ready for the show after trying to do my household daily stuff, which I ran out of time today almost. And then I was, still wondering what time is the show on anyway. So
Right.
I didn't do most of my homework because I was in a hurry. So yeah, there's a lot of really screwy shit going on right now, and that damn storm last week. Oh my God. And then Lake Erie effect, snow on the East Coast here, and I'm watching it going, wow, look at that. It's like, what a hellacious storm those people got. And it's just, we're going to see it everywhere. It's going to be over and over and over again. And God only knows where this winter's going to go. And Carrington event. Yeah, we could have a Carrington. Oh my God. Could you imagine
No.
if when that second star and our star separate, there could be a CME thread line snap explosion between the two of those when they separate each other. Because for the longest time we watched that the larger star was drawing off the facial energy of the smaller star, which is why I mentioned earlier where the model, the 11-year climate solar models just completely went off the scale. And that's because it was drawing the energy off of our star and our coronal hole production that normally round the sun in a normal flow, all of a sudden just dropped off activity because it was all being pulled backwards. And we couldn't see that, of course, from space. Nor would they share those pictures with us from NASA if we could. And so we saw the activity of the sun drastically change. And then within about a year ago, the sun, or maybe a little longer, and we talked about this when we were waiting and expecting for solar separation, because the behavior of the sun started to perk back up. And then we saw coronal holes rounding the sun again. And then all of a sudden there were more of them again. And then we started having these recent backblow CMEs to the far left, which was unusual. And we went, aha, something's happening. And that's when we sort of kind of realized that we were at the halfway point with the planetary passings and how the orbitation, and they were going past us. But that was 2018, 19-ish, 20. And then now that we watch again this year, and they're going way past us and way to the north that we never saw before. So we were expecting separation of the two stars, and everybody's been, here's my post, two suns, two. No. And so now we might actually have to start being a little even more careful. We had auroras in southern Nevada yesterday. Wow. I reported in the news. I'll have to look.
Didn't look anything like it, they said.
Well, we've got snow right now, so there's no me seeing anything of the sky.
Uh-huh.
Maybe we'll be lucky.
And you remember me telling you about how Andrea Adams, pretty much every time she joins us for a show and makes comments in the comment section, Facebook hits her with a restriction. And so she's been in the comments throughout the show, and she just now messaged me on Messenger to tell me that she got another hour restriction on Facebook every time she, communicates. Mostly it's with your Montana Skywatcher 2 page. I saw her mention that yesterday. But
wow.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I'm not hearing from anybody and everything is pretty quiet.
You're right. But for some reason they're targeting her. Like, I don't have anybody else mentioning that they get a ban every time.
Is she on a phone? If she's on a phone account and she's taking certain kinds of, and I've heard from people who are on phones when they post a lot of sky landscape scenes that they're being flagged and flagged and flagged. And then, like we talked about, we're warning, this picture may contain a landscape, where your phone tells you that you're about to open a picture with a landscape, as if there was something wrong with that. Happens. David Greek happens to me all the time. Twitter as well. Twitter.
And Thunder, she says, thanks for another fabulous broadcast. That we are wonderful.
Glad you were here. Thank you for coming and listening.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. So cool.
Yeah. Well, I wonder, how banned we are, because, there's days that I have crickets. People are still sending their stuff in. A lot of people are perhaps wise enough that they're not commenting on their pictures. And some do. So, I mean, there's varying degrees. Nothing I
Yeah.
noticed major change, but it's gotten quiet. And and then of course I've been focusing on other things like the podcasts, and then trying to do other things in my life and change my sleep patterns and all of that too at the same time, and take a little more time here and there off. And of course, we're already starting a new month. Here we go again. And
I know. They fly by every month. It's like
and
this
and
whole
here it's
year
already,
really flew
here it
by.
is, the second already. It's like, wow, how did that happen?
I know it. I
And
mean,
that
you'll have a
means
new
there's only,
drawing in a couple of
that
weeks.
means there's only 23 days till Christmas. So get your Christmas cards going, people. Come on.
Count down.
Don't make me feel like nobody out there listening, man. What is this?
I know. I do
I mean,
know.
hello. Yeah, what
Yeah,
happened to Mark? What happened to Leighandra? What happened to everybody today?
I know. Well, Mark was listening. He felt like 5 people in the, was too many to try to talk above each other. So I think he backed out at that point. Now, Leighandra, I'm not sure. She did message me and she was planning on being here. So I don't know what became of her. But that was the plan all along, is that she was working on, being a part of the show. So I don't know.
I'm just wondering.
But
yeah. But
maybe next weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, I just hope. I checked the YouTube log and the amount of views on the last show, and they're up and quicker. And every week we get better.
Yeah. Every week it does get better.
So, I mean,
I notice it just live viewers. I've watched, every week that number go up.
I guess you can't fly first time out of the nest, but
I know.
Baby duck bouncing on the forest floor.
It takes time for people to even know we're here. So
yeah, that's true too. And of course, and then there is the shadow banning, I'm sure, and so that makes it twice as hard.
Yes.
This too shall pass.
I definitely think that's part of my problem. On TikTok and whatnot. When I do go live, I have like 41,000 followers, but you would never know it when I go live, So
yeah, that's over the years. I've got all of these friends, and I've got all of these members, and there are times I talk to 10 or 12 of them, and the rest of the time I don't talk to many more than that sometimes. And then there's other times where I'm so busy talking to people I can't keep up. And then some people get mad at me for that. When, oh, you didn't answer me, or and there are times I just have to walk away and not even try to deal with that. And then I go play Star Wars, and I did it yesterday.
That's right. You got to unwind somehow.
Yep, got to go spend a couple hours paying attention to something else, and these do eat away our time. And I still feel the gambit every time we do a show. I'm like, oh God, I said too much, or I didn't say enough, or how could we have done this better, or how could we have done worse, or whatever. And so, it boils down to, this is going to be an interesting ride, on the crazy train of the Nibiru passing planets, the Imiru system, whatever you want to call it. And if you don't take the binary system into account, that it's stable and it happens time after time after time, every 3,654 years going back through history, you can see climate change happened every time as well. Tectonic planetary breakup, climate migration, ends of civilizations, all of this stuff. And I hate to go there, but we've seen examples of it. This is what happens. This is why this crap is all written down and chiseled away in these, rocks, and why, the early Indians all over, the United States were drawing these big circles with a spiral rotation and stuff. And they're oh, it's for some religious aspect. No, they're telling you that shit's coming in and it's spiraling and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. They recorded this throughout history. And in your interpretation, including the Colburn Bible, once you take into account that there's a binary 2-starred solar system, the Colburn Bible makes sense. Go reread it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
shocking. It's astonishing. Once you take the binary system into account and you reread it, it answers. And this is, like what Michelle was saying. It's just like all of this fit. It's what you say. It's what Jesus says. It's what Gillian
Hmm.
says. What Andy says. It's what Petty in Hungary. It's what I say. All of this information fits. So we know the binary solar system exists in this manner because we've had a decade to prove it. And anyone that wants to discount our information is either a fool or they haven't looked into it enough. Period. There's no, because we
Yeah.
document. This is facts, not fear. Although there should be a damn well good portion on the side next to the mashed potatoes, a big dose of fear gravy because we got some shit coming.
There
And
is
people,
fear, right? I know
well,
it's hard not to be scared at times.
well, you have to have some of it right now because damn it, you're running out of time. And if you don't prepare and straighten out your life and shit like that right now, a year from now, what are we going to be saying? I don't know. I can't tell you if it's 6 months. I can't tell you if it's a year or 3 years or 5 or 10 or what. But I
Yeah.
know this is nothing like we've ever seen before in any skies. And I'm a long lifetime sky watcher. And this is nothing I ever saw growing up, period. And if you believe this is normal, you're insane.
Right. That's what I was thinking
Or you've
in
been living in
regards
a cave someplace.
Yeah, like in regards to this Dan, how can he just act like nothing is happening, which is what he does. He just acts like, everything that we're talking about is ridiculous
Because he's
and
fresh out
nothing
of
is
school
wrong.
and his parents paid for his college education.
Okay.
And he still believes that the system taught him everything he needs to know. And he hasn't found out yet that everything he was taught is useless. With minor exceptions. If you're taught how to write a check, and if you're taught how to do your taxes, if you're taught how to do a spreadsheet or post marketing figures for incoming, receiving, and then yearly income cross-reference guides and all of that. Spreadsheets I can do. But that the point with it is you have to have a science-based, and he has a very good science-based mind, and he's intelligent. I like his videos. I like his work. I like his humor. But I don't like the fact that he has not taken the time to look up anything we've been spending 10 years. Now, he's already done a film about me about 10 years ago. And in that time, how come he didn't learn anything? I don't know where he was looking.
But it was 4 years ago. I saw it.
Oh, was it 4 years ago? Okay.
I was kind of scrolling back through and I
Okay,
happened to come across it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I like what he did because it got me a lot of attention. It did. It actually, his negative, it wasn't negative, it was questionary.
And he included Planet X Hunter.
Right.
Also.
Right, which is also partially why Planet X Hunter started getting razzed by the money boys who were trying to make their dime off of something that he was kicking their butts in. So then they focused their attention on him and left me alone. They couldn't debate with me anymore, and they never.
Yeah.
Scott would come in and try and yank people away and tell them how full of shit I was. And he didn't fly very well with that because, boy, apparently a bunch of people went after him. And then, of course, that kicked into his money. So, reading
I don't know.
real quick. Yeah.
It's just drama regarding the sky, people.
Oh, yeah. Well, and we were here, and I can definitively say that. I was here before anybody else. I was, doing the Skywatch routine way before I found it. There was, cloud people and the Cloud Lovers Association and stuff like that. But there was never any functioning sky watcher comparative citizen science, and we started that. And when I first got in today's modern internet, there was probably 3 videos on Nibiru, and 2 of them were drastically wrong.
Oh boy. How long ago was that?
Oh God, 2009.
Way back. Okay.
Yeah, barely anything information on Google, barely any information on Bing, barely any information on YouTube. And most of what was there, you could scan within 2 days time period, and you can look at all this guy says this guy says this, and none of that was going because there weren't podcasts back then. There was hardcore production videos and mostly no TikToks and no shorts and all of that back then. So you were actually able to look up an actual topic and know within a few minutes if it was scientifically worked on or if it was a joke. And of course, now we're filled with all kinds of phone work that can do all kinds of apps, and you no longer even have to do photoshopping or any technical skills. The phone does a lot of this shit for you, which is great. But the advancement of the technology has been huge within even the last 5 years, and people forget that part. Sky drama, yeah.
I know. Yeah, it's true. We have I guess we kind of do have our own little reality show,
Yeah, and I weighed that here the last few shows where I was thinking, here we are, and pardon the minor, this is a joke, our squeaky little podcast. And somebody said I had a troll last week call it pathetic, but I mean, okay, when and your he said your pathetic podcast and your fundraiser, and I went, well, A, we're not doing this for the money, other than
what are you doing
for the kids?
Yeah,
yeah, and then that's my second answer is like, what are you putting out, and what's your science? And third is just like, well, here you are again commenting down my personal page, being an idiot, talking about shit you first of all don't know anything about, and second of all you're doing is making something out of nothing. So who's pathetic? And then I ended it and I'm spoken back. But
I know.
I weigh it all the time that at some point in time this has really got to break out, because it is, I mean, we did spend the time. It is accurate. We've done this. I mean, how many times do you have to do something, which is, pardon me for bragging here, almost a miracle to draw this shit ahead of time for a decade and be accurate and come up with all this information where we all work together to gather it. And here it is for you guys for free. We're not even charging you book fees or memberships or $2.99 a month, subscription fees or any of that shit. And we're doing it to share it because it's the information that everybody needs to hear. And this is why Jesus is so militant about it as well, is because this is the coolest thing that there ever was, and everyone needs to see this.
Right.
I mean, this is what we've been waiting for. We've all been waiting for that something that was completely going to break us out of this, whatever the fuck it is we're living. Whoops, did I say that? Yeah. And the lies and then we know this isn't right. And oh my God, I shouldn't have to frickin' work this hard to get nothing. And while there, the other people are raking in the millions and millions and millions of dollars for doing nothing other than being popular.
Other than just going along with the narrative, whatever they tell us, things, they just go along with whatever we're told and they get rewarded for it. So,
well, icons, and we put them there. We do put them there. We Hollywood fans and Kardashians are only rich because we keep watching them. And on one hand, that's good. On the other hand, I think we're a hell of a lot better than this. I'm sorry, there's no reason to spend $500 for a purse or any more, or $10,000 or $20,000 for a purse or luggage or car or whatever. There are people out there that are starving to death all around the world. We've never seen the famine like we are seeing right now, the refugee camps and everything else. And by God, if you're sitting on millions, and you better get off your ass, because you got there somehow the wrong way, and you should share down to those people who don't have anything. And you can just go to your nearest big city. They're all over. You want to change the world, save some people. God, people with money, what the hell are you doing? Don't go wasting it on a trip to the Casbah or whatever. I mean, come on. There are shitloads of people in dire trouble right now. And if you have millions, get your ass off that chair. Sorry, my militant speech for today.
Right. Well,
again,
Carol Ann, she tipped
Charlie
you
Chaplin.
$2. She tipped us $2 because you
Thank
said
you,
the
Carol Ann.
F-bomb.
She always does
It's
so nice, and thank you. I feel you're making me feel
it's
guilty,
for the
sweetheart,
F-bomb.
because other people let other people
Well,
also.
she donated $5 earlier. I think you
I
had stepped
know, I
away for
know,
a
I
minute.
know,
Yeah, okay.
I know.
So, but
I
because you
feel
said the
terrible.
F-bomb,
Don't
she
make
felt
don't make the regulars who donate the only ones who donate. I mean, come on, everybody out there, get in there and
yeah.
throw a couple of bucks in the pile for the Christmas kids. Jesus,
I
and
know.
then
I
it's
mean, and
already
like I said, even my son, I was telling him, how the donations are down, and he
yeah,
was
yeah.
like, I mean, and we're right there with everybody, we're no
Yeah,
different.
I'm
We're
broke too.
barely
I
making
know
it.
we're all broke, and
Right. But
I'm
he says, I mean, he says everybody has $2 they can burn. That's what he said.
right,
And I'm
right.
like, yes, I know. You're right. You won't
Well,
miss
and that's
it.
what you and I are doing. But I mean, we're giving by donating our time, and it's
Right.
costing us $150 a month each
It
or
does.
more.
It does. And
And
my
I mean,
power
let's
was
not even.
off last week. I mean,
Yeah, let's
I'm
not even.
struggling. I'm
Yeah,
struggling, and yeah, I'm still forking over the money to be able
I
to
managed.
share
I
this.
managed to. I got these two daughters, no child support, and I live off
Yeah,
of my government disability retirement shit.
same.
And I got hurt by somebody else, and it was unavoidable, and here I am today.
Right.
And of course, the system didn't do me well. It barely compensated me for it, and definitely not
Barely.
what we needed to get by. But anyway, and it was by somebody else. It wasn't my fault. Really wasn't their fault, but it was. Anyway, I
Yeah.
know that people are broke out there, but if you're even halfway following this and you've learned anything, you can throw a couple of dollars into the tip jar. That's all there's to it. It is, and
Right.
I'm not going to be kind about it and beg, and although I do and will, I'll beg, but I mean, the point is that the only way that we're going to change things is by contributing in certain ways, each of us in many different ways. And I've had some really special donations over time where people have just narrowly saved our butts. And I live in a truck stop town, and we recently had a car fundraiser because I had no car all summer, and I was walking, and you can't carry a lot of groceries when you walk miles and miles along the
No,
highway
no,
sidewalk, and you're walking on the
that's
side of the highway.
terrible. I know. You told me one time you were pulling a wagon walking to the grocery
We
store,
pulled
and I'm
wagons.
like,
I've walked to the store in blizzards and had, I
yeah,
walked into the store one time. I had like a foot and a half of snow. I was a walking snowman with a face. And the clerks, actually, two clerks jumped out from behind the checking stands to brush me off. And I didn't even realize I was walking in with that much snow on me. It was so damn cold I could barely see. Your glasses fog over the moment you walk in, that kind of thing. And yeah, I've walked, unfortunately, to the store far many times because I'm a poor man, and I've been buying computers rather than other things. And we've been doing this every day for 14, all coming up on 14 years. And so I figure it would be, fair play for me to say, hey, you can contribute to this. You can buy me a cup of coffee. I've spent $8 to $10 for certain coffees, or even, if you go to the buy and go to the bar, and
hmm
I don't. I quit going to bars many years ago. You can buy a
yeah,
beer and a shot, and you're looking at a Sawbuck or a 10 spot or Hamilton or whatever you want to call it. And so,
yeah.
throw in for the Christmas cheer here. Let's get these kids what they want for Christmas. And yes, it is a little expensive, but we're gonna shoot. I mean, if we're gonna do it, let's do it right. And nobody likes clothes for Christmas anyway. I'm still
Well,
looking for that perfect
it
Christmas sweater.
depends. Yeah, it depends, mate. Right? It just
Yeah, I
depends.
always wait, with
But
Christmas, trying to save money, and by the time I get enough money to actually buy Christmas, which is like 2 weeks or a week before, or right before Christmas, then all the really good Christmas sweaters
yeah,
have
so
long been sold
God.
off on Black Friday. I walked through the store
hmm
the other day, and stuff, they had piles of stuff in the aisles, and I went back again and to get a couple items I forgot, like bread and ice cream. And I still forgot mushrooms. Anyway, uh, I went back through the store, and those piles were gone. So it's like, whoa, you know, and I'm kind of wondering if we're going to get to these items that we're trying to get for Christmas for them. Spooky. So therefore, people get them in soon. Send your
I
Christmas
know.
cards now, because I'd like to make sure that we can get what they're asking for. And yes, it's pricey, and I keep and I've been trolled over it already. So shit happens. Here we are. Yeah, we about a week before Christmas, finally able to get the gifts. Exactly. And by then, I
Yes.
don't get the darn really cute Christmas sweaters anymore because they're all gone. And I'm
Right.
glad I finally. I think I needed a new robe this year for Christmas, but the last time I went to replace it, my daughter said, "No, Dad, we want you to keep the green one." And I went, "Okay." And I've had that robe for so long; it's unbelievable. I mean,
It's
it's
a
getting holes in it. I've
relic.
had it that long. Oh, well, that's what you're the dad. That's what you always wear. It's like, you can't get rid of that one. I went, oh,
You
okay.
can't change now.
Yeah, I can't get a
Yeah.
new robe yet. It hasn't fallen off me, I mean, hell, I have t-shirts that are 30 and 40 years old. And I wear them
What's
till they
that? You
do
said
fall off me.
t-shirts 30
Yeah,
or
I'm a
40?
t-shirt nut. Yeah, I
Yeah,
have t-shirts
okay.
from I in my closet right now. I have t-shirts from the 90s
Oh
that I
gosh.
got
Okay. Yeah,
while I was working at the nightclub,
that's
while I was
cool.
managing the
That's
bar.
pretty neat.
We'd trade shirts. I'd give the bar T-shirt to the band, and they would give me a band T-shirt. We had a direct trade, and all that came out of
Yeah,
my own personal bonus anyway. So that was the place where I could drink for free. Because whatever came off the
yeah,
bonus was out of my pocket anyway. And if I made my
right.
quotas and then I made profit for the club, then I got a bonus, and which I always did. I mean, the club did really well. A lot of money and a lot of booze and a lot of dancing went through that club. Anyway,
Uh, the good
oh,
old
we had tons of
days.
fights too and all kinds of crazy shit the Montana way. I mean, woohoo!
Right.
That was the '90s, man. Wow. And I've been off the planet ever since. After 2001, I came out here to Lolo, and the whole world changed. And you know,
You mean
oh, well,
after?
after once I got having the children, and
Yeah,
my relationship goes really deeply south. And all over a bunch of lies and a bunch of shit. And then there was never any child support or anything like that.
right.
It was always coming and going and completely disconnected to the children, which I thought was hugely cruel.
That
And they
is because
both really,
they would have been really little
yeah, they
then
were.
still.
Yeah. Nova was, shit. My ex gave birth to Shiloh and was gone 1 month later. So Shiloh never actually ever knew her mother.
Wow,
She knows her
that's
now, and
sad.
they've had contact with her, and they visited a little bit. And their mother was never
Okay.
prepared, even to this day. They bought a new house, and it had no way to even house the girls. I was like, "You buy a house and you don't plan for your children? Hello." So they didn't.
Right.
I don't know what they were thinking when they bought what they bought. And to me, it's a chicken shack with cedar shingles. So it was a horrible purchase, but they got it where they live, and they live in another town, and I guess it's up to their standards. So who am I to judge?
Yeah. So she's there
Hell, they
in
have to pay the mortgage.
Montana.
I don't. Huh?
She's there in Montana.
Yeah, she's up north of me up here, so off in one of the smaller
Yeah.
towns. And we don't see her anymore, and we haven't seen her in a couple of years again. And she just comes and goes and pops on the scene from time to time, and then disappears again.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
maybe I know.
Someone you can't tell them, your behavior is wrong, please correct it, because they won't listen to you anyway. So, and lights are on
Yeah.
but nobody's home. I don't understand the change in the girls' mom. I never did. I
Yeah,
never
I
got an
know.
explanation for it either, so I gave up trying long ago. And that happened literally, and Shiloh's 14, and she was literally 28 days old, and mom vanished.
It just must have been more than she could handle.
Yeah,
know?
there's a possibility of postpartum and everything else like this, and other things which we did later find out that she has issues. that she did
Right.
get some help for, which is what she attempted to come back from when she showed back up on numerous occasions within the last 14 years. She's popped in and popped out and tried to be part of the girls' life, but never been able to maintain any scheduling or promises or anything like that. And there's always been issues. And then once they bought their house and sort of found a place to live, they got threatening and violent and everything else like that. So I pretty much ignored them because that's not an environment I wish to partake of. So we've just sort of, let her be out there, and we don't contact her for any reason. And look what happens when that happens. She doesn't show up, nor Christmas, no
Yeah.
birthdays, no nothing. So obviously now there's your answer. And there's Rebecca's address. Send her a Christmas card
Robin
too.
was asking. So thank you, Robin. Thank you. So, as I say, I can kind of relate because I was a single parent for 12 years with 3 little boys.
Yeah,
and the youngest one was a baby. He was like maybe 1 year old, not very old.
Boy,
So,
oh God, thank God I didn't have boys.
3 boys for 12 years.
Oh,
Yeah.
they would have killed me. I'd been, like Disney Tail, Duck
gosh.
Farm, Duck Tail,
Right.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Sure.
Wow.
That's
God,
it.
yeah, boys, my offspring with my energy level. Wow. Oh, I'd have been in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, they were pretty hyperactive.
Oh, my
Very
girls
much
were.
so.
Nova used to run, and Shiloh too. When they were little, they used to run in circles in the house, and they wouldn't quit running because we have a pathway through the house, and they would run circles all day long.
Yeah.
Crazy kids. I mean, they're awesome children. I mean, they're teenagers now, and they're wise and they're smart and savvy, and they can be mean and facetious and cruel if they chose to be. But they're teenagers. Ha ha ha. That kind of thing. Like, Dad, I'm not going to listen to
I
you.
know.
Stop telling dad jokes and that kind of thing. And they roll their eyes at you and would rather not empty the dishwasher, even though you told them 3 times. That kind of thing.
Right. But
they're actually wonderful, amazing.
It really is.
Children. I mean, I have a really good, very special. We don't have any issues here. We don't have drama. We all get along very well. As long as I keep cooking and doing all the cleaning and the laundry. I'm joking because they help on some of the stuff. I wish they were better at it, but
Right. Right.
So, and they burn, and I keep teasing them, they're going to get that lump of coal if they don't behave and do their chores.
Yeah.
And then they look at me and go, Dad, and
I don't think they're
the elf on the shelf
threatened.
and the reindeer moved again, and they blamed me. Well, we know you did it. And I went, I didn't do it. Because I didn't. And I was like, and so they don't believe me because they're mad about that. So I did not move them. And they moved. It was like, okay. Or one of them is messing with me. That's the first thing I thought.
Yeah.
Like, okay, what are you messing with me for? Why would you spun this? And I didn't do that. And yeah, and the elf on the shelf and the reindeer were sitting on a different shelf this time. They were actually elf on the shelf.
Yeah.
I got a Victorian bookshelf. I haven't finished it yet, but it's an antique. It's 3/4 of the way finished. All I got to do is add shelves to it, and then it becomes a shelf. It's got the top shelf, and I use that for knickknacks in the transit between the dining room and the living room, up against the wall. But anyway, and it's oak, and it's a beautiful piece of early Victorian.
Nice.
Craftsman. Yeah, I've kept it for many, many years. I used to do antiques. Anyway, refinish them. I worked in antique refinishing place for many years. Anyway, so they do deserve a good Christmas if we can, get there. So anyway.
Right. No, completely. I mean, they're still young and, they look forward to this time of the year to get something that they can't get otherwise throughout
and they
the
were
year.
depressed because we didn't have any snow. And then they got up this morning and, hey, there's snow on the ground because we got snow again. This is the second time.
Yeah.
But the other stuff was there for 3 days and then melted off. And that was, a month ago.
Do they like to go out and play in the snow still? Do they go out?
No, these guys are,
mess around in it?
guys are like, oh, do I have to go out there? And they want to
Okay.
play video games or do schoolwork or whatever.
Yeah.
and get that out of the way, and then they want to get back as quick to as they can to their video games and their friends. I told my friend I was going to be back in 30 minutes, and I said, well, you better clean faster, do your homework, and and all of this, and still, and they're arguing more because they're teenagers, and that's what teenagers do. They learn to grow away from you. I guess that's what they're supposed to do. So I
For a
wish, they
while,
used to be
and
so
then
damn cute. Now I'm kind of wishing they were back that way a little
little.
bit. Yeah, they
Yeah,
still
I
get
know.
silly, which is great, which tells me they're happy. And I hear my girls singing, in the shower and stuff, and that's always humorous to hear, which tells me my children are happy.
Sure.
And I work hard for that.
That's a good sign.
And I'm, mama she wolf, don't get anywhere near my children, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But then I've always had to fear that the other parent would suddenly up and vanish with them and that kind of thing. And I've always been very protective.
really.
I've let her have them for, weekends or a week or, anything she ever wanted. I said, okay. And she would never keep a schedule, and she'd always break all of her time, to always be late, or I'm going to come in tomorrow, even though we said last week, I said it's going to be Monday. I'm sorry, it won't be till Wednesday. And then I'll come in, then, and then I'll pick them up for 3 days, and then she drops them off after one, that kind of thing. And it always changes. Nothing according to the rules, doesn't follow the rules, doesn't, wanted, anyway.
Totally.
Not worth adding the drama over, Ben, because it's so long ago past. It's like another age gone by, and the girls are happy and content here. Unfortunately, there's very little to do around here. We are.
That's what you were saying.
Town. Yeah,
it's
there's
really
nothing
small.
here. It's over, a couple of miles before they even
Not
get
much
to the
for them to
store.
do.
Yeah, we don't have a hardware store. We got a Tractor Supply store. We got 3 or 4 gas stations, a Dairy Queen, a Pizza Hut, a Subway sandwich, and a grocery store. And, a few car lots. And we don't even have a car wash anymore. The car wash closed. It's like, holy shit. They're building new housing out here. And we're going to get a new school and everything because the school is a piece of shit. But anyway, I hope they get some new teachers too.
Well, maybe if they build a new school and new housing, that will, make them want to build more.
I've taken a look at the curriculum and what's going on in our education system, and it's nothing like what we grew up with. Nothing. They're not teaching. I don't even know what they're teaching right now. I think they're teaching aggression and confusion. I'm not even sure what the merits of their curriculum is. I have no idea. And we view it in a different mode. So anyway.
Yeah,
spooky,
I'm kind of glad
banning and all
for
this
that
shit
reason.
Oh, well, this drastically fascist movement that we've all of a sudden started swinging around the world. It's like, oh my God, book banning? What is this, 1935? Right before the Hitler Nazi. I stuck the two of them together. The Hitler Nazi movement. Don't get me in trouble over that one, YouTube.
Who's banning books?
Florida, South Carolina, Mississippi, Arkansas, all the southern states have got this evangelical crazy shit going on, and they're taking out anything that talks about gay rights, and they're trying to change Black history, and they're some of the Black history books have been banned, and they're teaching race equality issues that filled with lies and twists and truth, and saying how the Black people were actually, during slavery, they were taught an actual useful skill to up their race, somehow justifying that enslaving a mass entire people from Africa was acceptable. And I'm allowed to talk. I'm Dutch, and the Dutchmen are part of the problem way back in slavery. I mean, the Dutch citizens made countless amounts of money selling slaves to Cuba and to the southern states as well. And slavery went all the way up until about 1840, 1830, I think. And then some of the shipment, I don't remember exact dates, but it was right before the Civil War, but a few years slowed down, and then the trade changed.
Yeah.
and the whole world changed. And then, even, and unfortunately, the Dutch were guilty, but then there was a lot of Africans that were also actual Africans who were selling people into slavery as well. So it's not just one race or
Mhm.
other, the British or the Dutch or the Spanish or the Africans or the French. Slavery was a historical issue coming all the way from Roman times and prior. I mean, the Vikings took villages and they took slaves, and that way they had so many slaves on their land, and that furthered enough hands to actually grow the wheat and bake the bread and mind the cattle and that kind of thing, where you actually just go out and take your workforce.
Wow.
And that's how man grew all the way
That's
from
how we
dawn.
got here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, my father
But
went to a concentration camp during World War II, slave labor camp, I should say. And he was a slave, and he had to work. He was forced to work for over 2.5 years. So I understand slavery in a white man's point of view. So anyway, and that of course makes you ethically think about his story and historic value, meaning multiple people have had. I mean, hell, the Sumerians had slaves, which is where Abraham came from, as being captured as a child, as a slave, and then they returned them back because climate change started happening, and they couldn't afford to feed them. And that's right at the turn of the cycle where the Bible and everything's written, and it's literally going back to the transition of the last passing of Nibiru.
say that part again. The last passing of
time
Nibiru.
of Abraham, when Abraham was a small boy, he was captured, or his people prior to his birth. I don't know the exact date, but the people Abraham was a slave of Palestinians, or at that time they were called, oh boy, earth to brain. Anyway, they were called another group of, but anyway, the area of Palestine, the people that lived where Israel and all that is now, were captured, and they were enslaved, and then they went to work for the Sumerians all the way across the desert. Well, it wasn't desert back then. There was still, lots of pine forests and everything, which is where the Israeli symbol of pine, the cedar tree, comes from. It's cedar forests and stuff. It's a completely different climate.
Right.
And then they captured these people, and that's where Abraham and his group of people learned the original tales of the Sumerians that were literally inscribed into the Bible many, many years later, with just only the names changed. To Ishmael and Jaime and whatever. We're given Jewish or Hebrew names, or however you want to call it. And then after by the time Abraham became an old man, had been taught by the Sumerians, they were sent away because the Sumerians were falling as far as agriculture and everything. It could no longer afford to feed these slaves. So these slaves were sent back to their homeworld, which was Palestine, whereas they then became the Jews, because they were a different group of cousins that had been apart from each other for like 75 or 80 years or 60 years or whatever. So there was a tribal separation in name only, even though they were actually the same people, which is the same argument right now going between the Palestinians and the Israelis, and they are the same people. They're cousins, and it's stupid. Anyway,
I agree.
And so that was what became the Old Testament, where they written down the Bible of the time of Abraham. And 4 of the major religions on earth are Abrahamic, including some of the Islamic pre-Quran notions, and all of that are from the knowledge of early Abraham, the Old Testament. And
okay, I'm familiar with 3. What's the 4th one? I thought so. It's Judaism, Christianity, and Muslim.
And then there's the other one, Islam. There's the Islamic, and then yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I might be inaccurate. I haven't studied all of this stuff for many, many, many years. It's been many years since I, originally learned the bases of Hinduism, Taoism, Buddhism, and all of that. And I didn't really go into great Arabian studies because it's kind of guarded. And it's
Right.
also discounted, unfortunately. And I have not read the Quran because I have not had an English translation of it. I haven't felt it massively important that I do so, although I have read much poetry from in Arabic to translate it to English. And I did study some Arabian information, including the Arabian Nights tales, how the 1001 Nights goes back to a story from that long written history of folk tales that was all collected and gathered together all the way since the turn of the 1900s. And that was, you'd have to understand the background story to understand why they call it 1001 Nights. But there's a lot of history to those tales and lore of the desert and stuff like this, and lost cities and information. There's all little tidbits, little pieces of fruit hanging from all these trees. But anyway, I digressed into crazy. Yeah, there's a lot out there, and
there's a lot out there, though, right?
Yeah,
a lot of
people don't. You ask a person from the Southern Baptist faith, tell me about Abraham, and they can't. And then, well, Jesus says, and I apologize, I'm not trying to be mean or cruel.
Yeah.
But there's separations of doctrine where doctrine has been taught one direction and doctrine has been taught another direction, and a different type of doctrine has been taught this way, and then for instance, the Muslim faith, they don't want representations of God, so they have all this beautiful artwork, etc. That's just different examples of factional variation between the same source-based original religions. So, and then they've divided over time through separatism, and when the Spanish Inquisition happened, and the arguments in Rome and all of this, or where the empire and who the emperor was at such and such in 1444, for example, when first Spanish Inquisition, that's when all of the religions stopped talking to each other and they stopped working together, including the Jews and the Arabs and the Moors and all of this. And the northern Polish Jewish people and all of those people stopped talking to each other. And ever since 1444 and the dawn of a new age of science, we started separating and spending a little more time on war rather than actually talking to each other. And that, of course, ends the dark age of man, where all of a sudden, boom, we're not fighting for wars, we're fighting to steal each other's crops and resources, and and that's what wars are all about.
Yeah, all I can see is that it's completely, for another reason other than what we're being told, it seems.
It's always the same thing. People in power are going to distract you and tell you it's our political duty to to fight and respect our manly facade of honor.
Yeah. Right.
And if you go to war over honor, you're going to be honorably dead. You have to actually, a paid soldier versus a man protecting his homeland. It's not even the same match. A man protecting his homeland is 3 paid soldiers, easy. And so it's not cool. War doesn't work. We got to get better. We got to get smarter. We got to get faster. We got to go around this shit. We got to take care of the poor. And then guess what? We'd have a whole bunch of people working for the same goal instead of against each other.
That's what I'm waiting for, is to see if we can just get past all that,
Well, if say for instance, all of a sudden, boom, everybody started seeing these planets, and oh my God, look at that, there's planets, and then they would find out somehow through the grapevine, which we've already let the cat out of the bag long ago, that there are people on those planets. Yeah. And if people just saw that, there could be enough to change how we do things. And I thought that back in 1980. And I still believe that this day, if we'd have told people back in 1980, before they slapped me with the 30-year non-disclosure agreement, and just told people, I figured by now we'd be the Jetsons. We'd be a whole different world by now if we were getting ready for this event rather than not knowing about it.
Yeah. Man. That's why they told you no one will ever believe you, because they had a plan.
Oh, yeah. They want to go and hide in a hole. or
Yeah.
many holes, because we've got the technology, and they thought they had the technology with HHARP, and then they had to
Yeah.
figure out that that wasn't going to work because they're basing it off of gravity. That ain't going to work. And then they started playing with some really dark magic in the super colliders, because they got in bed with some dark magic, shall we say. I don't like to go into too much.
So
Go ahead.
I was going to say about CERN. I mean, does that impact anything with what we talk about with our solar system? Is that
Absolutely.
have it play a role?
It's absolutely responsible for how the Empire orb got here
Okay.
from deep,
So it
deep
opened
dark
like
space.
a portal.
Yeah, you got to have that 7th marker through the Stargate.
Wow.
And how else do you do it? You send up a flare, and then we sent a proton over to them, and then it came back to us. And it's called proton proximity likeness identification in physics terms. Once there's a subatomic thread connection between any particle from here to all the way across the time-space continuum, it will always forever be linked. And that's the pathway of how you connect to a wormhole, through subatomic protons.
So then, like, that can travel through what dimensions, through time?
Well, when a proton of a harmonic value meets another proton of a lesser harmonic value, the lesser harmonic value proton rises up to meet the same harmonic balance between the proton next to it, and they become tuned. Sound equals light equals matter. And once they are separated, if they are, if it was there for a second, met, tuned, and then it slipped back out somehow through some force and was sent all the way across the universe, those two protons will always be thread attached electrically, even across time and space. It's like smearing a drop of gold for a mile, because they're positively connected. Gold, being it's positively charged, can be spread literally down to the molecule thin. And that's part of the new physics of the future. They haven't looked yet into the electric universe and subatomic and atomic chemistry and the power within the molecule. That's how they created the atom bomb. They split the power. They split this atom. They break apart the structure. And when they did that, it went boom. The trick is not to break it apart. The trick is to use what you can make. Knowing how to make. And there's so much more. It's like how to travel through time, all of that. It's all connected. And I'm sure there's vast amounts of stuff that I have never even fathomed how it works, because I was shown technology on the deck of a ship, and I walked, here's control panel, A, B, C, D, screen monitor, this, that, the other thing. And I understood that it was what it was, but I didn't know how it worked. I was even shown a mixing chamber of how they accomplished time travel. I understand a premise behind it, but I don't know how it works. I have an idea. So, I mean, where do you go with this? I mean, I'd be coming off like an absolute freaking lunatic if I told that to some guy at the grocery store. Yeah, I was standing in the inside of an alien ship, man. I was walking around on the top deck after being invited up there, because earlier I was on the lower deck, but I went up to the second deck, and here, all these gray aliens are walking around, and they're all pointing fingers at me and getting out of my way. Boy, they really smell, and I'm sure I smell to them. And oh God, look at that panel! And, oh, hey, there's this. It's like I just got on the Millennium Falcon for the first time. Well, of course, you don't watch Star Wars, so you don't know what I mean by the Millennium Falcon.
Right.
If I walked on the deck of Han Solo's ship, I wouldn't be able to fly it 5 minutes in. No, thank you. I wouldn't even understand the control panels and what's needed to be turned on or off or maintained or balanced or anything. And so this is what I mean. I got the tour. Here's how we jump through time. And it was explained to me, and I went, oh, okay. And I understood maybe a portion of what I was told. Okay. So,
right.
And how do I, and this would, if I ever write a book that you just heard it, We can correlate this information, and I've tried to be as honest with people as I dare. And there's so much more I could talk about when there is so much more, including other races that we don't even imagine of.
I bet. When you say there's billions, I mean, there's just,
Well,
that
we've got
leaves
a
a
lot of
lot.
things that are around that I don't want to talk about because
Yeah,
it would instill a level of fear in some
I
people that
believe
they may
that.
not be able to deal with. And there is a great deal of stuff going on around us that we are not aware of.
Yeah.
Although, once you achieve a level of bodhisattva, you start noticing things. And when you turn on your brain, things work. And you know, I've been changed. We've all been changed. We're all changing. Some of us are ahead. Some of us are a little not ahead. But we're all within our own time schedule. Nobody's late. They're all doing exactly what they're supposed to do because there's no other way for time to move forward but in the correct manner. And if time goes wrong, then it just resets and we don't even notice it. It always goes forward in the only way it can forward path. And I believe time is a circle. So anyway, and this is trying to just, take away some of the flame out of people's personal self-doubt. And if you are listening to this broadcast, this podcast, whatever, this show, whatever you want, you have the ability to change everything in your life tomorrow. It's just a set of old habits that we choose to fear that we can't change. And we can change when we believe that we can change. When you believe in you and you believe in what you know, then you can follow your path. And always, of course, in the path, always opt for the job that is your passion. Don't slave away at a miserable life because we can't do that. Because then you're really wasting your time.
Right.
And of course, some people have no choice. You know, you have to somewhat. It's the only job in town. Well, it's the only job in town. But how you choose to be in that job can make a difference. And of course, as Michelle was talking about, we have to be in the positive. We have to live in the positive moment. And in the moment we start living down the dark path or the negative, or, oh my God, this is bad and that's bad. And oh my God, Billie Jean did this and Tom said that. And Frank was coming over bothering my sister again. And we better go up and stop. You know, I mean, the moment that you get into that drama, you're going down the wrong path. So avoid the drama.
Right.
Get yourself a clean life and be as good and careful and exacting as you possibly have the ability to do so, and you'll do the teachings and the Om chanting and all of that, and you'll find a better, higher functioning life. And it takes some of the stuff away from you because you trust you. And then if people treat you like shit, don't tolerate that for a second. I mean, it's so much easier to tolerate your own company than somebody who is not good to you. And I'm a hermit, so not by choice, by economics,
Right.
and by the fact of who I am and the topic I talk about every day. A lot of people have gone bye-bye, which is okay. I guess they choose to, because I'm always treating people with compassion and love and welcoming. And if they would love to come over, I used to be the coffee shop when I lived in Missoula, and people were always stopping by. And I don't have that out here in Lolo because it seems to be the moon for some reason. Yes, it's only. I mean, you could drive to the airport in Missoula just about the same time as to get to Lolo, and yet they go to the airport all the time, and they're not coming out here. And yes, it's a little bit of a crazy. Highway 93 there's an old saying, "Pray for me, I drive 93," and it's a little spooky. And they got some rednecks that all live down in Hamilton, and I'm not dissing them, but I mean it's an old world culture that's completely different than Missoula. So
Okay.
farmer rancher down there, and
Yeah.
those folks will drive 55 in the fast lane whether you like it or not.
I
I'm
was going to say we have our share of country folk here
and
as
people
well.
shoot at
Yeah.
each other on this fight. And at 5 o'clock traffic here, going from Missoula to all the commuter cities all the way down to Hamilton, there's this dragon of cars that if I wanted to go to the store to take a left-hand turn on to go north on 93, from the southbound traffic alone, I would probably sit there for 25 minutes before there's an opening. And I mean, you sit there and sit
Gosh.
there and sit there. So we've learned long ago not to drive 5 o'clock traffic or school time traffic. So out here,
Wow.
if you want to get on the highway because of commuter traffic from here down south, all these people that moved in, houses everywhere, all these smaller towns, it boomed. I mean, there's nothing available out here. And if you want to get on the road, you have to make sure you're not trying to jump into rush hour traffic, period. You won't get on.
Are you saying, okay, get on, what is it you're
Off,
talking about
off
again?
of my street onto Highway 93. I have a
Uh-huh.
left-hand turn into 2 lanes of traffic on either side with
Yeah.
a turning lane in the middle that you can occasionally hop into, but it's very
Okay.
dangerous. But you can sit there. I have sat there before for 25, 30 minutes just trying to get to turn.
A moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I learned long ago, do not drive at 5 o'clock rush hour. And that runs till like 6:30. So literally, I
Right.
don't go in after the sun in the winter. Sun starts going down out here. I don't go anywhere. Nope, done. I'm not going
Yeah.
out there with those people and their
No.
traffic and their
No.
driving and like I was telling everybody last couple of weeks, buy your snow tires. You're gonna need them. And I was enjoying
Yeah.
mine today. And
We'll see if I get any snow this year.
oh, you
The
should.
weather
You should.
guy, he said first week of December it's going to be warm, like in the 60s.
Yeah, but after the 4th, 2
Yeah.
days, by the time
It's gonna,
the 4th hits you're going to get some weather. It's going to be rain mixing in, coming in. You're going to get most of the weather off of Texas and what's coming into the Gulf, directly out of the Pacific, Super El Nino, which comes from across
okay.
the Rocky Mountains off the Pacific Ocean, which is warmer than normal.
Okay.
Which is why we're going to have this weird, warmer Pacific Northwest and wetter Southwest, and then wetter Texas, and then wetter southern Oklahoma and southern Missouri, and then Ohio and Pennsylvania, New York, Maine, Saskatchewan, or why do I keep throwing Saskatchewan over there? British Columbia or whatever's on the East Coast. And then that weather's going to also head in toward the UK and Gillian across
Okay.
the Atlantic. And that's that third El Nino jet stream that we don't normally have. Well, thank you, Facebook user.
That's
I love you too.
nice. That's very nice. Very
Yeah.
thoughtful.
I almost wished I knew what they looked like. No,
I know. I'm not sure who that
did you
is,
say
but
female?
that's
No,
nice.
anyway. I'm not gonna.
They're talking about gray aliens, I think.
They smell like
Gray
Vicks. No,
sphere.
they smell like the worst BO that I've always described them as. Pardon the expression for these. This is sort of racially slur. An Italian, a Mexican, and a Turkish guy all sitting in the same taxi cab in downtown New York at 104 degrees with no air conditioning, and then breathe in that car.
Ugh.
We're talking
sounds
armpit. It's their BO. It's a musk, and it's oily enough that when you're in proximity with them, you can taste the oil on your tongue.
Oh boy, it's like that.
And they don't like the way we smell either. And I was directly told that by them.
Uh-huh. Even though we don't smell ourselves. Like
I do. I do.
Huh?
I smell. I have.
You
I
smell
have
yourself?
I can smell. I can smell things I wish I didn't smell.
Ah, okay.
My sense of smell has become super
Heightened.
smell, and it's been horrible in a lot of ways that I wish I didn't have. Because when you smell something bad, you smell something bad, and this is all part of that the Ascension thing too. My awareness, my hearing, everything has changed, and I've escalated. I'd take an IQ test now, but it wouldn't mean anything to me. It could be human based, but I think direct contact with other higher races. We talked about proton proximity likeness identification. When a being is around a higher elevated harmonic being, I believe that you're elevated and changed in ways. And I believe that over time I've changed. I've gotten wiser, smarter, calmer.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've also gotten a little occasionally impatient and a little bit more often not angered, because I don't have anger hardly ever at all. I mean, that's so rare now. It's weird. I used to.
Yeah, me too. I'm way more chill than I used to be.
Well, when I was a bigger, stronger guy and worked up in the mountains for the Bureau of Land Management and was a logger, a sawyer, whatever you want to call it, I had my bar days where we were out drinking beer and arm wrestling and with the crew and all of that, and got into our share of fights. But, I was 23 or 24, 25 years old. And so we did guy things, and I hung out in some pretty spooky biker bars, not always on purpose, but there wasn't a bar I couldn't go into.
Yeah.
And then I
Mm.
ran restaurants, and then I went up through the hotel industry and went over to the West Coast and lived in Eugene, Oregon for a while. And then I was doing tableside flambe, making really good money in a very classy multi-star restaurant. And then I ran into political nightmares with them, and they're using my services rather than my skills. And then left that, and then went into the bar industry, and that's when I took over a nightclub later on, after many cut in between jobs before that. And I learned to bartend, and because I've
Yeah.
sat on the other side of a bar long enough
Why
that
not?
and I got pretty good at that, and then ended up with a nightclub and bar manager, and the rest is history. And I made quite a great deal of nice money in tips and gratuities.
Right.
At that time were non-taxable. Yay. And then they put it, then they started tightening up, and back then you could actually drink while on shift at the bar. I can't even imagine working at a bar now and not being able to drink, unless it was, your own home pub. In which case I would move to Ireland if I had my own pub, but I don't.
Mm-hmm.
And I could have an American fare, with some, touch of beef teriyaki and the good Italian. I'm not a great Italian cook, but I know how to cook Italian.
Yeah, you
Nothing in
got
the
your
world.
spaghetti. Your spaghetti.
One of my favorite smells is probably my second or third favorite smell on the whole planet is a really good olive oil and a tablespoon of garlic heating up in a hot pan, getting ready for the noodles.
Oh yeah,
I
agree.
That's one of my favorite smells, and God, live for cannelloni and all of that, and a good lasagna. And Shiloh does not like lasagna, I tell you, and I don't get to eat it as often as I'd like anymore, and that bothers me. It's like, dang it, I want lasagna. Anyway, why we're off topic. Hi guys, I can't type either. My keyboard's currently not even in front of me.
Can't type
because
they're typing.
Yeah, I've been to Vegas quite a few times. We used to go down to California Auto Dealers Association and sell cars from up here, and then bring trucks back from down there. And then we'd sell the trucks and make good money, because a truck up here is worth more than it is down there, because farmers need them and ranchers. So we always made a profit on, and then we got to have a vacation in between. Excuse me. Yeah, I like Vegas, but I don't have any money to gamble. I always did really well at the roulette wheel, and I played blackjack pretty well. There were a few times I left with more money than when I went in there. Excuse me, dry throat again. Yeah, one time I walked in there with, I think I had 15 cents. I think I had 3 nickels. And we were going to drive through the next day. We drove down to Las Vegas in one day, and we were really tired. And I got there, and I put 15 cents in the machine. And what seemed like an hour and a half turned out to be 8 hours, and it was the next day, and they were tapping me on the shoulder telling me it was time to go. And I had $157 in nickels. So I got 5 tubs of nickels.
Boy.
What the hell am I going to do? Oh, I got to turn these in now and go and get back on. And then I remember we got down to LA, all the way down the highway down there from Vegas. And we got just jammed in a really hot traffic jam. And of course, the car I was in did not have AC. And I'm sitting there tired as hell, because I've been up all night long, and I got to drive all the way to Riverside. And I'm stuck in before I even get to LA. I'm stuck in this oven. I'm literally falling asleep with the people behind me honking at me, going, okay, you can move 5 inches. Oh, okay, you can move 10 feet, and I'm, God, all the way to LA like that. And it's just like, of course, of course we had to hit, rush hour traffic and be screwed because I'm exhausted. And that was the one time I ever did that where I actually stayed up all night rather than getting rest. Because it's a 2-day drive or longer from Missoula to LA. That's if you really
Okay.
stretch it, you can get there in 2 days.
That's pretty far then. 2 full days, yeah. It's probably about the same for here, 2 or 3 days, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the
Yeah.
clock here, thinking I got to cook dinner for the girls, and we're coming
Yeah,
up
it's
on
7 your
6
time.
hours straight here, so we need to,
Yeah,
especially
I
since I'm
know.
talking about what I used to do rather than what's going on over our heads.
I
Boy, are we off
know.
topic. Hi
But
out
it's
there
been
in
good.
podcast land. It is also a place where we can, be a little bit more ourselves and talk about, some of our stuff and our life, and then our listeners
Yeah.
get to, become part of our life, and then before you know it, maybe will be important to listen to once in a while, and they'll look forward to our next podcast.
They already do look forward. I know a lot of them do, really. And it. Remember that one time we were running late and people were asking like where we were.
Yeah. Well,
And
you have to go on. We were waiting all day, and it's like
I
that's why
know.
we're, and we've tried to
Yeah.
stick to the schedule on Tuesdays and Saturdays. And it'll get sunk in my brain eventually, especially if I stop reading what the TV in the living room is telling me. And by the way,
Yeah.
would you send me a PM of your new phone number? Because I don't have your current
okay.
phone number, I don't think. And that way, because I haven't been able to call you just to check to see if we're on or what. And I sometimes would rather be able to call you on the phone rather than wait for you to answer me on PM.
Really.
Because you're always busy doing other stuff too.
Right.
But anyway.
All the time.
Go ahead.
All the time.
Wind this up. And,
yeah. Well, it's been a really good show. Let's see. Oh, the cross is the symbol. I did not know that. I've never heard that before.
Well, the cross comes from, of course, the adoption of the Christ by Rome and Constantine. And that's where it was finally, and that was literally hundreds of years after the death of Jesus. And it was also a cross reference to the star. Remember, the wise men followed the star to see that Christ was born in a manger, and that's this coming holiday season. Guess what the Nibiru system looks like at a long distance away?
No way.
Yeah, it's a star. What other star is going to come here? Remember how often I'm playing that song by Crosby, Stills and Nash, The Southern Cross? And then I post that long distance Anno Domini cross orbitation pattern of the Nibiru group when they were first sighted. And it's a cross with a star at the center, which is where the halo brownish center illumination comes from. And that's the Southern Cross.
I did not know that.
That's not the Southern Cross they're talking about in the song, because that has to do with the navigational thing and going off in between it in the Pacific, in the middle of the Pacific. They use the Southern Cross to navigate by because they change stars after the horizon from the northern hemisphere to the southern.
Never heard that before.
I'm Dutch. I know sailing. I'm actually a pretty good sailor. I even know what sheets are, which means ropes. Anyway, I have never learned a sextant. I wish to God I had. I have a pretty good idea how it works. But anyway, that's all records, keeping track of stuff and notes. Anyway, we were winding it up, and I went off into left field.
Well, Andrea, she's back. She set out her hour timeout, and she says maybe the cross is to symbolize the crossing of our two solar systems.
The secondary solar system, when seen from a long distance, looks like a cross, and they call that the Anno Domini cross. And Anno Domini in Latin means year of our Lord. And guess how everything's all masked in spun tales and legends, which actually have levels of truth to them. And that's how we do what we do, is we look stuff up, cross-reference it. And as long as you keep doing that and keep, in fact, imagine two stars And as long as you keep binary solar system in your brain, then all of this shit makes sense and it fits. And in the moment you take gravity into account, and Einstein and modern world and 1880 science from the Heisenberg principle group, as long as you listen to that, you're not going to learn. And this is what, of course, our friend Dan is razzing us over, or Bill or Clem down at the Louisiana truck stop going, shit, man, if those plants were real, we'd be dead. No, that's not the science we're doing. We're talking reality here.
Yeah.
Facts we took a decade to prove.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Maybe one day it'll click for
let's hope some people grow some science.
Maybe.
I mean, I said grow some science or grow some clearance, man. Because if you don't have either, you're not gonna know how this shit works. And that's how it works.
Yeah.
There's binaries. No. There's been people screaming trinary system. No. The Greeks even knew that we had two suns. It's in the Bible. And there's not three. And there's other people out there on it's a trinary system, and they're just like, and then they're going to hand you a whole bunch of different planet names, and then they're going to tell you that the orbitation is and the passing is a one-time event, and all, and then they're off in la la land and misfortune, and then they're going to tell you Nibiru's red. And it has a debris field following it. It's got like two other planets. It's got an entire asteroid group around the gas giants. And of course, they don't know this information because they weren't here to watch it happen. We were.
Right.
Such a bunch of physics.
Watching.
Okay, get your question. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm glad you like the new picture. That's more
the picture. Yeah.
I still had my hair at that time, but it's in a ponytail. And that was only.
It was pretty long there, wasn't it? How long was your hair?
I'm sitting on it.
In that picture or right now?
Yeah. No, not now. It's gone now.
Oh, okay.
I cut my hair off.
That's what I thought.
Remember,
but in that picture,
when I was getting evicted, I cut my hair off because I didn't want to get judged by the judge that I was going to end up in court, and I never ended up, in court because they backed down when I finally, after I paid for everything and all that shit to prove them wrong, then they backed down.
Right.
And I couldn't have done it without everybody's help, period. I mean, I would have been booted out and living on the streets under a bridge someplace because there was nowhere to go. We couldn't find anything anywhere in Montana to even move into because we can't afford rent. We don't make enough to even pay rent. So I'd have to get on housing assistance and all that crap. And then they'd slap me in some low rent community housing project with these slamming oak doors and shit that I couldn't tolerate and deal with, screaming kids and, nonstop in town traffic. And I can't live in town. My hearing, my senses won't let me be in town. And that comes from my car accident. But anyway.
Yeah. I'm really glad that worked out like it did.
Oh, God,
that was such a stressful time. I know for you, bad.
People they really helped, and they did help.
They really did. They really did.
And it cost me a small fortune on top of that, and we took months to recover from that. And finally got the bills caught back up again, and we fell behind, and it was horrible, and I was stressed out, and and that's not how I do things. I don't have debt. I don't have credit cards. I pay the bills every month, period. But then by the end of the month, I'm flat broke. And then we have to tiptoe through what we have until we get paid again.
Right.
So
I do know. That's why I was telling my family, I was like, at least, I would just look at it that everything is paid, like when everything gets paid, just be like thankful that everything got paid.
Oh, and then I can start to relax and go, exhale. Yeah. And I make sure the bills are paid first and the kids are fed and everything first. And then, then there's my list. And that's why I'm wearing shirts and stuff that are 30 years old. It's true. And I also like them, but I mean, I don't buy myself a lot of stuff. We don't go anywhere. We don't really have anywhere to go. Especially with the COVID scenario, we've fallen completely out of trying to just even partake of the sick people out there, and so we've all become little hermits in our little hermitage, up here in Montana. Anyway, we need to dash.
I feel too. I know I don't have much of a life either. It just this, and all my friends are on Facebook.
Now we get to talk
So-
over the internet. We don't, hey, it's
Right.
healthier. I feel it's a little,
Yeah.
but
I'm just glad we found
Orwell
each
or
other.
something,
Right. It could be a whole lot lonelier
Yeah. Oh yeah.
life.
I could
So
be a whole
I'm
lot
happy
more
we found
insane by
each
not
other, all
talking
of
to you.
us.
Anyway,
Really.
let's go, and you guys
Let's
have a
go
great
ahead
evening.
and clear this up. Let's go ahead and let everybody know the next show will be Tuesday night at 7 Central. And Jesus will be joining us, and Sam, and possibly
that
somebody
means
else. We have a couple of people in the
Mountain,
works. 7.
Excellent.
So
6 Mountain,
right?
And I gotta keep putting that in my brain. Like I've been so scattered on numbers lately. It's just, I've been busy
I'm gonna make
dealing
some
with the girls.
posts just showing the time, just reminders for our. Now that we've established a consistent time, I think we can announce it.
Okay.
Reminders and stuff. So
All right. So good night,
okay,
everybody.
Sam. Well, thank you so much, and thank you everybody, and we'll see you Tuesday night.
Good night.
Okay, bye everybody. Bye.